Chapter 301 Dream Modified. Thanks to the leader. Dumbledore glanced at Alan, then at Geraldine, and agreed. Geraldine, our Quidditch season is over, and the training ground can be completely vacated for your use. For Dumbledore, it would be better if he could take this opportunity to keep Alan away from black magic. Dumbledore has felt more and more the excellence of the little wizard, Alan, which is far superior to his peers. And such a person, he had seen too. Thank you very much, Dumbledore. Geraldine saluted and turned his head to look at Alan, Mr. Alan Harris. So, now as the head coach of the national Quidditch team in England, I send you an invitation. Would you like to be the player looking for the national team? Geraldine looked at Alan with a dignified look. I do. Although the words are simple, Alan couldn't help but feel very excited. He had expected that his plan would succeed, but when this was really realized, he was still very happy. This is indeed a gratifying thing. Congratulations, Alan. I hope you can help your team get a good record. Dumbledore patted Alan's shoulder kindly, encouraging. Thank you, Professor. Alan thanked happily without restraining his joy at all. It has to be said that at this moment of joy, someone can share it with someone, and someone can send congratulations in time, which feels very warm. The official letter of invitation will be delivered to you tomorrow. Geraldine took out a cigar and tucked it between his fingers. The other team members will live in Hogsmeade and will only come when they are training. Dumbledore, tired. Geraldine thanked again. After paying a courteous greeting, Geraldine hurriedly left. He still has a lot of things to deal with, and many people need to be contacted. As the head coach, he is not only responsible for training, he also needs to be responsible for a lot of coordination, communication, and organization. After finally winning the Quidditch Cup, the excitement of the Ravenclaw Little Wizards lasted at least a week. Because of their usual excellent performance, plus the Quidditch Cup, they can almost lock the final Academy Cup in advance. Even the weather seems to be celebrating. Entering May, the day became clear and cloudless, hot, making people just want to take a few pints of iced pumpkin juice to slip to the venue and sit down. Feel free to play a few rounds of high stone, or watch the giant squid swim dreamily on the lake. What a pleasant thing! However, such leisure is someone else's. For Alan, he can only use the fragmented time to complete his homework. Compared with Geraldine's crazy training, Roger's crazy training is really rare. Regardless of training professionalism, training intensity, or training time, what Roger organizes cannot be compared with Geraldine. The training plan made by Geraldine is almost accurate to every second. Every time he came to Hogwarts, Alan could see plans and analysis of several large rolls of parchment. Quidditch training for the World Cup took up almost all of his free time. Listening in class seems to be more of a relaxation and a leisure, compared with Alan's performance in class. Other little wizards are not so relaxed. Perhaps due to the busy review of senior students, the professors seem to see the little wizards free and arrange a lot of homework. The students could not continue to get away outside, but had to stay in the castle, forcing their brains to concentrate on their thoughts, trying to ignore the tempting warm air floating outside the window. Punlo is also very busy. She is preparing to pass the NEWT Ultimate Wizard exam, which is the highest degree offered by Hogwarts. If you want to become an ERA, you must pass at least 5 goals, and the score should not be lower than exceeded expectations. To this end, Punlo's beautiful blonde curly hair is neglected, but just tied around the back of the head at random. It looks a little more intellectual beauty. With heavy work, researching the knowledge in the tower, and training for the World Cup, such a combination of punches, even if as powerful as Alan, cannot help feeling physical and mental exhaustion in the day. Very hard. In this case, after a day of training, Alan, who has always been asleep, had a rare dream. In the hot summer and the blue sky, he rode a fire crossbow and soared in the sky. In the limelight, Alan caught the golden thief and drew thunderous cheers. At the moment when the final whistle sounded, all the spectators rushed to the lawn below the stadium. At the forefront of the crowd was Punlo, who followed Hermione behind her, and Luna jumped to herself from the other side. Alan couldn't help smiling. He looked down in the sky. Everyone cheered and shouted for him warmly. Suddenly, darkness covered the earth, and the cry rang through the world. The crowd was so chaotic that everyone ran around and shoved around. A cluster of green smoke glowed dazzlingly, rising higher and higher, against the dark night sky, like a new constellation. Alan recognized at a glance that it was the mark of the dark monster, and the huge green skull was undoubtedly declaring that someone was killed here. Alan rode a fire crossbow and flew over immediately. Under the bright green light, Punlo's body was twisted into an extremely strange posture. Hermione's head fell to one side. www.mentalnovel.com. Silently, Luna's face was covered with blood, eyes closed tightly. Alan suddenly felt like a knife, and his internal organs seemed to be held together by a huge hand and twisted into a ball. He landed quickly on the ground, and the fire bolt was thrown aside at random. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch her face. A sudden change. The grey mist surrounded him, and those weeping, screaming, and rampant laughter disappeared instantly. There was silence all around, except for the somber, grey mist surrounding Alan. Alan suddenly calmed down, as if all the happiness, hope, and beauty that had been experienced were far away from him, leaving only numbness and coldness. Seeing that something was wrong, Alan quickly looked at the location of the three girls. Empty. While Alan was looking anxiously, a huge figure appeared in front of him. The figure was erratic and unclear. This phantom was twisted in the mist. From Alan's point of view, he seemed to be a huge dementor. It wore a cloak, holding a huge sickle in his hand. It waved a sickle in the air, and three grey-white shadows floated towards him. Alan was in a hurry, because he recognized it all at once, and the three souls were clearly Punlo, Hermione, and Luna. He was anxious to step forward. He wanted to take back the souls of the three, but he seemed to be bound, and could not move at all. Affected by anger, Alan roared and instantly controlled his body, and all the scenes no longer existed. He sat blankly on the bed and looked at the curtains blown by the breeze. Silently it turned out to be just a dream. Now, he was awakened by a nightmare. Chapter 302. Personnel Structure Modified. Moonlight was like water, dispelling darkness, and Alan's violently beating heart gradually calmed down. However, when he lay back again, Alan couldn't sleep in any way. Feeling dry, he simply stood up, climbed lightly from the bed, and poured some water from the silver jar under the window. He stared at Hogwarts in the moonlight, and in the huge shadows of the castle, many nocturnal creatures fluttered around. This calm restlessness reminded Alan of a talented nightmare. He remembers every detail in his dream clearly, and the painful feeling is also engraved in his heart. The second war in the magic world is getting closer and closer without knowing it. Alan is sure to ensure his safety, but can he ensure that his loved family and friends are not affected by the turmoil? Alan felt all kinds of worries, but he became more and more determined to strengthen the strength of his family and friends. Although the dream cannot be regarded as a prophecy, it often represents the most potential consciousness in the heart. I was obviously worried about the safety of the three witches. In this case, it is better to enhance their strength first. The calm Alan made up his mind and returned to his former calmness and gentleness. And regardless of the plan in Alan's mind, the tense and busy day began again. Despite not having a good rest, Alan still appeared in the classroom and training ground. At Hogwarts, if it is not deliberately concealed, there are few real secrets. What's more, members of the England national team appear at Hogwarts every day. The fact that Alan was selected for the national team is well known. As a result, Alan's tense and fulfilling life state is seen by almost all little wizards. While envious of them, they couldn't help but ask themselves, if they were themselves, could they resist such a big pressure? Can we arrange our studies and training in order? Hogwarts aspiring little wizards, led by Alan's example, have a diligent and studious atmosphere. This made the professors feel relieved. Alan, who has received much attention, has no time to ignore the minds of the little wizards. After training, He dragged his sore body and prepared to go to the library to complete his thesis on the history of magic. The library is very popular with little wizards. In addition to the little wizards who study hard and write carefully, even some empty seats are occupied by objects such as water glasses and feather pens. Going around in the library, in a very remote location, Alan found several class members sitting together, apparently whispering what was being discussed. Punlo probably sat for a long time, uncomfortably straightening his waist and stretching his body. When she looked up, she smiled instantly. She beckoned to Alan and motioned to Alan to pass, and Alan found a seat next to them and sat down. "Hello, Alan." Hermione heard the movements and raised her head from the stack of books, blinking her tired eyes and saying hello to Alan. Hermione began to remove the piles of parchment that she occupied on the table in front of Alan. A book fell to the ground. Alan quickly leaned over to help Hermione pick up numbers and grammar. Alan blinked, as if the recent coursework did not involve the knowledge in this book. "What a diligent girl." "Thank you, Alan." Hermione sighed and took the book. "Alan, this Thursday is training again. I'm afraid you don't have time to prepare for the training content. Should we suspend training and concentrate on preparing for the final exam?" Punlo rubbed his eyebrows and proposed. "Punlo, we have a final exam every year, and senior students take the graduation exam every year, and now there is still a long time until the end of the term. If training is stopped now, what is the point of our training?" Alan retorted softly. "I think that our training should be able to reduce the learning burden for members, not increase learning tasks." Alan thought about the countermeasures. "Perhaps, our system can be customized to be more specific, and the division of labor should be clearer, so that everyone can relax." Hermione stopped writing and gave suggestions. "Do you have any good ideas?" Punlo raised an eyebrow, apparently not trusting the little witch who had just joined the training class for a long time. The establishment of the system was usually made by her hand to help Alan. Hermione did not notice the attitude of the Ravenclaw Women's Student Council president. She talked in a serious way. "Punlo, now the scope of training has been extended from Ravenclaw to the entire school. I think that the rules and regulations should be reenacted to improve the situation now." Alan nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's reenact the regulations. The training day is coming soon. We have to finalize this matter now." Punlo glanced at Alan and made a decisive decision. The few wizards present, Alan was awe-inspiring, and the two little witches in front of him were not mentioned much. Punlo cravated excellent organizational skills and experience. Hermione Granger logic, meticulous thinking. The mastery of knowledge does not only include the magical knowledge of the wizarding world, even some muggle management knowledge. She obviously learned a lot in advance before entering Hogwarts, had been learning for herself before knowing her witch entered the muggle school to prepare. The three acted intensively, using the library materials, whispering discussions, deleting, revising, and modifying, and finally listed a new rule of parchment before closing the library. On the day of the training day, all members got the new rules and regulations www.untitled.com, and among them, the most interesting thing is the structure of personnel. The most senior person in charge of the Hogwarts training organization is the president, who is fully responsible for the size of the training. He has great rights and does not need to refer to the opinions of other members. The supervisor, the second person in charge, is the deputy of the chairman, mainly responsible for holding gatherings in training organizations. If the chairman is absent from the training, the supervisor will preside over the training and can act as the chairman in charge of everything in the clubhouse. In addition, he also needs to keep accounts, collect annual membership fees, pay bills, and announce the income and expenditure of funds to all members. The deacon is the primary person in charge of the organization. It is a new person in command and management in the organization, responsible for the implementation of specific matters, such as learning, training and inspection in the group. In addition, there is a very special position, gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is responsible for arranging the venue before the meeting, and keeping and maintaining all emblems and other ceremonial supplies after the meeting. His most important duty is to ensure that only those qualified to participate in the training are allowed to enter. At the same time, he has to prepare a permit for the newcomer. After Punlo explained the position setting, almost all the little wizards' eyes became eager. The chairman is Alan Harris. Who is in favor? Who is against? Punlo stood on the podium, glancing at the audience, full of domineering. There is no objection. There is no doubt that the chairman can only be Alan. After all, this is the organization he established firsthand. All funding, planning, training, all Alan is responsible for. Very well. Then the next position is designated by the president. Punlo looked at Alan and gave up the podium. Alan did not make concessions and stated his ideas directly. Chapter 303 Freemasonry Modified. Thanks to KSG, Phantom. First of all, thank you for your trust and support. The purpose of our training is to help each other and make progress together. The establishment of such a management is also to better serve everyone and allow our training activities to be carried out smoothly. Alan paused and found that all the little wizards were listening to him seriously. His eyes focused on him. I announced that Miss Punlo Krivat can serve as the supervisor and Michael Kono as the gatekeeper. The specific deacon is appointed by Miss Krivat. Alan did not give everyone the opportunity to refute and directly appointed. The members of the scene showed no exception to this, and everyone looked forward to Punlo. Michael Kono raised his chest impressively, staring at Alan, who looked very proud. Punlo announced the deacon list they had selected in advance, as discussed with Alan and Hermione. Hermione and Luna were among the Waldorf, the two witches offered to Alan, although their personal strength was good. But obviously there are some unreliable and crazy girls who get this position, but they obviously have reservations. But obviously neither of them has explicitly expressed their opposition. Under the new system, each little wizard is assigned to a group corresponding to his strength, led by deacons. Sure enough, the efficiency of training has been greatly improved, and the burden of Alan and Punlo has also been greatly reduced. After finishing the training, Michael was like a spring and immediately jumped up. The first one rushed to the door and watched the little wizards away. After Alan made it clear that he did not need him to clean up the venue this time, Michael returned to the Ravenclaw Tower with joy. As for Punlo, Luna had been held as long as she had previously negotiated, and Hermione also consciously stayed. Alan pretended to tell the three little witches about his dream of last night and some plots of the Dark Lord that he knew had risen again. So, Alan, did you want to set up such a training organization? Do you want to improve everyone's strength so that they can protect themselves in the future chaos? Hermione looked at Alan with excitement. You are better than I know. Luna widened her light grey eyes and looked at Alan with some convex eyes. So what do we need to do? Punlo looked at Luna in surprise, and at the same time she immediately realized that Alan had left the unfortunate ones in their dreams alone. It must be arranged otherwise. I will take you to the secret rooms of my family's collection. There are some methods that can quickly enhance your strength. However, I need you to make an unbreakable vow that you can't disclose anything that happens inside. Alan looked at Punlo and the eyes were very open. Only in this way can I have enough reason to convince my family. I saw in the change of the Pure Blood family that the collection of the Pure Blood family is almost not open to outsiders. Alan, I can understand. Hermione's cheeks were red and her eyes looked at Alan brightly. In her view, Alan can remember their safety and is willing to take them to their collection room, which is already the greatest trust. She made up her mind and refused to disclose everything she was about to see, so for this, it was no big deal to make an unbreakable vow. Penelope nodded again and again. She was already very fond of Alan, and she also knew the strict rules of the Pure Blood family, and making an unbreakable vow was really nothing. She had a sense of balance and a bottom line. In fact, she thought that having a secret from each other would have a closer relationship with Alan, although she felt miserable about Alan's other two witches in Alan's dream, not just herself. Luna looked at Alan without saying anything, and for no reason. Her ears were red. She squinted slightly and then nodded. Alan took the three people's expressions into his eyes, made a decision in his heart. and immediately got up and called the three witches to go with him. Although they didn't know where the destination was, and despite all the doubts in their hearts, none of them asked. Alan took them to the room where they asked. "Here's the room for the request." Hermione was incredible. Even Penlow, who was about to graduate, stepped into this magical place for the first time. Only when a person really needs it can they come in. It will arrange the place exactly to meet the needs of the help seekers. Luna actually took the lead and briefly introduced it. Apparently she had read about it like Hermione. Legend. After ensuring that no outsiders would enter, Alan took out the model of Ravenclaw Tower. Then he looked at them, and the three little witches immediately understood. They made an unbreakable vow with Alan one by one: never reveal what will be seen and experienced next. "First of all, the gift I want to give you is." Seeing the interested eyes of the three people, Alan stopped selling the key. "The key to and from here." Alan printed the Omniscience Mark on the arms of the three. "Is this somewhat similar to the function of the mysterious man's so-called dark mark?" Penlow, who was also born of moles, apparently had a certain understanding of the history of the previous Wizarding War because he wanted to join Auror after graduation. Hermione stroked the mark and said, "It doesn't look evil, I like to know the name." Subsequently, Alan and Penlow phantom shifted, leading Hermione and Luna into the Ravenclaw Tower. With curiosity and inexplicable excitement, the little witches who entered the tower looked at this magical tower. The recognition of Hermione and Penlow from the Mole family has been refreshed again, and the collection of the Pure Blood family is really amazing. Perhaps for the little wizard of Mole background, diligence and aggressiveness are the only treasures. In their eyes, this tower is like a perpetually handed piece of music that composes the glorious past of the Pure Blood family. Every floor and every carefully arranged functional field room opened their eyes. Finally, Alan returned to the lobby on the first floor with the shocking witches. Alan's wand waved lightly, and the chili pumpkin juice, the scent of aroma, and exquisitely shaped snacks appeared on the table. After the mood of the little witches eased, Alan waved his wand again, and the neatly arranged potions appeared on the countertop. "When I first made the potion, there was a coincidence, and there were 3 bottles left of the magic potion." As for the attribute pharmacy, due to the relatively sufficient raw materials, even if it is distributed to 3 people, there will still be some remaining. These potions can comprehensively improve your abilities, although it takes a certain amount of time to achieve the best results. But I think that taking them and passing this final exam should be a breeze. Even Penlow's newts, it's no longer a problem. Alan divided the potions among the 3 with a smile. Without saying a word, Penlow directly drank them, and she absolutely trusted Alan. Hermione desperately recalled the books she had read, but no one seemed to have introduced such a magic potion. But this does not prevent her from drinking it all. Luna shook the small bottle curiously, and took all the potions in small sips. From time to time, she seemed to be trying to taste this kind of potion taste that would make some people feel sick. "Now take your wand out. I want to give you your 3rd gift." Alan laughed. There was still a lot of mithril left, and he wanted to remake the wands for the 3 ones with traces removed, and the wand that could prevent disarming spells. But what Alan couldn't imagine is that Penlow and Hermione are not most interested in the wand, but the elaborate and beautifully shaped snake-neck dragon skin braces. Luna, even more precious, was the wooden bottle stoppers that were empty of the medicine bottles after the 3 had drunk them. In everyone's somewhat surprised eyes, she picked 2 strings of butterbeer plug necklaces on her neck. "One more thing, everyone needs to learn immediately." Alan looked right and told, "In order to ensure that the secrets here are not leaked, please be sure to learn occultation as soon as possible. This is your top priority. Best, don't you be close to the Principal Dumbledore. He is a master of sensationalism. He can perform this technique on people without using spells and wands." Alan's expression is particularly solemn, although Dumbledore is in what the little witches had in mind was obviously unlikely to be related to what they did badly. But they couldn't help but pay attention to the hidden danger of capturing the gods. After all, the less the secret of this pure blood family, the better the others knew. Alan will look at Hermione and Luna again. "Hermione, Luna, Your second task is to learn the phantom metamorphosis. Believe me, after taking the potion, after a while, this is not for you. It's difficult. Only by learning about phantom shifting can you come in and go out freely, instead of having to follow the manifestation under the leadership of others every time to come in and learn. Alan, can I go to the room where the black magic books are placed? Punlo asked softly before leaving. Alan glanced at Punlo in surprise, and the female student council president seemed very interested in black magic. Of course, as long as you can cast a patron's curse, you can enter and exit freely. But you must be extra careful. In the black magic books, a lot of content is dangerous. I suggest you to read slowly from low-risk to high-risk books according to the dangerous labels I marked. If you need to view some that I have not marked, then it is best to try again when accompanied by others. Read to ensure safety. Alan thought about it, but he was still not worried. He had tasted the hardship of black magic books. He gave more specific suggestions. For example, I suggest that you can try to learn the drowning spell first. This spell will make the mantra. The lungs of the creature are full of liquid. To avoid drowning, the creature must stop breathing and try to cough the liquid out of the body. If it is a wizard, then he can't pronounce any spells. Very practical little magic spells. If for a period of time after that, either you or he didn't solve the spell, then the other party will drown. But because it is not a spell that can immediately cause death, it will leave the caster and the subject a buffer time, so it is relatively safe. The difficulty of the spell is not too great and it is suitable for beginners. Punlo listened very seriously. She nodded to Alan again and again. There are still some spells that you can learn about the principles, but you don't have to actually practice them. You need to pay attention to the distinction. For example, there is a spell absorbing consciousness. You are reading books www.uukanzu.com. The brain body obtained from the corpse of the creature can acquire the knowledge and memory of the other party. Seeing Punlo showing no discomfort, Alan continued to explain. The spellcaster has a certain chance to learn about events that are of great significance to the target creature, such as family history, recent conditions, general information about the target's habitat, detailed status before the target's death, major plans, passwords, magic item activation spells, and other similar knowledge. Look, is it very similar to Dementorism? In the face of living people, Dimensionism is better to use. At least you don't need to eat the other person's brain. But if the object you want to cast is a corpse, then this spell there is still some value, especially for URAs. But unfortunately this method has been banned by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise some cases of life-threatening cases should be solved faster. Alan's words were straightforward, and Punlo's brows could not help but frown, and he said disgustedly, I will learn, but I will never use this spell. When the four came out of the tower, the sky was already bright. Several people quickly left the request room and sneaked into their dorms. Luna stared at her large light silver eyes and said goodbye to Alan generously. Good night. Good morning. Bye, thank you. Punlo glanced around carefully, saying goodbye to Alan lightly and quickly, and then pulled Luna into the girls' dormitory. Alan was stunned first, and then understood Punlo's thoughts about the girl's family. So she shook her head and laughed. Although Alan had to go to training soon, the sleepless Alan felt more relaxed. For him, it is more important than anything to ensure the safety of his family and friends. Chapter 304 Pre-match Training Modified, thanks to Super Silver League KSG. For Alan, there is another very important thing, that is, he must immediately write a letter to his father Owen Harris, explaining that the three little witches can enter the Ravenclaw Tower. Otherwise, his own tower suddenly entered a few outsiders, which is really easy to cause misunderstanding. In the letter, Alan explained in detail the fact that he set up a training organization at the school. Alan focused on introducing the three Punlo, pointing out that they are indispensable and important helpers in his training organization. At the same time, I also talked about the nightmares I had and the family members in detail. She wrote at least 3 inches of parchment paper, and Alan rolled them into a small paper tube, dispatched Benny, and brought it to Mr. Harris. Alan digs his head hard, not paying attention to the passage of time, and now it's almost time for breakfast. Alan thought that it would be at least until the afternoon to receive his father's reply. Unexpectedly, he had just walked out of the locker room of the training ground and Benny flew over. It stood on the fence by the side of the arena and stretched out its left leg, allowing Alan to take off the letter. Benny pecked Alan's finger gently, patted his wings and flew away. Alan opened the rope, and the contents on the parchment were very simple, but Alan's face burned all at once, making him cry and laugh. Mr. Harris' reply was very simple and straightforward, with only 2 lines of letters, already known. 3 girlfriends. No matter how embarrassing Alan is at the moment, when Coach Geraldine brought the players into the training ground, Alan has adjusted his mentality and is ready to welcome the new training. The content of our training today is the ultimate aura, Geraldine said in a deep voice. He waved his wand, and there were countless large and small apertures on the field, in the sky, and in the castle. Your task is to ride a broom and traverse these apertures. The more you traverse and the longer you persist, the better you will be. This training originated from Ireland in the medieval local area before Quidditch was invented. One of the flying broom games in the stilts fire bucket. Of course you don't have to risk the fire buckets that might ignite you now. After deliberately introducing Alan once, his eyes were as sharp as the falcon. We glanced at each of them. Who wants to take the lead? How about letting the newcomer go first? The hitter George Cohen was a big guy. He embraced his arms and showed his white teeth. The others laughed coquettishly. In the previous regular physical training, Alan's performance was indeed shocking. But Quidditch is not just a sport that wins victory by physical fitness alone. A player's flying skills, thinking style, and judgment will all affect his strength in the game. They have no room to question Geraldine's choice, but they don't need to use so many adult wizards with outstanding skills. Instead, they have found a young wizard to serve as the most important player. You know, the position of looking for golfers is a very charming charm because they have always been the best flying players on the court. Of course, they are often the most injured athletes. Kill the Seeker is the first rule in Brute Cleaner's Batter's Bible. If Alan's flying skills fail, they will soon be killed, and their chances of winning will be close to 0. And through this extreme aura test, you can judge what level Alan's flying skills are at. Alan saw their expressions and guessed their thoughts. If you can't show strong strength, I'm afraid you can't let other players recognize it, and you can't really integrate into the team. However, although he is not afraid of challenges, he cannot blindly take the test. Coach, I want to know, what are the best scorers in general? Alan looked at Geraldine. Through 500 auras in 30 minutes. Geraldine pulled out a cigar, lit it with his wand, and took a deep breath. If you are ready, try it. Alan nodded, his eyes firmly mounted on the firebolt, leaned forward. Determined, he would go all out and exert all his strength. Geraldine signaled the batter and the chaser to keep up. He also turned himself on the broom and the 5 of them rose into the sky together. Without the presence of the head coach, the rest of the players appeared to be a little free. Goalkeeper Gordon Banks sat on the grass, grabbed a leaf, and drew Geraldine into his mouth like he did. Alan, come on. In the stands, seeing this situation, many young wizards who came to watch the English national team train Hogwarts got excited and cheered for Alan. With Geraldine's order, Alan began to shuttle quickly. As he passes through one halo, another halo will appear. These auras are high and low, surrounding towers and castles, one after another. There are also auras that will suddenly move when you are about to pass through, making you almost miss the reaction. Alan had to concentrate all his attention to avoid mistakes. When he successfully passed the 36 auras, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. 4 swimming balls, hitting him from 4 different directions. The momentum is extremely rapid, the angle is extremely tricky. If Alan does not insist on practicing physical exercise for a long time, so that he can achieve the most subtle control of his body, www.mtlnovel.com, Alan may be difficult to accurately avoid these walking balls. In the hands of 4 national-level Quidditch players, These roaming are extremely crazy. Even Alan, while successfully avoiding these roaming balls, should also pay attention to the auras that suddenly appear. As Alan flew past the castle, it attracted the attention of the little wizards of Hogwarts. Such training methods are unheard of, and Alan's outstanding flying skills and quick responsibility made them amazed and admired. In the library, the little wizards were attracted by the cheers outside, crowded by the window and watching. Hermione heard the name of Alan in a trance after reading the book at the desk. She couldn't help but put down the book in her hand. The greatest white wizard of the contemporary Dumbledore, and stood at the window. Seeing Alan successfully evade those crazy roaming ball attacks, Hermione's heart lifted down. After Alan's figure disappeared at the other end of the castle, Hermione returned to the seat with a light smile, buckling up the book she was still trying to read. It doesn't matter whether Principal Albus Dumbledore is really a great white wizard. What's important is that you just follow Alan's instructions and stay away from Dumbledore. Under the attack of 4 roaming balls, Alan could no longer calculate how many auras he passed. He felt the soreness of his limbs, felt his physical strength was approaching the limit, and also felt the intense pain of the walk ball hitting his body. Geraldine flies high in the sky and uses voice loud to turn his instructions, supervision, reprimands, and encouragements into a torrent of sound, which impacts Alan's eardrum. Chapter 305 Incentive Modified, thanks to Super Silver League KSG. Fantasy. Whenever Alan had an idea in his heart that he wanted to give up, Geraldine's roar always sounded in time. This simply made Alan wonder if his closed brain had failed. After a little trance, Alan was hit on the shoulder by a wandering ball. Even the man took the broom and rolled in the air a few times before stopping. Alan didn't have time to respond, and the other few roaming came fiercely and went straight to the door. Alan, fly fast. It's not your brain that you were hit by the wandering ball. Geraldine roared hoarsely. Coach, hasn't it been 30 minutes? Alan pressed his body tightly to the broom and broke through the surrounding ball in such a posture. Don't care about time. Keep flying. Still far away. Do your best. That's it. Geraldine roared loudly. Don't stop, Alan. You can do better. Just keep flying. Don't give up. Keep flying until you are exhausted. Go on. I want you to go all out and go on. It's very hard. Keep flying. Keep flying. That's it. Geraldine flew above Alan, urging again and again. Alan's heart sounded like a big hammer, pounding loudly. Hearing Geraldine's words, he could not help squinting, trying hard to concentrate on finding the next aura. Alan didn't know how many auras he had crossed, how many times he evaded the ball, how many laps he had flown in this castle, and how long it had passed. Alan's mind remained halo and roaming ball. In the eyes of the little wizards who watched, Alan was like a magic arrow that never tires, and ran through the air quickly. The casual national team players who sat on the grass before could not help standing up, their eyes uncontrollably following Alan, who was flying fast in the sky. The leaf dangling from Bank's mouth fell, but he didn't know it. His muscles were tight, staring at Alan. Stop. Geraldine looked at his watch and stopped Alan. Harris, you can stop and rest. It is said that Alan's mind was relaxed and landed quickly back to the training ground. I didn't feel it even when the concentration was high. Now, Alan feels that all his muscles are shaking. No one is everywhere protesting the master's abuse. Alan simply lay on the grass and gasped violently. The distant players immediately ran in the direction of Alan. Punlo in the stands, with a look of unbearable color, looked at the exhausted Alan in training with wet eyes. Suddenly, she jumped from her seat and wanted to rush to do something for Alan, even if it was just to wipe him sweat, or even just to get him some drinks. Geraldine landed on Alan's side, and he lay on the ground, looking at Alan. Are you all right, Coach? Alan gasped, asking the question he was most concerned about. Coach, I'm sure more than 500 auras in 30 minutes. Alan raised his head hard, supporting the lawn with both hands, looking forward to Geraldine expectantly. No, Geraldine said solemnly. The surrounding players could not help but look at each other. You reached 1,263 in 1 hour, exceeding the highest record ever. Moreover, you were attacked by 4 roaming at the same time, and the previous record holder, only 2 roaming balls. Alan gasped, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. I believe you are a ghost. You are a bad old man. I am playing Face the Giant. Look, Alan, you have broken the record. Geraldine looked earnestly into Alan's eyes. Your position determines that you will be the most influential player on the team. If you think we can succeed, they will also come out of the incident of finding players before, and think so. Don't tell me you can't give me more than I saw just now. Geraldine's fist thumped heavily on the grass. You just persevered through more than 1,200 auras under the attack of 4 walking for an hour. Merlin gave you the talent of Quidditch. Don't waste it. Alan, I need you. Can I trust you? Geraldine looked dignified. Strangely, just now Alan felt a little tired. His muscles were trembling slightly, and suddenly a heat rushed all over his body. Coach, Banks said suddenly. But Geraldine ignored them and still stared at Alan. Alan looked firmly at Geraldine. Of course, Coach. Banks spoke again. What's the matter, Banks? Geraldine looked up. Coach, to be precise, Alan passed through 1,263 auras, Banks said without any fear of Geraldine's black face. After a brief silence, everyone laughed. Banks, since you are so clever, why don't you come over and take care of your team mates? Geraldine clapped and stood up from the ground. Banks shrugged and glanced at the other team members. www.untitlenovel.com embraced. The players surrounded Alan, some patted Alan's shoulders, some brought towels to Alan, and some massaged him for muscle relaxation. Suddenly, George Cohen spilled a bottle of water from Alan's head. Alan smiled and pushed George aside. The players clamored at once. Good guy. That's not interesting at all, man. Oh, that's funny. Geraldine saw a scene like this, and a smile flashed across his strong and determined face. Punlo, who had run down from the stands, hadn't rushed to Alan yet, and found that his arm was caught by one hand. Punlo turned his head in surprise. See, it was Luna Lovegood. She followed the mad girl's gaze and saw the playful scenes of the team members, and she felt suddenly. Coach, how do you estimate this year's island is better than the previous one? Last time we lost to them. Banks, the captain, looked serious. Much stronger than us, George pouted. You already think we are losing, George? Even if we have talented finders like Alan? If we can't beat them? George's eyes were a little confused. George. Alan suddenly interrupted him. Everyone's eyes gathered on Alan. I will try my best to catch the golden snitch, and victory will definitely belong to us, Alan said with great confidence. Although Alan was wet and looked extremely embarrassed, everyone couldn't help but believe his words, and his eyes were fiery. England coach Geraldine nodded secretly. Chapter 308 Physical Training Masterpiece Modified. Thanks to the support of the Master Slave. When they went downstairs after 2 chapters of 404, they didn't see Daisy anymore. It seems that she's gone. Alan exhaled gently, grabbing Punlo's waist freely. Punlo glanced at Alan with a smile. Alan and Punlo, see you again. And Alan's sister Daisy appeared with a book on the escalator on the 2nd floor. We're leaving now, Daisy. Good night. Alan smiled calmly. Good night. Daisy walked down with a smile. As Alan and Punlo were about to leave the gate, Daisy suddenly said, Alan, next time you do astronomical homework, remember that your socks should hang on the outside door handles, not the feet of the female student president. Alan stopped the doorknob immediately, and he and Punlo dared not turn around and left the tower directly. Inside the door, Daisy chuckled and said, my own brother grown up. Out of the tower, Alan appeared directly in the room where there was a request. Punlo has disappeared. This is normal, where you entered from, and will naturally remain in place when you come out. Alan speculates that Punlo is mostly outside the campus, so he can use the phantom to enter the tower normally. Thinking of just Daisy's words, Alan couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. One day he was so teased by Sister Daisy hurrying away from the request room, It was late at night. Alan returned to the dormitory and tried to contact Penlow with the Omniscience Mark but did not get a response. He had to send Benny to send a letter to the female student president. It took a long time before Penlow responded that he had returned to Ravenclaw safely. At the same time, Benny brought back a sock that had been cleaned up. Alan's sock worn by Penlow. At night, Alan lay on the bed and turned sideways, and scenes with Penlow were always staged in his mind over and over again. He had to go to the bathroom again to be calm and went to sleep. The following days are still intense and busy learning and training. It was just that when Penlow and Alan got together again, there was always an indelible affection in their eyes. In this way, the day went through the week in an orderly manner. A long-awaited day for Alan finally arrived. He has been practicing physical exercises for a long time. In the days after taking the attribute potions, he can feel that his control of the body is getting higher and higher. To this day, he has finished all the pictures in the exercise books. He was finally able to perfectly control every inch of skin and every part of his body. At this moment, a long-lost system sound sounded in Alan's mind. Congratulations to the host, who has practiced all the pictures of primary physical exercise, and the skill has been changed to the perfection of wizard physical exercise. Alan was overjoyed, but the system sound continued, and he pressed the joy to continue listening. This technique can help the host, to a certain extent, when he completes the transformation of animagus. He can control himself into the object he wants to incarnate. This is really a surprise. Alan thought it was just for physical fitness, but didn't expect its real role to be here. Alan thought of Sirius once said that they could successfully become animagus because there are books in the Black Family's collection that increase the success rate of transformation. Alan thought, maybe it was time to study the transformation of animagus. Alan quickly flashed into the tower, thinking of what happened last time. His face a little hot. In the library, after turning to the book, he fled and left the tower. In the request room, Alan carefully read the notes of the Black family, and had a preliminary idea of the object he wanted to transform. Although it is difficult, no one has even been proven to have done it except some rumors. But Alan believes that young do not believe in the impossible. There is nothing to overcome. Thinking of this, Alan's heart was surging and his spirit was full of enthusiasm. Satisfied, Alan looked around. He felt that the room of request was his lucky house. He liked it. Naughty for a moment, Alan held his wand and carved his name on a wall in the room where there was a request. In the next few days, Alan was in a good mood. When he saw Hagrid in the magical creature protection class, his mood became subtle. Just as Alan looked after a group of fire crabs, a shadow fell on him. Alan looked up and saw Hagrid's hazy tears. He wiped the sweaty face with the big handkerchief of the tablecloth and smiled at him. Great event, Alan. Guess what? Although he saw Hagrid's appearance, Alan guessed the truth. But he asked, pretending to be curious, what's wrong? Buckbeak. The lawsuit won. Although it can no longer live in Hogwarts, it is free. I celebrated one night. Hagrid's face flushed with excitement. That's really great. Alan, who already knew the result, couldn't help laughing for the other party. Good news, Alan, thanks to you. The lawyer your father helped me find is so great. Every time I was asked, I didn't know what to say. He always had a way to help me out. Hagrid sincerely thanked Alan. It's nothing. There is also credit to Ms. Hermione Granger. Alan reminded. Of course, and Hermione, you are all good. Not only good study, but also good enough for friends. Hagrid seemed to cry again. But Hagrid, have you figured out how to place Buckbeak? Alan asked. No, such a big and fierce Buckbeak, not everyone is willing to accept. Hagrid stopped his smile, a little worried. Alan didn't know if he should applaud Hagrid, because he finally soberly realized the image of Buckbeak in the world. If you can trust me, Hagrid, I will take good care of him. I have this ability, Alan suggested. That's great, Alan. I really don't know how to thank you. Hagrid's eyes widened. www.mentalnovel.com. If it was Alan who continued to raise Buckbeak, then he still had the opportunity to see Buckbeak again. This is simply great. It seemed that Hagrid just wanted to pounce on him and cried with Alan. Alan quickly excuses to visit Buckbeak and evades from a distance. You know, The feeling of being crying forcibly on the shoulder by a strong man of 5 big and 3 thick men with giant blood is really not very beautiful. Alan found Buckbeak in the pumpkin patch behind Hagrid's hut. It also seems to know that it has regained its freedom, shaking its wings from time to time, looking quite comfortable. Alan crossed the fence and jumped into the pumpkin patch, close to Buckbeak. He tried to stare at the fierce orange eyes again without blinking, and bowed towards it. Buckbeak's knees with scales kneeled down, and then stood up again. Alan stroked its wings. Buckbeak tilted his head and rubbed Alan's shoulder. He patted gently. With its beak, it bent its knees and fell down. Alan leapt into his body gently, pulled the buckhead of Buckbeak over, and tied it to the other side of its collar for use as a reins. He buckled Buckbeak's belly with his heel, and Buckbeak rose straight. In the night sky, Alan clamped its ribs with his knees, feeling the huge wings flapping strongly underneath. They flew quietly towards the upper level of the castle. Alan pulled the rope on his left hand hard. Buckbeak turned left and flew in the direction of the forbidden forest. Alan looked down and saw a clearing. "Call," he whispered, pulling the rope back with all his strength. Buckbeak slowed down and they fell to the ground. "Buckbeak, I will take you to a place where you will like it," Alan said softly. Chapter 309. Don't forget to remember modified, thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. Hearing Alan's words, Buckbeak raked the ground with his front hooves and raised his pointed head. Alan grabbed the rope on Buckbeak and led Buckbeak into the pet space. Tina saw Alan, spread her wings in surprise, and threw Alan directly to the ground. "Ha ha, Tina, get up." Tina's feathers touched Alan's face and neck, making Alan want to laugh. Tina flew obediently, and then looked at Buckbeak curiously. "Tina, this is Buckbeak. I hope you will get along well." Tina circled around Buckbeak. Buckbeak raised her hooves, stretched her huge wings. Tina flew to Buckbeak and stared at Buckbeak's cold eyes. Suddenly, as Tina flew higher and higher, Buckbeak's huge wings spread again, chasing behind Tina. Alan folded his arms around his chest and smiled, watching their figures flying smaller and smaller. After notifying Maggie to take good care of them, Alan flashed out of the pet space and went straight to the room where he asked for help. He also wanted to see information about the transformation of Animagus. At the same time, in the library, Punlo found that he could not enter the state of reading. Like Alan, the scene of that day was always turning around in her mind. "It's a real grind." She couldn't help getting anxious and put down wisdom black magic in her hand. Looking up and looking around, Punlo piled up a bunch of big heads high, blocking him in front. She took out a crumpled booklet from her backpack and squeezed it on her lap while studying. "What are you doing?" a curious voice came. Punlo's hand flicked, and the booklet fell to the ground. Punlo quickly leaned over and tried to pick it up, but someone was faster than her. "Magic massage?" The sound made Punlo a little blushing. She looked up. It was Hermione Granger. Hermione looked at Punlo in surprise and returned the booklet to her. Punlo pretended to take it calmly and tucked it into his own bag. "You know." Punlo raised his delicate chin, and the arc looked extremely beautiful. Hermione looked at her puzzled and sat beside her. "Alan was selected to the national team, and his daily training is very hard. I learned the massage techniques in this book, which can help him effectively relieve muscle damage and reduce the pain caused by training," Punlo explained solemnly, but the pair of crystal earlobes were already flushed. What seemed to come to mind? Penelope's shining eyes rolled around Hermione, biting her lips slightly. "Don't look at Alan is always gentle and gentle. In fact, his muscles are developed and very stylish. The muscles on his abdomen are firm yet elastic." Punlo's eyes became dim. Hermione looked at Punlo, her fingers unconsciously twisting the cuff of her magic robe. Punlo's eyes suddenly settled on Hermione's face, and Hermione looked at her expressionlessly. "He enjoys my massage very much. I think he needs me every day to help him relieve fatigue." Punlo chuckled softly, and the sound was like a small feather, gently scratching his heart. Even if Hermione was a girl, she had to admit that the laughter was really soft. Penelope took a deep look at Hermione, picked up his bag, and left the seats. Walking out of the library, Hermione was sitting in her seat, and she spread out the new principles of mathematics and divination. It's strange that the numbers and symbols that used to be known in the past turned around in her mind, but they finally turned into a row of letters. Magic massage. Hermione simply clasped the book, her hands on her cheeks, and she looked confused. Also a good friend, Cloak, can help Alan massage. What can he do for Alan? Alan is not like Ron and Harry. He is the first in his grade, and his reading notes may not help him. What about homework? He never seemed to be stumped by his assignment. Take care of his life. He is from Ravenclaw, but he is sitting at the Gryffindor long table, and I am afraid there is nothing to help him. Can't you help him brush his teeth and do oral care? Hermione was restless. Alan's look through the books in the request room was more and more joyful. He has recently clearly noticed that the attribute potions have improved his intelligence and perception. As Alan flipped through the Black Book's Animagus Transform Guide, the system prompted the sound "Congratulations to the host. The ability to meet and forget apostrophe reaches its fullness." After reviewing the system, Alan was pleased to find that the ability to remember is not only memorable, but not only the text, but also the pictures and sounds. Even if the sound is more complicated and the picture changes more, he can remember it in his mind after he has seen it and heard it again. Not only that, www.mentalnovel.com, when he remembers, he can even control the memory to enlarge or reduce the picture arbitrarily, and intercept the clips he wants to listen to. In this way, Alan not only doubled the speed of reading through the materials, but more importantly, he understood the books easier and read them more easily. After Alan read all the books about Animagus in his collection, the plan in his heart became more and more mature. However, in order to increase the success rate, Alan turned his attention to the restricted area of the library. At the time, he had become a tacit agreement with Dumbledore. He would not actively interfere in the growth of Harry and the operation of the Order of the Phoenix, and the restricted area of the library was open to Alan in private. Now, it's time to enjoy the fruits of their negotiations. In the following days, in addition to the daily stressful learning and training life, Alan's attention was focused on studying Animagus deformation. Almost every night, Alan has to visit the library's restricted area. Until this day, Alan came to the library as usual, and was surprised to find that Filch was sitting on a wooden armchair and was standing in front of the library door. Mrs. Loris lay prone on his feet, looking around cautiously, looking suspiciously in the direction of Alan several times. "Baby, is there a problem?" Filch looked down at Mrs. Loris. Mrs. Loris gave a few soft calls, which attracted Filch's caress. "I've always felt something wrong here recently. Mrs. Pings actually forgot to lock the door every day. I want to see what the reason is." Although Alan was a little anxious about not being able to enter the closed library, he was keenly aware of Filch's tone, a hint of vinegar. Chapter 310, Alan's Animagus Modified, thanks to Super Silver. Alan knew that, according to Filch's stubborn temper, plus Mrs. Ping's factors, I am afraid that tonight, it is absolutely impossible to enter the library to read. Although he failed to return, Alan's thoughts on his heart were more firm. Must be transformed as soon as possible. Alan devoted almost all of his free time to researching Animagus. He kept reading through the materials and thinking about it, and the deformed plans were changed on his parchment again and again. On his countertop, a piece of parchment was placed in the most prominent position. It is written in red on it, "Animagus cannot be turned into any animal at will, and the changed animal is related to the personality and weight of the wizard." Generally, everyone can only become one animal. At the same time, the transformation of Animagus is usually limited to non-magic creatures, and the transformation of magic creatures such as phoenixes, dragons, eagles, winged beasts, etc. will bring unpredictable consequences. "No one tried it, didn't it?" Alan murmured. His eyes turned again to the parchment he had written by himself. The words "unexpected" were circled heavily, which was particularly shocking. "Be careful, be more careful." Alan continued to check his plan. This is how Alan does things, either not doing it or putting all his energy into it. Penelo really wanted to massage Alan again, but when he saw that Alan was so busy, except training, he basically disappeared and thoughtfully did not disturb Alan. Nonetheless, Penlow, who paid attention to Alan, found that Alan's time became extremely tense, and he rarely appeared outside the training ground, library, or response room. Even when he appeared in the common room, he was frowning and thinking hard. "Alan is particularly good," Penlow said in the mirror, as if the people in the mirror were debating with her. "Even if he has some problems temporarily, he will soon get it done." Indeed, although Alan spent a long time, it does not mean that he encountered difficulties in the research process. In fact, his process can be said to be particularly smooth. He read a lot of information in a short period of time, kept checking, and finally determined the final plan that was not too perfect. After making yourself a Mandela leaf in your mouth, try not to talk as much as possible until the day before the full moon, then soak it in a potion bottle full of your saliva, then add your own hair and a teaspoon of dew and grimace the chrysalis of the hawk moth, and let it absorb the moonlight for at least 7 consecutive nights. Also have to pay attention to avoiding the direct exposure of this crystal medicine bottle to the sun during the day until it turns red. Then, at sunrise and sunset every night, use your wand to chant the words Amido, Animado, Animagus. Alan, who has been repeating this process after a while, I finally felt a second heart beating when the wand was pointing at the chest. Compared to the basic version of the deformed animagus and the Black Family improved version, the multi-day study of the deformity in the Ravenclaw library has caused Alan to omit the most luckful part of it. It would have to wait until the storm, the advent of the day, fills the way with the transformation. After sending Benny to send out 4 letters, Alan plunged himself into the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. He needs to ensure that his energy is strong enough to cope with the next challenge. That night, Owen, Penlow, Luna, and Hermione all received letters from Benny. Although the 4 people received the mail at different times and in different locations, at least the expressions on the 3 faces were surprisingly consistent. Incredible, but of course, the look was full of surprises. When the refreshed Alan appeared in front of the room in the request room the next day, Penlow, Luna, and Hermione were already waiting there. Luna put her hands on the stairs, her eyes dim, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Hermione held a book and sat on the spiral staircase, muttering non-stop. Penlow stretched his slender limbs and stretched his muscles and bones, as if preparing for a battle. Seeing Alan, all 3 girls focused their attention on him. "Hi." Alan scratched his head embarrassedly, although he himself had some unexpected emotions. Cough. "Let's go in and say." Alan took his 3 daughters familiarly into the past few days. He specially arranged them to study the deformed room of Animagus. Alan took them back to the Ravenclaw Tower, then called Penlow, who was looking around, took Hermione and Luna, and entered the tower together. As soon as he entered the door, Alan's family were already waiting in the hall. Seeing Alan, Owen hurried forward, looking dignified, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure? Don't force it." Alan nodded firmly. A group of people followed Alan's footsteps and sent each other directly to Aunt Josephine Esmond just outside the window because of Britain. Alan finally added the phoenix blood into it, put the prepared crystal potion with a breath of air on the long table, and then showed a calm and gentle smile to the family members who cared about him. "Relax, I will succeed. If you look closely, you will know when you transform yourself in the future. Your only trouble is that you can't completely determine the magical creature you want to become. You have to get the blood of the magical creature whether it matches you or not. Fortunately, the Wand Core and the Guardian Curse are both phoenixes. I don't think this bottle of phoenix blood is mutually exclusive." Everyone nodded again and again, holding their breaths and staring at Alan intently. Alan calmed down, recalling the plan he had made. The main points of the transformation, picked up the phoenix blood he had carefully prepared, and drank it. At the same time, he began to transform Animagus. Alan sensed sensitively that every muscle in his body was contracting and every nerve was violently twisting and pulling. Thick red feathers drilled out of Alan's face. www.mentalnovel.com covering his entire face, gradually spread to his neck and shoulders. Alan raised his hands, covered with feathers, and his slender 10 fingers were changing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and the gap between his fingers disappeared and became one piece. Alan could feel that his arms had grown feathers, his back began to tickle, and his heart was beating more and more. With a burst of fire, there was one dead bird in front of everyone. Part of its feathers are golden yellow, part is bright red, and its size is similar to that of a swan. It has a long golden tail, its beak and claws are also very long, golden, and looks like a giant eagle. Phoenix. Alan succeeded. Mr. Harris stepped forward excitedly. Magic creature. Ren couldn't believe his eyes. Phoenix's lifespan is extremely long because it can regenerate. When its body begins to fail, it plunges into the fire, and a little phoenix will fly out of the ashes. Hermione looked at Alan in surprise, and involuntarily began to come up with information about Phoenix. Phoenix is an animal with a variety of characters. Each character may be completely different, but overall males seem to be milder than females. All the people listened carefully to Hermione's explanation. They are not ignorant of the magical creature like Phoenix, but at this time, they are willing to listen to Phoenix's abilities. Phoenix's singing has magical power. It is generally believed that it can increase the courage for people with pure hearts and release fear for people with dirty hearts. Phoenix's tears have a strong healing effect. Penlow looked almost obsessively at the phoenix in front of him. It was so perfect and so powerful that Alan really got it. Chapter 311 Verification Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. Phantom. It's perfect. Owen looked at his son with pride. But Phoenix's words. Owen's eyes swept across the faces of everyone present. Suddenly, he grabbed the excited elder son Albert and dragged him to Alan's side. Everyone looked at him inexplicably. Even Alan's Phoenix turned to Mr. Harris with his head tilted. He pointed with his wand, and the empty potion bottle that Alan had thrown to the side turned into a very sharp dagger. This is a very powerful metamorphosis curse, and the thin blade of the dagger still shone with cold light. Albert stared at the father who pulled him over with a stunned look. He was instinctively bad, but his hand was firmly pulled by Owen. The cold light flashed, and in the exclamation of everyone, Albert's arm was scratched with a wound, and blood came out of it. Irving waved his wand again, and a small cup of water flew into his hand. He bent down and placed the quilt under Phoenix's eyelids. Phoenix blinked intentionally, yawning hard, letting a few tears flow out of his eyes and drip into the glass. Irving pulled the injured arm of his eldest son over, and the action was neat. Irving tilted the glass with great care, and a tear fell on Albert's wound. Albert felt only a moment of coolness, and the wound actually healed by itself. Immediately, he reacted and looked at his father sorrowfully. "Dad, why don't you try it yourself?" "I'm afraid of pain," Irving replied without hesitation, his eyes innocent. With a grunt, Daisy and Emily had already laughed unkindly. Luna, who had no eyes and no focus, also looked at Harrison's son with wide silver eyes and a smile. Hermione managed to hold back her smile, but the turtle was flushed. Penlow laughed almost like Daisy, but did not draw much attention from others. While everyone's attention was still on Albert, Phoenix's figure flickered and disappeared from the room without a trace. In a flash, the Phoenix that Alan transformed into was in the perception room on the top floor. Alan was very happy. His figure flashed again, and appeared directly in his dormitory. Phoenix nodded with satisfaction, again phantom shifting, and appeared in the training room. Irving greeted him happily, wandering around Alan. "Alan, don't move." Alan suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. Could it be that he could not completely transform into a place where he could not see it? Suddenly, Alan felt pain in his tail, and it flew aside immediately, glaring at his father. Irving seemed unconscious, standing there, holding two golden phoenix tail feathers, smiling broadly. "As far as I know, Phoenix's feathers can send letters." Owen pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and inserted the feathers. The next second, this feather letter appeared on the head of a sad and angry phoenix. With another chuckle, Daisy and Emily laughed unkindly again. Luna, who had just returned her eyes out of focus, looked at Harrison's son with wide silver eyes and a smile. Hermione couldn't help it this time anymore. The airflow in her nostrils brought her laughter out. Pinlow just laughed but then refrained. She glanced carefully and found that Alan's mother Morgan Le Fay and Alan's aunt were looking at her own son and didn't find her rude. Sighed with relief. Albert blinked. He thought the scene before him seemed familiar. He looked at Alan. Two people, no, one person and one bird looked at each other. Alan, Phoenix singing is magical, and it can increase the courage for the pure heart and release the fear for the dirty heart. Why not give it a try? Irving looked at his son with a smile. But Alan always felt bad intentions in that smile, and everyone began to look at Alan expectantly. Alan's mother Morgan Le Fay also took a baby-like pose and patted her hands, then opened her head forward to encourage him to actually belong to the third grade of Hogwarts. The youngest son of the student. Phoenix turned his head and apparently rejected his father's suggestion. Alan, since we did it, we will finish the whole set. I am the first time I saw the magic creature Animagus. For a greater success, you might as well sing it once. The second son Ren also joined his father to persuade the team. Alan looked at the family with some hesitation. He felt that if he did not agree, his father and his second brother would not give up persuasion, and others obviously would not let him go. Phoenix opened his mouth and his voice grew louder and louder from low to high. Chuck. The voice was unreal, ethereal and mysterious, and it was exhilarating to listen to. Even felt like it could wake people in a deep sleep. The sound of music is getting higher and higher, and the listener seems to feel that this sound seems to vibrate in his chest. The mood of all the people present was even higher, and the praise of the song repeatedly has an exciting function. Alan stopped singing and recovered his human form. It's time for a banquet, Mrs. Harris decided happily. Alan looked at the happy mother and was very happy. She nodded her head in agreement. Several big girls also started to help Mrs. Harris record the dishes she wanted to prepare. Morgan Le Fay took them downstairs with satisfaction to prepare the dishes. The others moved to the lobby on the first floor. Now, there are only 7 registered Animagus, and I will be the 8th, Alan said confidently to his father and brother. Are you going to register with the Ministry of Magic? Owen asked. The eyes of others looked at Alan again. Yes, I hope my Animagus can appear bright and upright, which will greatly enhance our reputation. Alan put his hands behind his back. In addition, I suggest that you can use the foundation when you take time out. The potions are ready to be stored in the tower, and the spell of Animagus is best kept practicing, so that you can maintain a state where you can feel the second heart in preparation for encountering the blood of the magic creature that matches your own. When I can complete the transformation as soon as possible, I will write a copy of its relevant knowledge and precautions in the tower. Animagus like Phoenix is unique. The idea of officially registering is very good and can bring you a lot of prestige. It will not be less influential than your upcoming World Cup. Owen looked at with relief, the youngest son. As for the transformation of magic Animagus, it is not suitable for being too anxious, but if you are alone, it can be said that it is a coincidence. But if we emerge too much in a short time, it will be easier for us now. It caused some unnecessary troubles, but the basic preparations can indeed be carried out at the same time. It is not difficult to mouth Mandela for a month to prevent it from coming out of your mouth. About how to increase prestige, how to use this thing to make an article. www.untilnovel.com has been trained in the Ministry of Magic, and has gradually become an old politician. Owen Harris has a very outstanding means. And Ren has already been transformed from a tall, arrogant young man into a career-like black youth. The two of them got together and talked hotly. Albert holds his arms and listens with interest. Some men are naturally good at the trick and love it, but he himself is not talented. He has a straightforward nature. He likes it more. Do things according to your father's arrangement. However, compared to the joy brought by the magic experiment of magical Animagus just now, inexplicably, Alan, who brought up this topic, suddenly felt amused. He was actually wondering if he was too hypocritical. But looking at the excitement of the family, he did not interrupt Mr. Harrison Wren's heated discussions without disappointment. Alan looked around and saw Luna playing with a walnut in the hall. He got up and walked forward. What are you doing? I'm thinking about how to open it. Luna glanced at Alan and smiled. Do you need my help? Jen Alan asked. Unexpectedly, Luna suddenly held Alan's hand with her backhand, and her large silver eyes stared at Alan. Someone has to do. The subtle discomfort and impatience that Alan had just created disappeared suddenly. He smiled cheerfully and asked softly, do you really need help? It's okay. Luna shook her head gently, her light blonde long hair flicked gently, and her 2 carat earrings swayed playfully around the white earlobe. Of Chapter 312 Registration Modified, thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. Phantom. Oh shit. At this moment, Owen's curse came from the sofa area behind Alan. Alan quickly looked over, and saw his father frowning. He pinched her slightly curved light blonde hair. His expression looked like he had just swallowed a lemon. It seems that as Alan returned to its original shape, the phoenix's feathers also changed back to its original shape, losing its magic power. Albert summed his chin. He looked at Alan again and smiled. This is your body hair? Which part? Alan's face was distorted by embarrassment. He glared at his father and walked in front of Owen to try to get his body hair back. If that's the case, Irving raised his hand to avoid the anxiety of his younger son, while looking at his elder son again. Albert immediately became alert and took a step back. Irving tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. No doubt, the goal was Albert. Albert embraced his arms and shouted angrily, why me again? Irving did not answer, but grabbed the dagger and walked towards Albert. Wait, Dad. I'll come by myself. Albert shouted again and again. Irving wondered about the elder son's initiative. He stopped and looked at Albert. You drew too deep. Albert's eyes were full of complaints. Irving threw the dagger to Albert with an innocent look. Albert curled his lips, raised his dagger neatly, and gave himself a knife. Owen quickly and carefully dropped the tears of phoenix remaining in the cup on Albert's wound. Albert looked at him expectantly, and he still remembered the feeling of being cold and comfortable. However, as soon as phoenix tears touched his wound, Albert's expression became strange. Owen stared closely at Albert's wound, and everyone else gathered around to see if it would change. Blood continued to flow from the wound. Seeing his father finally take his eyes off his arm, Albert quickly took out the wound medicine and sprinkled it on the wound, and took another bottle of medicine. Soon, the wound healed with the potion. As Alan returned to its original state, the feathers and tears of this phoenix lost their effectiveness. Owen said regretfully, glancing at Alan at the same time. Alan couldn't help crying, but in order to maintain their efficacy, wouldn't he be a phoenix forever? At the end of the experiment, the crowd returned to the lobby on the first floor. At the celebration dinner carefully prepared by his mother Morgan Le Fay, Alan officially introduced his 3 female friends to his family. Let me introduce to you, this is our Hogwarts Student Council Chairwoman, Miss Punlo Crivat, and a Ravenclaw student. Punlo smiled and stood up generously. At this time, she took out the temperament of the female chairman of the student union, and even looked more dignified than usual. She did not have the charm of being in peace with Alan in peace, but when she looked when Daisy teased her eyes, she flew Schwanksia immediately. Miss Luna Lovegood, now a grade lower than me, is also Ravenclaw. Mr. Harris looked at Luna with interest. Is this Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood's daughter? Hearing the words, Luna's light silver eyes finally focused on Owen from the loose state, and she nodded. Alan smiled and continued to introduce. This, Hermione Granger, is a brave Gryffindor, but also has the wisdom of Ravenclaw. Hermione listened to Alan's compliments, blushing, and burst out with a suppressed smile that she was usually praised by the professor but could not resist being too indulgent. They are my friends at Hogwarts, the backbone of the training class, and trustworthy people, Alan concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, he met Owen's eyes full of interest, and Alan immediately remembered the letter from his father Owen. Alan couldn't help but get hot, and quickly shifted the topic to look at Animagus. His father Owen was more concerned about the prestige that Alan-registered Animagus would bring, and what practical benefits. As for the registration of such a thing, he was there without worrying about the process. This is indeed the case. Early the next morning, Irving went to Hogwarts to take leave with Professor Alan's Dean Flitwick, and then took his younger son to the Ministry of Magic for testing and registration. Unlike the last visit to the interrogation, this time, Alan was taken to an extremely decorated room. Witches and witches in uniforms are already waiting on the sofa. Ron handed them a stack of parchment, and there was a sudden sigh of breath immediately. You successfully transformed Animagus, and the form is a magical creature phoenix. A witch wearing gold-framed glasses asked Alan with a loud and deep voice. If it weren't for Irving's current power in the Ministry of Magic, she would simply want to break up the material in her hands. Registering Animagus is a very serious matter. She has no time and no mood to play games with children. Alan saw her suspicions and wisely didn't bother to explain much, just nodded. But apparently, the other party wanted to confirm again. She looked very serious, staring closely at Alan's eyes. You have transformed into a complete form of Animagus? Yes. Alan nodded. A phoenix? She asked Sheng. Alan nodded again. Does your Animagus have the magic of a phoenix? I mean www.untitled.com. It's not just a phoenix's appearance. Yes, I'm sure it has magic powers. Although Alan was asked a little impatiently, he apparently maintained the politeness and upbringing that a pure-blood wizard should have. Then I think you need to become Animagus now to prove that you are not lying. Her tone sounded aggressive. Alan glanced at his father in surprise. Under the current circumstances, there are people who dare to be so rude. Mr. Irving Harris has a blank face, obviously annoyed by this situation. Testing should be, but such a tone and attitude is not normal. Alan pursed her lips, determined to speak with strength, and in the eyes of everyone, turned into a phoenix directly. Then, on the ground, the trace of the phoenix disappeared, and then appeared behind the knots of female magic official. She was obviously taken aback. She flipped through Alan's information, her eyes lit up, and she continued to ask, "Are you 13 years old now?" Yes. Alan didn't think there was anything wrong with his age. You learned in school? Who taught you? Yes, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Professor Lupin. I have learned a lot from each professor. Alan kept dripping. What are you wondering, Alex Morgan? This is not a normal review word, right? Irving looked somber as if he could drip water. It's amazing. Alex Morgan looked at Mr. Harris indifferently. He can become Animagus at his age. It's really amazing. But what we need to check is his Animagus. Is Sri Lanka really magical, or is it justified? Chapter 313 First Exposed Modified, thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. So what? Although Irving was sitting in the armchair on the side, he leaned forward slightly, and he was imposing. Alex Morgan turned his head uncomfortably. I see that you are applying for the Phantom Shift test at the same time. Then if Alan Harris can complete the Phantom Shift at this age, he may also Phantom Shift in the Phoenix state. In order to accurately check, we need to test. The more Alex said, the more reasonable she was, and she felt that she had spoken very well. Since she chose to stand in batty crouch, Alex wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to show the momentum of suppressing the Harris faction. Therefore, for Owen, he was not angry about the test itself, because Alan's strength was there. No matter how he tested, the results could not be changed. He was angry about his attitude. This aggressive attitude was the first time he applied for the Animagus test. This was obviously a deliberate trick on Harris. According to the records, the previous 7 applicants all received excellent courtesies. Owen narrowed his eyes, his expression unpredictable. Alan did not fear, and completed a series of tests such as tearing and singing. Even if Alex Morgan raised the standard of testing, he could not fail Alan. In the end, Alex had to register Alan, admitting that he was the 8th publicly registered Animagus in nearly 100 years. More importantly, Alan is the only wizard in the world that is a magical creature, Phoenix. It was also announced that Alan had passed the Phantom Shift test. Owen smiled and gave the younger son a big hug, then without looking at Ackles, he walked out of the room first. Sorry Alan, Ackles is from Crouch's side. Today's method is so clumsy. It should not be Crouch's idea. Most of it is her own opinion. You go to the lounge with Len to eat something first. A reporter interview was arranged for a while. But during the interview, Irving pressed himself to Alan's ear and whispered to Alan. Following the pleasing meal of Ren in the lounge, Alan welcomed an unprecedentedly large interview lineup. The sense of smell of journalists is undoubtedly extremely sensitive, and the information is well informed. Although Mr. Harris was only instructed to go to several well-known media such as the Prophet Daily and Singing Opposition, other newspapers and magazines reporters came to the news and it was not easy to block them from the door. Is there any secret that you can transform into animagus at the age of 13? Does Hogwarts have any books on this? What's new about Phantom Shift? The questions of the reporters are varied and urgent and fast. Alan's tone was unhurried. He answered all the questions properly, and always smiled. Such demeanor and such temperament gained the goodwill of the reporters present. Do you have any feelings about registering with Animagus this time? Finally, Alan heard the question that was told. He was refreshed and answered the question head-on. I don't know if they are as rude to other testers as they are to me. If so, I can understand why there are so few registered animagus and so many illegal animagus. Alan had a shallow smile on his face, but the content implied in the words was extremely sharp. The following reporters were suddenly excited, and professionalism told them that at this moment, the second big news of today happened. Can you tell us specifically what happened? Is anyone targeting you for today's test? Do you think it is necessary to improve the quality of officials of the Ministry of Magic? On the one hand, I am happy with the strictness of the test and the improvement of standards. On the other hand, I am surprised by the attitude of the tester. The Ministry of Magic should be an organization serving ordinary wizards, not. Alan talked openly and gave out his experience and feelings during the test. The reporters below were as excited as they were. The most conspicuous among them was Rita Skeeter, who helped hold the jewel-filled glasses, her blonde hair turned into an elaborate curl, her teeth exposed, and a smile that she thought was very charming. Staring at Alan with great interest, her fat fingers gripped a book, and a green feather shorthand pen twisted desperately on it. No need to look at it. Alan knew that she must have described things very exaggeratedly. Alan didn't relax until he returned to Hogwarts. Although he is confident that he can resolve all crises, people speak like a sword and want to talk in front of a group of reporters without dripping, which is more troublesome than completing a metamorphosis paper. Alan returned to Hogwarts as usual, except for the three daughters of Punlow and Professor Flitwick who knew the inside story. No one found that in the silent, Alan became the 8th public in the world today. Registered Animagus www.untilnovel.com until the next morning, when the owls delivered various newspapers to the little wizards. It was like a deep-water bomb was thrown into the auditorium. Stand up. The little wizards probed their brains. Although they knew Alan well, they still couldn't help seeing and discussing. This is destined to be recorded in the history of magic. Alan's glorious deeds since he entered school were discussed over and over. The first grade defeated the Basilisk, the team member of the English Quidditch team. Today, he is the only wizard in the world who can use Phoenix as animagus. Alan had already anticipated this situation, but came to his seat leisurely, eating breakfast calmly. Seeing that the parties were so calm, the members of the training class followed Alan as an example. No matter how the inner thoughts fluctuated, the surface remained calm. Alan came to the library with the newspapers he received today, and read them one by one. Sure enough, basically every headline of the newspapers confined photos of him when he answered the reporter's question. The report that he was the first wizard to use magical creatures as animagus was basically on the front page. Alan just passed it, and did not pay much attention. His attention was put on the comments of the Ministry of Magic officials on the rudeness of the registered animagus wizard. Almost every newspaper has a report, but the pen is the most powerful, and the most fierce criticism of the Ministry of Magic is the Prophet Daily. There are fewer and fewer registered animagus. Who is it? As the only genius wizard who uses magical creatures as animagus in today's world, He was subjected to trouble and cold treatment when he registered with the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 314 Follow-up Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. Fantasy. An on-site, enthusiastic Ministry of Magic official told me, the judgment criteria for Alan Harris at that time was far beyond the normal level, and the testers were really serious and indifferent to him. This can't help but remind us of the incident of Sirius being injustice. The reason why Peter Dwarf could hide in the wizard's family for so many years is because he is an illegal animagus. Sirius is also the same, although he was imprisoned, but through the illegal transformation of animagus, he successfully escaped the heavily guarded Azkaban. At the time, the person in charge of Sirius' case was Barty Crouch, and Alan Harris played a pivotal role in the case of Sirius, successfully reversing the case for Sirius. We have reason to doubt whether Barty Crouch was in retaliation for Alan Harris, who revealed his negligence in the Sirius incident, and authorized his men to do so deliberately. All of the above is enough to prove that the Ministry of Magic should pay attention to the management of animagus, improve the service attitude, improve the quality of officials, and rectify the work style. We will continue to pay attention to the follow-up of the incident and look forward to the Ministry of Magic's reply. Lead reporter Rita Skeeter reports. The power of the Daily Prophet is still great, as can be seen by the number of love letters received by Alan doubled. It's not just love letters. Alan's training organization has become hot. Even Percy Weasley and Draco Malfoy, who were about to graduate, found Alan in private and expressed their desire to enter. Percy Weasley, seeing his scornful look, Alan understood that most of this came to get his own help in the Ministry of Magic in the future. And Draco Malfoy, Alan speculates that on the one hand he wanted his own friendship, on the other hand, he might have been instructed by his father Lucius Malfoy. As for their request, Alan naturally agreed happily that there was nothing bad about him, and it did not have much impact on him. Furthermore, one more friend is always better than one enemy. Although Alan no longer needs to study animagus, as time goes by, Quidditch training takes up more and more of his life. Everyone is going all out to prepare for the battle, and Alan has little spare time. Therefore, the training activities can only be completely handed over to Punlo and Hermione. Currently, they and Luna are the most trusted people in Alan in Hogwarts. In fact, Penelope is busier than Alan. In addition to completing her own review, she also organizes planning training, and Hermione does not have much free time because she has too many elective courses to register. And Luna, obviously like Alan, he was a little afraid of trouble, and at this time, he often became a little bit unconscious. After the fermentation of Alan's animagus incident, the number of Hogwarts students who joined the training reached a rather horrible number, making it completely different from the other student organizations with only a dozen or even a small group of a few people. Therefore, organizing activities has become an extremely difficult task. Just applying for the form to enter the training camp is enough to cause headaches. To this end, Ellen called Punlo, Luna and Hermione to help in the room where there was a request. However, Alan's stay was not long, because he suddenly received the Quidditch training notice. Alan briefly explained to Hermione Punlo, who was sitting in the debate for their plans, and turned and left. At the moment he opened the door and turned, he saw Luna standing on the escalator. In an instant, Alan opened a bright smile, waved to Luna, and then turned away. After Alan left, Hermione looked at Punlo's look and suddenly took the initiative to come forward and put forward her own ideas. Punlo, you are about to face the Newt's test, which involves your future. I suggest you better devote yourself to the review. Hermione held a bunch of application forms and looked rather haggard. Punlo narrowed his beautiful eyes and couldn't see what he was thinking. However, Hermione didn't care about Punlo's thoughts. Punlo, you're about to graduate. Alan needs help. I think I am good enough in every way to help Alan, and I am in the same year. Can be managed until we graduate at the same time. Now take over in advance, familiar with the work, naturally it would be better. Hermione's eyes looked straight at Punlo, and all these words she said came from her heart, without fear of Punlo's eyes. There was a sudden silence between the two. Luna stood on the high escalator, playing with a walnut in her hand, wide light silver eyes, quietly looking down at the two. Seeing their confrontation, Luna's face showed a light smile. There is no sound. It was a long time before Punlo let himself barely laugh with a loud voice, believing Hermione's proposal. Hermione's words are not unreasonable. He is about to graduate, and Alan really needs help. Although Penelope was reluctant, she had to admit that Hermione was good enough, and she was the best candidate trusted by Alan. Although Hermione's studies are also very tense, she believes that she has a time converter and can use more time to resolutely invest in the organization of training activities. To this end, she even got rid of Professor Trelawney's divination classes, just to make more time for organizing training. Although this change in their division of labor was not addressed to Alan, Alan saw it in his heart, but he wisely did not interfere with their decisions, and did not even mention it to avoid unnecessary trouble. When the exhausted Alan returned to the dormitory, an exceptionally majestic owl was confronting Benny. The two of them blinked, staring at each other. Looking at the two pairs of glaring eyes, Alan couldn't help laughing. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. The majestic strange owl looked at Alan, then lifted his left leg neatly so that Alan could take the letter off. Alan used a shallow plate, filled with some water and carpaccio, and placed it in front of the strange owl. Benny, the little guy, takes care of food and wants to take food from his mouth. He must be prepared to be pecked. Alan's space has a grid specially prepared for gluttonous Benny, filled with carpaccio. The owl glanced at Alan and began to peck. Flying so far, it obviously needs energy. After all this was done, Alan picked up the letter and opened it. The letter was sent by his father Owen. In the letter, Owen mentioned that Alex, the female official who was awkward to Alan, was indeed Crouchess. She made trouble for Alan herself and was caught by Fudge. From her poor service attitude, to the damage to the Ministry of Magic's image, so she was directly lost on this reason. Despite Alex's extremely stupid behavior, Crouch struggled in front of Fudge, trying to hug her position. However, Fudge looked at Crouch with the eyes of the victor and the superior, and said lightly, "If Crouch must keep Alex, then he will tell the truth and tell the reporter that Crouch's for reasons." Alex did not receive any punishment. If Fudge said this, then Crouch's charge of suppressing Alan would be immediately implemented. For his fame, Crouch could only eat this bitter pill and gave up Alex Morgan. The Ministry of Magic originally relied on some of his officials to see that Crouch could not protect his men, but also saw the wind and rudder, and joined the Fudge and Owen camp. Chapter 315 Equipment. Putting the letter down, Alan could not help applauding Mr. Harris. Secretly, Fudge and Crouch clashed, and the Harris family took advantage of this opportunity, which couldn't be better. Alan can almost foresee that tomorrow's media reports will blow out, and the incident of Ackles' dismissal is expected to be a feast for reporters. Crouch's power will certainly be weakened, and Fudge will not miss this opportunity, and naturally Mr. Harris. From the Ministry of Magic's point of view, it is still difficult for its own forces to compete with Fudge and Crouch. Although as current director of the company, Rufus Scrimgeour is a person who is more accustomed to focusing on fighting black wizards and not too political. After all, as nominal chief executive, Alan's thoughts turned and he thought of the training organization he set up at Hogwarts. Among them, there is no shortage of outstanding students who will graduate this year, and many people are willing to work like Percy Weasley to work in the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, they are happy to move closer to the Harris family. Now people with a discerning eye can see that the momentum of the Harris family is on the rise. Only stupid people will fight against such people. Even if they can't make good friends, they will never be enemies. Alan intends to choose some of them and provide a list to his father Owen Harris, so that he can help him to place positions in the Ministry of Magic to expand the family power. But Punlo is about to graduate, and that day she said she wanted to be an Auror. Alan thought of this and sat down at the desk, took out a piece of parchment, and wrote a pen back to Irving. Auror requires that at least 5 NEWT exams be passed, with a score not lower than exceeded expectations. In addition to the defense of black magic, The recommended NEWT courses include magic spells, potions, specially researching poisons and antidote, herbal medicine, and metamorphosis. Undoubtedly, in Alan's mind, Punlo is the most trustworthy, and her outstanding ability is not a problem at all after taking the potion. Examination can quickly make a career if someone brings it. But candidates must also pass a criminal record background check and a strict personality and ability test, and must also pass stealth and camouflage examinations before they can formally become an URA. Try to make the URA trainees who are close to Harris have enough reason to get some credit for the Quidditch World Cup in the summer. Alan couldn't help worrying about the turmoil of the Death Eaters in the World Cup. Although Punlo is of great strength, he is still just a fresh graduate student. If he is facing a cruel, cunning and treacherous Death Eater, can he play stably so that he will not be hurt by those accidents? And compared with Punlo, Albert, as an URA elite, can actively apply to participate in the security work of the World Cup. This is an opportunity to make a contribution, which is definitely an opportunity that cannot be missed. Thinking of this, Alan was completely distressed, and he felt he had to be more prepared. He wanted to design a set of uniforms and equipment for URAs, which could be made for Albert's men first. After Albert really starts to control URA, he can immediately force them to equip them all. Alan believes that this day is very near. Tying the written letter to the leg of the strange owl, Alan watched it fly over the window with the letter and disappeared into the night. Benny grunted dissatisfiedly on the side, turned around, and turned his back to Alan. Alan shook his head with a smile and continued to write and draw on the paper. In this way, time slipped past his rustling pen on the paper, and slipped away from his contemplative eyes. When Alan stopped to appreciate his achievements, it was already late at night. Suddenly, Alan frowned. He felt that he could not take it for granted. It is the most undesirable to build a car behind closed doors. So, he took out a few sheets of parchment and quickly wrote it on, preparing to consult another person's opinion for another design optimization. Alan rolled the parchment together with the drawings he had designed before and tied it to the legs of Benny, who was particularly excited. Benny's small eyes were gleaming, his head was high and his chest was full of air, and he seemed to make up his mind. Let Alan see that it was the best postman. After doing all this, sleepiness flooded up, and Alan no longer waited for a reply, and simply fell to his head and fell asleep. The next day, when he woke up, Benny had been waiting for a long time. Alan touched his head apologetically and untied the letter from its foot. No one has more say in combat equipment than URA, who was born and died. Albert's reply is very short. He will summarize the problems encountered by other experienced URAs during the mission as soon as possible, and then he will share his thoughts on the drawings and inform Alan together. At breakfast, when the owls gave all kinds of newspapers to Alan, as expected, almost every kind of newspaper reported Alex's dismissal in the most prominent place. The photos of Fudge on the front page occupy most of the page. He seemed very distressed. He repeatedly said, "The Ministry of Magic will give full play to the function of public service, insist on giving priority to service, highlight the service concept, and improve the management level in service." Fudge waved his arm and made a guarantee. Everyone who takes advantage of his position and uses his power for personal gain will be severely punished. And Alex Morgan is the most typical example. Taking this opportunity, I also hope that the various departments can be clean and honest, and give full play to their functions. Behind Fudge's photo is accompanied by a photo of Alex, the witch with a blank face, holding a big cardboard box, left the Ministry of Magic and lost his soul. Poor people must have hateful things, but when Alan saw this picture, she didn't think she had anything to be pitiful. Everyone was responsible for their own choices. At the same time, Alan did not have any pleasure in his heart. For him, training, learning, and design have occupied too much of his mind, and there is really no time to waste emotion and energy for an irrelevant person. Alan felt that he was spinning like a gyro, and he never seemed to stop. For Alan, this does not mean boring and tired. On the contrary, www.untilnovel.com never stops exploring and delving into it. which brings him great sense of accomplishment and fun. Albert's movements were quick. After Alan finished his day of training, he returned to the dormitory and received his reply. The letter contained not only a summary of the problems encountered by the Aurors, Albert's suggestion, but also Mr. Harris' proposal. Father Owen's proposal was very simple. He said, he doesn't care about the design of clothing, but there is one thing that must be done. What Mr. Harris said is appearance. He does not require the materials and designs of clothing, because these do not require him to consider. From the perspective of a politician, he believes that the uniforms designed must be very handsome as possible, even if you pay more for this. Alan understood the meaning of Mr. Harris with a little thought. Although my father's words sound tacky, they are closest to human nature. Because they are handsome, they attract many outstanding young people to join the team. Alan understood that he added a belt to his design, which would make the person who wears it, no matter what figure, as long as he wears it, he will be very spiritual. However, Alan always likes to make the best use of things. He designed some beautifully used heraldry and buckles on the belt, so that it can be used to hang magic wands and potions. Thinking of his father Owen, Alan added copper buckles, epaulets, patch pockets, straps and large lapels that could be erected on the drawings. Alan picked up the questionnaires that Aura had reported back, and found that almost all Auras were indiscriminately matching equipment according to their own preferences and experience when they were on mission. This made him more determined to design a beautiful and practical Aura uniform. Chapter 316 H94 Uniform. Looking at the first draft of the design, Alan always felt that it was not enough. He thought of his mark of omniscience. Aura belongs to the official organization. If the mark is printed, it is not conducive to them to perform some secret tasks. How can they be contacted and located quickly? Alan thought of the newsletter of Hogwarts Training Organization again. After several depictions on the paper, Alan decided to add a collar to the uniform. The pattern of the coat of arms is extremely simple. Just a black inner plate with white edges. A is both the first letter of R and the first letter of designer Alan. This badge can help us to contact and locate quickly. Alan believes that this is a very practical design. Alan looked at the uniform formed on the parchment and was very happy. It is different from the wizard's robe common in the magic world. It is not a wide robe with open sleeves, but it is all tightened to facilitate the operation of Aura. The main color of the uniform is black, which is paired with a white shirt and black tie. Then it is decorated with a collar, belt, hanging buckle, etc. It looks very cool. Thinking about it, Alan added a thin pair of tanned, extremely soft dragon leather gloves to the uniform. Then, below the drawings, Alan paired with a pair of dragon skin boots. The insole of the boots has been thickened, which can effectively avoid the puncture damage of hard objects. Turning the leather at the mouth of the boot can effectively prevent the liquid from seeping in. When walking normally, the shoes will step on the ground and make it majestic. When you are out of the mission, if you are inconvenient to cast a spell, you can put on the silent shoe cover directly. Walk on the road quietly. It is easy to hide the trail. Both the gloves and boots are made of dragon skin, which can effectively prevent corrosion and poison. They all need to be tailored to ensure the accuracy of each data, and they are constantly on. The magic of those robes with constant temperature function in the Lady Mogin store to ensure the comfort and flexibility of users. Alan also carefully noted the need for gloves and boots aside. Alan, the more excited the design, the more active his thinking. He thought of the alchemy manual of the ancient alchemist Jabot, which he had obtained. It once described a cloak, and the function was quite practical, which impressed Alan. Magic feather cloak. Of course, this cloak is not just a simple name. In addition to the warmth function that the cloak has, it also has the effect of the magic body spell, which can make the body appear the same color as the background texture. And it seems to become a human chameleon, which can be completely hidden. However, within 24 hours, it can only cast an illusion spell once. At the same time, it has the effect of gliding, which can help users glide at a speed of 60 feet in high altitude to ensure the safety of users. The best part is that when using the glide function, no additional concentration is required, so users can attack or cast spells normally. Alan looked at the design he added and nodded in satisfaction. Now, only the head is left where there is no protection. As an Auror, he often sends out missions at night to catch dangerous dark wizards. In addition to magic, the Black Wizard's most common method is poison. Then, this set of equipment needs to add a protective mask. How to design it? Alan thought of a mask commonly used by doctors in the Middle Ages, so he immediately began to draw on parchment paper. The mask is made of silver and dragon skin, with the shape of a raven. The pointed beak protrudes extremely in the mouth and nose, and 2 round holes are set in the eye area. Blocked. Its hollow part is filled with potions to filter poisonous gas or magic toxins. The lenses are protected by enchanted, transparent glass, which not only protects against wind and rain, but also has the function of night vision. The mask is extremely light and can be hung on the belt when it is not needed, without hindering the movement at all. Alan looked at the design with admiration and felt extremely fulfilled. He named his design H94 Uniform. With the hole in place, Alan began to perfect the details. His gaze stayed on his belt. The pharmacy must be necessary. In addition to the remedies used for healing, some compound medicaments can also be prepared for the Aurors to disguise. This part allows them to adjust themselves according to their personal preferences and mission requirements. In addition, since the Raven mask can effectively prevent poisonous gas, the Aurors can also be equipped with upgraded versions such as large dung eggs to physically attack each other and directly take them off, effectively reducing death and injury. In addition, it can also be equipped with some small tools, such as anatomical tools. Although anatomy is not so pleasant in the scope of Auror's work, anatomy is also necessary when obtaining some rare and unavailable magic materials. The dissection tool set contains all kinds of scalpels, suture needles, sponges, blood-sucking paper, magnifying glass and other things you need to quickly deal with this unpleasant work. Another example is a small steel mirror. The polished steel mirror is a good tool to watch in the corner, reflect the signal to the companion with the reflection of the sun, observe the enemy's movements, and there is no magic fluctuation or mantra when casting the spell. Of course, it can also be used to organize grooming, or to look at some wounds on the body that are not easy to see. Compound medicine is very difficult to brew, so in an emergency, you can use Yirong tools. This tool contains cosmetics, hair dye and other cosmetic props. Lin Lin, completely designed, has almost become an equipment manual. Alan rubbed his tired eyes and tapped on the bound booklet with his wand. Copy to www.mentalnovel.com. Got exactly the same copy. Sending Benny to bring the freshly baked booklet to his father and elder brother, Alan opened the booklet again, carefully pondering every detail. Benny came back quickly. Owen is an activist, and now that there is no shortage of money and resources, he decided to make some first, try it on, and then analyze the specific situation. The reply note not only asked about Alan's body size, but also said that if Alan needed to make uniforms for others, he could also report the size at the same time. Needless to say, Mr. Irving Harris did think of 3 girls who were suspected of being friends of his son. And Alan did think of Punlo, Hermione, and Luna. In the training activity the next day, Alan successfully found Luna and Hermione. Upon hearing of Alan's intention, Hermione was delighted and immediately took Luna to the girls' bathroom to measure the size. Soon, Alan got their data, and kept them firmly in mind. Although in fact it is obvious to girls in the growing period that this set of data has a short period of time. Let Hermione continue to organize training activities. Luna continues to be in a trance, and Alan also learns about Punlo's whereabouts from their mouths. She is making the final sprint for the ultimate wizard test in the library. Alan quickly came to the library, and Punlo saw Alan beckoning to her, put down the book without hesitation, and followed Alan out of the library. Knowing the reason why Alan was looking for her, Punlo's eyes flickered, and as if he had made up his mind, he pulled Alan up and went straight to the 4th floor. She didn't stay at all. As if she paused a little, and she or Alan would regret it. Chapter 318 Preliminaries. Punlo, are you a vampire? Alan stroked the wound on his neck and couldn't help quipping. Punlo lay lazily on the long table, heard the words, narrowed his eyes slightly, elbowed back, raised his upper body, facing Alan, revealing a slightly evil smile. She suddenly leaned forward, giving Alan an illusion of kissing, and then Punlo suddenly and playfully, unexpectedly, feeling astringent. Alan froze for a moment, then laughed. Punlo had already loosened his mouth, gave Alan a provocative look, and turned and jumped off the long table. Punlo, Alan said suddenly. Punlo turned around and curled his back with ripples. She glanced at him sideways and ignored it. Leaning over, she picked up the clothes on the ground. Punlo, Alan called again. Don't make trouble, I have to go back to the library. Punlo began to adjust his shoulder strap. No, Punlo, I just want to say, you don't have to hurry. Alan learned his father's appearance to make him look innocent. Our data hasn't been measured yet. Punlo simply put down his clothes and held his wand. A tape measure is flying. The magic tape measure, long forgotten in the corner, flew towards Punlo. Punlo held the tape measure and raised his eyebrows and asked, what data is needed? Alan couldn't help but open his mouth and gave up some insignificant plans. Punlo handsomely tossed the tape measure in the air. The tape stretched freely several times in the air, and then flew to Punlo, from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, leg to floor, knee to armpit under. It didn't take long for a complete and detailed data to be presented to Alan. Punlo didn't want to be sweet with Alan, but her schedule for today was already planned. Tomorrow, a graduation party for a training class would be held. She couldn't get away and had to rush back as soon as possible. The two finished washing quickly, and Punlo was so radiant and amazing. Retrieving the magic robe from the door handle, Punlo looked at Alan with a smile. Alan touched his nose and smiled to restore the original decorations and stationery on the long table. After being separated from Punlo, the refreshed Alan flicked the parchment in his hand and went to the West Tower with great enthusiasm, sending Banny to give the data to Mr. Harris. After taking Luna, Hermione, Punlo, and their data to Banny, Alan was again involved in intense training. After training, Geraldine told everyone a message that caused cheers from all players. This Sunday, the English Quidditch team will usher in the first game against the Irish national team, and this preliminary match was actually held at Hogwarts. We were so lucky. Batman George Cohen showed his big white teeth with joy. Lucky also requires effort to get it. Geraldine glanced at George with a silly smile and continued to explain. Professor Dumbledore approached me and asked if he could apply to set the preliminary round at Hogwarts, to make the life of his little wizards more colorful and ease their nervousness as the final exam approached. Geraldine shrugged, thinking about the kind expression on Professor Dumbledore's face when he found him. In Geraldine's heart, if he was out of place with Dumbledore, he would choose this way. Setting the preliminary round at Hogwarts not only allows students to watch the game for free and enrich their learning life, more importantly, it also expands and decorates the Quidditch playing field for free. It can also increase the influence of Hogwarts force. It's just a multitask. I applied to the Department of Magical Sports. After several negotiations, they finally decided to set the preliminary venue at Hogwarts. Geraldine was a little excited to see everyone's expression, and decided to cool down their enthusiasm so that they would not relax their vigilance. It's not particularly difficult for Ireland. After all, they all graduated at Hogwarts and are familiar with Hogwarts. Haha, I still remember Lynch, that stupid and daring, in order to prove that he is a warrior, actually went to challenge the beaten Liu. The arm was broken. And Ryan, in order to pursue Angelina, she was full of roses under the tablecloth in the auditorium. When Angelina came in, everyone raised a rose for her, only the rose in his hand, because the movement was too big, the flowers fell off, and only the sticks were left. Everyone laughed and talked about the funny things they knew. The Irish Quidditch players who were remembered by these players came to Hogwarts early on Friday afternoon. The members of the Irish Quidditch national team wore uniform light green robes and flew into Hogwarts on a brand new fire crossbow. This aroused the warm cheers of the little wizards of Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, www.mtlnovel.com news is always circulating very quickly. Everyone is very familiar with the players of the England national team. For Irish stars, they are still very curious. Simon, who is of Irish descent, was extremely excited and put the resumes of Irish stars on his mouth. There are many wizards like Simone in the castle, but more are students who support the England national team. Alan has received unprecedented courtesy at Hogwarts these past few days. In the hearts of the little wizards, he represents not only the national team, but also Hogwarts. The hottest topic in the castle now is the upcoming Quidditch match preliminary. Basically everyone will ask, do you support England or Ireland? Harry had some minor worries recently, and because of Alan's reasons, he naturally supported England. But when he found out, Ron preferred Ireland and often stayed with Simone and others to discuss. At this time, the atmosphere between Harry and Ron was tense. Unlike Ron, Alan was surprised to find that the most polite to him was Slytherin, who was once unhappy. The shrewd Slytherins did not want to be an enemy of Alan. On the one hand, Alan's strength far exceeds Tongue's, and the future is unlimited. Secondly, the Slytherins value honor, and when there are foreign forces stationed, they instinctively fell to Alan, who represented Hogwarts and England. In the end, they all got their parents' advice: make sure to make good to Alan. Mr. Harris' status in the Ministry of Magic is rising, and his power is gradually rising. Gryffindor's Percy, now every time he sees Alan, has to run over to cheer him on, and apologizes for Ron's support for Ireland and the indifference to Alan. Chapter 319 Ludo Bagman. No matter how flamboyant the castle was, the time soon came to Sunday. When the little wizards came to the Quidditch arena, they could hardly believe their eyes. The stand that can only provide 4 college students seems to be expanded into an auditorium that can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. Rows of seats spread out into the air. The little wizards are arranged in the original positions of the colleges, and the newly expanded position is reserved for Quidditch enthusiasts, player relatives and friends who have entered the ticket market, and officials of the Ministry of Magic. At the entrance of the specially set audience passage, there are many yelling wizards. Filch looked gloomy and stood with a witch of the Ministry of Magic, carefully checking the tickets of the wizards. First-class ticket. The witch's voice suddenly became respectful and rigid. Top box. Go straight from the right to the top floor, she guided enthusiastically. Thank you, Claire. Owen Harris thanked her gently. Behind him, Morgan Le Fay led her little daughter Emily behind him. Albert, Daisy and Wren greeted Claire politely. In the ministry, I like this family the most. It's always so gentle and polite. Looking at the Harris family and going away, Claire said excitedly to Filch, it's really not annoying. Filch thought of the student destined to be the protagonist today and his usual attitude towards his own cat, Mrs. Loris, and agreed with it. The stairs leading to the top box are covered with fuchsia carpet. Mr. Harris and his party climbed up with the crowd, and slowly those people entered the stands on the left and right. The pedestrian led by Mr. Harris kept walking up, and finally reached the top of the stairs. In the box, an unexpected person actually appeared there. Alan. Emily rushed past happily, hugged Alan's waist, and was lifted up by her brother for a few laps. Why are you here? The coach is willing to let you out. Won't he sneak out? Morgan Le Fay asked the younger son worriedly. Alan scratched his head embarrassedly, and Mrs. Harris was right. He got the idea after he learned the box number of his family last night. After the house elf Maggie saw the figure of her family entering the stadium, she immediately phantom moved and found Alan. Alan immediately turned into a phoenix and instantly moved to Bay Oye, just 1 minute earlier than them. Because of the short company of the family, Alan's tension before the game was greatly reduced. Shortly after their arrival, The arrival of a person made the boxes of the Harris family even more lively. "Hi, Chief Harris," a big bellied witch came up and waved enthusiastically to Mr. Harris. Deputy Director Wren whispered aside. Alan looked at the man in front of him curiously, and had a guess about the identity of the person coming. The man was wearing a long Quidditch gown, with a wide yellow and black cross on it, and a huge wasp printed on the chest like ink. It seems that he was physically strong, but now he is going downhill. The robe was tightly stretched on the big belly, with short blonde hair, which made him look like a wasp with a bulging belly, and it was very funny. But he didn't seem to mind, but shy his stomach and greeted Mr. Harris enthusiastically. "Ludo, the director of the Department of Sports of the Ministry of Magic, is the most important person at present," Owen introduced to his son Alan. Hearing Mr. Harris' words, Ludo looked extremely excited. Alan felt that his father now has a special charm. That is, he can always point directly at people's hearts and talk to others' hearts. "This is my youngest son, Alan Harris," Owen directly introduced Alan, who was smiling to Ludo. Ludo's eyes rolled a few times when he heard Alan's name, and then his face was slightly surprised. He looked at Alan carefully and suddenly clapped his hands. "Aha, it's famous. It was your report in the newspaper a while ago. Interestingly, today's England team seeker has the same name as you." He paused again, looking at Alan's blue gown suspiciously. Irving saw this, and his heart was clear. Ludo was complimenting it deliberately, but he still couldn't help laughing. "As you think, Alan is the looking player for the England team." Ludo sighed in surprise. "It's really a young talent. However, Geraldine actually let you walk around at this juncture." Suddenly his eyes widened, and he asked Alan with a naive expression, "Geraldine doesn't know if you come out, wouldn't you just turn into a phoenix?" Alan's face was a little hot, and nodded in response. "Ludo, are you the narrator today?" Irving saw the embarrassment of his younger son, and his words distracted Ludo's attention. "Of course, this is the first game of the World Cup, and it is held at Hogwarts, which has a special meaning." Ludo made it lazily on the chair, but the minister obviously does not think so. "He rejected my invite." "That's his regret. The games you explained are exceptionally exciting." Mr. Harris laughed. www.untitlenovel.com. Alan felt that Mr. Harris' answer was wonderful, although he didn't discredit Ludo Fudge, but also gave Ludo a sentence, making him smile with great joy. Next, there were more and more people coming up. Alan looked at the time and began to say goodbye to the family. Before leaving, he caught sight of his father shaking hands with Lucius Malfoy. Over the next half hour, the box they were in was gradually filled with people. People kept coming up to shake hands with Mr. Harris. Ron accompanied him with a smile, not impatient at all. "I heard that there will be a performance of the team's mascot before the game, right?" Emily looked at Ludo and asked aloud. "Of course, you will like it. The national teams will bring some rare animals from their own countries and will perform before the game." Ludo looked at his card and his eyes flickered. "You will definitely like them. I like them very much." Emily wanted to ask, but Ludo suddenly stood up and looked around. Emily closed her mouth obediently and looked at Ludo curiously. Although he was dressed strangely, Emily thought he was cute. "Are everyone ready?" Ludo said that his round face shone like a huge spherical cheese. Hearing his words, all the people who had been greeting in the box seated one after another, and the box was quiet. He turned his gaze to Mr. Harris, the highest position in the box at the moment. Mr. Harris nodded sympathetically at him and smiled encouragingly. Ludo pulled out his wand and pointed to his throat. "The voice is loud." Then what he said was like thunder, resounding throughout the empty stadium. Chapter 320 Mascot. His voice echoed above the audience's heads and spread loudly to every corner of the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The audience burst into cheers and applause. There was a green wave in the stands, which was an audience supporting the Irish team. They wore green shamrock hats. The little wizards who supported Ireland, such as Ron and Seymour, also traded these straw hats from some wizards. and happily put it on their heads. Even bigger than this green wave is the sea of red and white roses. Many little witches joined the support team in England because they put a rose in their hair and they look more beautiful. This day is simply a Hogwarts carnival. The little wizards dressed up in attendance, and their emotions were even hotter than the summer sun. Pernille was extremely gorgeously dressed, wearing a purple tube top skirt, long blonde curly hair curled up, and inserted a red rose in the bun. Hermione wore a white hollow knee-length ladies' skirt, and her original fluffy curly hair draped softly behind her. Behind the ear, Hermione plugged a pink rose. Pernille leaned against the fence and looked at Hermione in the sun with a cold face. Hermione seemed to feel her gaze, looked up, and just met Pernille's gaze that hadn't had time to retract. Pernille smiled slightly ironically and raised his eyebrows slightly. "We all look good." Hermione looked sideways into Pernille's eyes, trying to understand the emotions in her words. Her heart was very puzzled. Why did Pernille feel much more confident than before in the past 2 days? At this moment, Luna walked past the side, and all the places she passed caused a giggle. Without him, the other little witches only inserted a rose, and Luna's head was stacked with big and small roses, like a wave of roses. Her dress is different from the girls on the field, full of rich 16th century English royal style. The wide skirt obscured her tightly, and large pieces of lace at the collar echoed the roses on her head. Such Luna is exceptional among the little witches in summer cool skirts. Luna doesn't care about people's laughter. She took out a pair of colorful demon glasses, put it on her head, and patted the air with both hands, as if driving away the invisible big moth. Hermione looked at Luna like this, surprised to forget to counter Pernille, and Pernille's eyes were also attracted to Luna. The two looked at each other. "Now," Luda Bagman's voice sounded like a hong-zong, "please raise your wand into the air. Welcome the Irish national team's mascot." "That's it." Pernille looked at the field in surprise. Flashing ball, spherical fireworks, an exclamation of oops burst out of the crowd, guessing what kind of creature it was. A huge, dazzling shamrock rose high into the air and began to hover above the grandstand. Something crashed down from above, like a golden raindrop. It's actually a gold coin. While cheering, people are still scrambling for scramble or getting under the seat to pick up gold coins. Hermione narrowed her eyes and carefully observed the clover, and found that it was actually composed of countless little men wearing red vests and moustaches. "It's the Irish dwarf," Hermione said in cheers. The huge clover vanished, and the little dwarfs slowly fell to the reserved seats on the field and sat cross-legged. "I don't know what would be more wonderful than gold coins." Ron smiled as he held a handful of gold coins. "Of course, there is nothing better than the Irish mascot." Seymour stuffed the gold coin into his pocket with satisfaction. "Okay, without further ado, please allow me to introduce the mascot of the England national team." The sea of roses immediately burst into loud cheers. "I don't know what they brought," Simon said, leaning out of his seat. "Ah!" He widened his eyes sharply. "What is that?" A group of creatures he had never seen fluttered their wings neatly and flew into the field. If Hagrid can get them, the Conservation Magical Biology course will be the most popular course in the school. Seymour's eyes were fixed on the field without blinking. Ron nodded again and again, agreeing. At this moment, the creatures in the field possess the head of the woman and the body of the bird. They stretch their wings in the air and change their formation. "They are forming words?" Simon asked suspiciously. "What did you write?" Ron stared at their performance without blinking, trying to distinguish the words they spelled out. "England will win." Simone snorted and touched the four-leaf clover. "In all fairness, their performances are indeed good. Sometimes dive, sometimes rise, or one high and one low, one static, one left and one right, or joint together, look at each other, and intersect. The wide, long ribbons on the wings suddenly resemble Cheng Hong. www.untilnovel.com. If it comes back to the cloud again, it is unpredictable, and fully demonstrates their superb flying and dancing skills. Is it just that? Simone shrugged disdainfully. It's enough to just look at their faces and upper body, isn't it? Ron reached into his pocket and slammed the gold coins. Nomad nodded and had to admit that they were beautiful, and the facial features combined looked better than most girls at Hogwarts. At this moment, the music rang, and Simone no longer considered whether the girls at Hogwarts were more beautiful or the creatures were better. In fact, he could not think about anything. There was only that ethereal and beautiful song in his heart, which was extremely sweet, and he just wanted to get closer to them. Closer, closer. Ron beside him was even more embarrassed, and he ripped off his coat and made out of the swimming position. His arms swayed quickly. Punlo watched these people doing strange movements with his arms, and thought it was more interesting than the performance of those creatures. At this moment, the music rang, and Simone no longer considered whether the girls at Hogwarts were more beautiful or the creatures were better. In fact, he could not think about anything. Hermione heard the music, and she clapped her hands and said, "It is Siren." Punlo looked at Hermione suspiciously. After Luna, was she crazy? Hermione clearly saw Punlo's doubts and explained, "Siren is a sea monster with a human face and a bird, flying in the sea, with a natural voice, and often used to seduce sailors passing by." Hearing distraction, and sinking the ship on the reef, not everyone will be confused. Punlo looked around with emotion. "I didn't expect Hufflepuff to have the most determined people. They really brought a lot of food." He minutes sighed. Chapter 321 Play against Island. Sober people are the most embarrassing. I don't know who chose Siren as the mascot. It's really a bit bad. Hermione saw the little wizards of Gryffindor make strange gestures and couldn't bear to look straight. Maybe it's a bit naughty, but Gryffindor's performance is really impressive. Punlo is pleased that there are not many little wizards in Ravenclaw who are confused, second only to Hufflepuff. Hermione was a little arrogant but couldn't refute. She could no longer ignore Penelope's sarcasm. Fortunately, the singing of the Siren Banshees did not last long. They landed on their stands, and the gesture of falling made people feel elegant and charming. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome the Irish Quidditch national team." Bagman shouted loudly. "It is Connolly, Ryan, Droy, Mallet, Moran, Quigley, also, Still, and Lynchy." 7 blurry green figures flew towards the arena. As long as you have a panoramic telescope and slow down the movements of the team members, you can clearly see the fire crossbow arrows printed on their flying broomsticks, and you can see them all embroider their names with silver thread. Now, please welcome England Quidditch national team. I will introduce to you Gordon Banks. Banks quickly flew into the sky and waved to everyone, and he won a warm applause. George Cohen. The second red and white figure flew out at once. George levitated in the air, touching his big bald head, laughing foolishly, causing the audience to laugh. Nat, Dean, Dixie, Lofthouse, Stanley, Finney, Tom, Matthews. Next up is Alan Harris. A golden phoenix flew from the entrance into the sky above the stadium. This drew warm cheers from the audience. "It's Alan." Alan's animagus is a phoenix. The little wizards shouted loudly, venting their excitement. In the high altitude, the phoenix returned to human form, and Alan fell straight down to the ground. The audience took a breath of air, neatly, as if holding the pause button. It was frighteningly quiet. At this moment, the call of a shining firebolt fired from the entrance quickly fired from the entrance. Alan grabbed in the air with one hand, a neat turn, riding the firebolt straight into the sky. In an instant, the crowd set off a crowd, and Alan won the warmest applause and cheers. "Alan, Alan, Alan." The little wizard of Hogwarts roared Alan's name over and over again, exhausting the shock and pride in his heart. Good acrobatics does not mean that you can catch the golden snitch. Ron's eyes looked at Hermione, who was flushed with excitement. Not far away, screaming at Alan's name while applauding, muttering, "Alan's defense and offense are the best in the world. Even if Lynch is not as good as Crumb, it should be better than Alan, who has just joined the national team. I don't think Alan can win." A serious analysis. Not only the audience in the stands, but also the Irish team hovering in the air, were discussing Alan. This Alan Harris has a good technique. Everyone is united, works hard to score, defends well, haunts him, creates opportunities for Lynch, and believes that the ultimate victory must belong to us. The captain of the Irish team is also a chaser. Troy encourages everyone in time, and his players nodded tacitly. Thank you to our referee today, Arthur Rolls, a capable which strode towards the arena, a silver whistle hanging from his neck. Arthur whistled and the game officially started. Ah, they set off. Bagman screamed. This is Dean. Matthews. Finney. Passed to Dean again. Tom Finney. Most of the little wizards of Hogwarts have never seen such a wonderful Quidditch game. The speed of the players is unbelievable. The chaser keeps passing the ghost flying ball to the other players, and the speed is so fast that Bagman can only report their names. The game started very fiercely at the beginning, and the two sides struggled mercilessly. The loud noise of the audience shocked Alan's eardrums, but compared with the blood of the audience, Alan was very calm at this time. He felt the importance that the Irish team attached to him. Almost every moment a batter was watching his movements. At the same time, he also saw three Irish chasers running close to each other, Troy in the middle, a little ahead of Marlitt and Moran. Three people approaching England chaser Tom. Eaglehead offensive formation. Bagman shouted. England's batters Nat and George flew over quickly, and the two actually took control of the ball and crossed them to the three side-by-side chasers in Ireland. The Eaglehead attack formation was broken. Good job. Alan slammed his fist. Moving side by side can effectively intercept Tom, but it also means that the area that can be attacked has expanded exponentially. But the opponent's chaser Troy hurriedly flew out, and successfully intercepted the ghost flying ball in Tom's hand with a thunderbolt. www.mcnovel.com. George Cohen's smile froze in his face. He quickly caught up and slammed the wandering ball towards Troy. Troy ignored the menacing ball and continued to fly to England's goal with the ghost ball. Irish hitter Connolly passed from the diagonal, hitting the flying ball with the bat in his hand and hitting it towards the England team. The Quidditch players in England returned quickly. England's chaser Stanley succeeded in blocking Troy, staring at him. Troy immediately threw a ghost fly ball, and Marlitt hovering underneath caught it. Ireland scores. Bagman roared with a loud voice, cheering the audience and shaking the stadium. Are shaking. 10-0, the Irish team leads. After Marlitt scored a goal, he circled the field for a week, and Simone and Ron jumped up and down excitedly, waving their arms non-stop. The little dwarfs who watched the game rose into the air again, forming the huge, shining clover again. Alan believes that the Irish chaser is superb. They cooperated seamlessly and the movements were very coordinated, as if they could see through each other's minds. The game became more intense and cruel. Despite all the efforts of the England players, their score gap with Ireland is still widening. Alan tried his best to stay calm, circled around the arena, searching for the golden snitch in the air, as was Lynch. At this moment, Alan's eyes flashed a golden light. Golden snitch. Alan quickly flew in the direction of the golden thieves, and the audience clearly noticed this, and the whole game field sounded irregular and loud cheering. Chapter 322 First Battle. Lynch was also concerned about the situation of Alan. He immediately flew in the direction of Alan, while Irish hitter Connolly followed. Connolly's wandering ball flew through the air and went straight to Alan's head. Alan drifted in an ingenious way, avoiding the unintentional swimming ball. Connolly's hitting skills are excellent. He chases after another. At this time, Lynch also caught up. However, to Alan's surprise, he didn't follow the golden snitch, but blocked Alan's castration. Alan was forced to slow down. In such a short time, the golden snitch disappeared again without a trace. England score. Bagman yelled as England fans sighed. Although the fans are still very sorry, this is finally a little comforting. Alan held down the attention of the batter, which helped other teammates to successfully break through. The game became glued, and whenever Alan spotted the golden snitch, the opponent's batter would always fly over and stop with Lynch. Alan knew, and it seemed that they wanted to win by scoring goals instead of catching the golden thief. Indeed, Alan's outstanding flying skills and the frequency of golden thieves all surprised the Irish players. They chased the ghost flying ball desperately and wanted to win with a big score. However, whenever Alan spotted the golden snitch, they had to step forward and pursue it, so the England team got another chance to score. The gap between the scores of the two sides is sometimes large and small, like waves, fluctuating. Therefore, the Irish team wants to narrow the score gap to more than 160 degrees. It can only be an idea. The fight between the two sides of the competition was very fierce. Everyone came and went with all their strength. At present, the Irish team is 90 points ahead of England. It's about to break 100. The Irish team's Troy looked at his sweating teammates, secretly calculating. Gradually, his eyes were firm. He took the ghost to fly the ball, no longer dodge, broke out the fastest speed since the game, went straight to the goal of the England team. England's batters George and Nat used their breastfeeding power to strike the ball away at Troy and tried to stop him. Troy, oh my! Bagman shouted in horror with a loud voice. It was not so much that George's strenuous blow really hit Troy. It was better to say that Troy, with his unprecedented hero and no regrets, waved his bat and struck out the ghost flying ball from an extremely tricky angle. He secretly decided to fight for a slight injury, but also to win. The key to Ireland is enough to encourage morale. Good shot, welcoming. Bagman cried incessantly. God, he's about to fall to the ground, Bagman exclaimed. Tens of thousands of wizards held their breath and watched. The figure of Troy Kehen's blow was extremely powerful, and in the back of Troy's head, he knocked the stunned Troy off the broom. He turned his head down and fell down diagonally. At the last moment of landing, Troy successfully reversed his posture, protected his head, and fell heavily on the ground. With a bang, the whole stadium can be heard. The audience stood up from their seats, and a lament came from the seats of the Irish audience. The game is suspended, Mr. Bagman shouted, and a trained on-site therapist rushed to the field to check Troy's injury. Cohen touched his big bald head and looked at Troy's right leg in horror, which was curling in a weird twisted posture. He didn't expect that Troy would risk being hit, and he would have to win that 10. He's okay, he will be cured. Alan flew to Cohen's side, comforting. I know. I have experienced a lot of these things, and even if I knew the consequences, I would still play the ball. Cohen looked at Alan and said sincerely, Troy was indeed not life-threatening, but his right leg was identified by the therapist as a torn patella tendon in the right knee plus a comminuted fracture. This treatment is not too troublesome for the wizard, but at least this game, he was unable to continue to participate. The stretcher was ready, and two white-robe therapists lifted Troy onto the stretcher. Tyhan Troy, 31, did not expect his career to end in such a way. His family had long been dissatisfied with his hard work and urged him to quit the job and return home to inherit his family business. Although the injury only hurt the leg this time, the family will no longer allow him to risk these potentially fatal risks on the court this time, regardless of the heiress' responsibility. He may really want to be with the beloved Quidditch. Say goodbye. I have experienced many things worse than this, but just thinking about how my Quidditch career will end in such a way is disappointing. Tyan Troy couldn't tolerate that his last game was carried out by someone. No tolerance. So he struggled to get up and insisted that he walk out of the court. If this is the last time I walked out of the court, then I must not let the stretcher go out. I have to climb out myself, Troy sincerely said to the coach, who rushed to him quickly. The head coach of the Irish team, a lean little witch, with red eyes, nodded in agreement and helped him. A young female therapist quickly blocked. Troy, you can't. But the older male therapist next to her reached out and stopped her. Okay, he'll help you out. The male therapist looked serious and said in a deep voice, as a therapist, I shouldn't have allowed patients to do things that might worsen the injury. www.mentalnovel.com. But after hearing the conversation between Troy and the coach, he understood that this was probably the Quidditch star in front the last game. As a man, He couldn't help being infected by Troy's perseverance and Troy's strength. He was willing to help Tyan in front of him, respect his choice, and maintain his dignity. The head coach and the male therapist left Troy and left the arena. Suddenly, Troy stopped and looked back at his teammates. His teammates, worried in his eyes, looked at him like he had lost his soul. Troy suddenly smiled encouragingly. He retracted his right arm held by the coach and thumped his left chest heavily. The Irish players stared at him and thumped their left chest solemnly. "Ah, it's really moving." Bagman suddenly sighed, and the fans inexplicably. The news came from the scene. "This will be Troy's last game." "I didn't expect this to be the end," Bagman explained. "Troy, please keep your head high. You have made more than expected contributions to the fans and Ireland. You should be proud of yourself. You have put 150 efforts into every game. Did you know, life after retirement it's actually not that bad. It's good to eat and drink without restraint every day." Bagman couldn't help but pat his big belly and comforted. Hearing Bagman's words, he laughed first and then made a noise. When Troy was helped by the coach and therapist to the sidelines, almost all the audience stood up, applauded him warmly, and paid tribute to the Iron Man. England players in the air also applauded this respectable opponent. Chapter 323 Victory or Defeat. Although the Irish team lacked a core strength and a soul, their offence was more fierce. Like an injured wild wolf. After 5 minutes of intense tension, the Irish team scored 3 goals in a row. The attacker Zidane, who came up from the bench, was very aggressive, and he was a fresh force, which made Ireland full of momentum. Irish fans cheered wildly. Already 130 points ahead. Victory is in sight. The fierceness of the game now is something they have never seen before. The batsmen of both sides showed no mercy, especially Cohen and Connolly, who were almost crazy and brandished bats and attacked each other's players from various angles. Suddenly, Cohen ran straight to Moran holding the ghost ball, successfully blocking her castration, and the ghost ball was successfully robbed by England's chaser Tom. Moran looked at Cohen angrily, but Cohen carelessly pointed the back of her head at her, flew away in a hurry, and escorted Tom. He didn't hit her, did he? Tom succeeded in seizing the opportunity. He didn't care about the flying ball coming over. Cohen was there, so he didn't need to worry. All he has to do is offense. Tom successfully broke through the siege of the Irish team, struggling hard, and scored. The supporters of the England team cheered warmly, and the sea of roses rose on the audience. The successful scoring this time gave the England team new confidence, but it also inspired the fierceness of the Irish team. When the referee blew the whistle again, the Irish team's chasers quickly organised the offensive. Their skills and cooperation were superb, which Alan had never seen on other teams. With a quick offensive, less than a minute later, Zidane, the new Irish team, hit Tom with a bald-headed helmet and scored another goal, pulling the score gap to 130 again. The Irish audience all stood up, cheering and jumping, forming a huge green wave. At this moment, Alan suddenly jumped into the air, and in the eyes of the audience, he almost became a phantom, passing quickly in the air. Irish batters went crazy, chasing desperately. 2 roaming clamoured and came through. Alan flashed deftly, and continued to move quickly in the direction of the golden snitch. Just 1 arm away, Irish batsman Quigley used the power of breastfeeding to hit a flying ball to Alan, trying to stop Alan. Without time to dodge, Alan narrowed his eyes, did not dodge at all, and was hit head-on by the swimming ball. Deafening complaints came from the auditorium. Alan's eyebrows seemed to be smashed, and blood was everywhere, but at the same time, he raised his right hand high. The golden thief flapped his wings slightly, struggling weakly in his palm. He caught Alan. The game was over. Cohen exclaimed. Although the Irish team led with a considerable advantage in the course of the game, when Alan caught the golden snitch, the victory belonged to England. The audience does not seem to realize what is going on. Then, slowly, as if a giant jet was accelerating, the support of the England supporters became louder and louder, and finally a burst of joyful shouts broke out. The England team won. Bagman shouted. Alan Harris, the smallest player in the Quidditch World Cup ever, has caught the golden snitch. Hermione raised her hands high, ignoring her dress today, and jumped up and down to applaud. Alan is awesome. However, the Irish hitter is too ruthless. Alan didn't consider his safety at all. Punlo also cheered loudly, but thought of Alan's face. She was a little worried about the ball on the walk. Punlo, after taking the attribute potion, I don't think the walking ball can really hurt Alan. Hermione heard Punlo's words, calmed herself down, and analyzed it seriously. Pieces of rose petals flung off Luna's head, and she also put away the distracted look she had seen before watching the game, showing a pleasant smile. The mascots of England, the Siren Banshees, ecstatically wore around the stadium. Rose flowers were waving everywhere in the stadium, and the English national anthem sounded from all directions. When the team members rode their brooms and circled the field for a week, the sky began to rain rose flowers, and the supporters picked the rose flowers off and threw them at them. When they evacuated the stadium, the audience applauded and cheered, expressing their appreciation. When Alan's figure disappeared on the field, Luna took the lead to stand up, and the rose on her head fell to the ground. Actually, I'm jealous of her, Punlo said quietly. Why? Hermione looked at Punlo suspiciously. Alan received the flowers she threw. Hermione nodded again and again, deeply in agreement. Punlo and Hermione have only one flower, and like most little witches, they are immersed in the joy of winning and have no time to throw it. Luna, who is more awake than others, casually threw a bunch of rose flowers into the air, and Punlo watched Alan catch one of them with a smiley face. Seeing Luna's move, the other little witches followed suit. www.mentalnovel.com and threw flowers to Alan. However, Alan responded with a smile, but no one answered the flowers. The other little witches had no choice but to target other players. Upon seeing this, Punlo and Hermione also gave up the plan to throw. However, she's dressed today. She's so crazy. Hermione didn't know how to describe it for a moment. It was difficult for herself to be like Luna, who didn't care about other people's eyes and evaluations. She may be smarter than all of us. Punlo looked thoughtfully at Luna, turning the remaining rose flowers into a bouquet magically. Hermione feels that these Ravenclaws are sometimes really inexplicable, such as the one who plays with flowers. And for example, this one often doesn't says something inexplicable to her. The dress she wore was from the 16th century. From 1541, the king became King of Ireland, representing England's victory over Ireland. Today, England is king again. Punlo saw Hermione's thoughts. Deflated narrow mouth explained. Wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Luna lifted her skirt and stared at the large pale silver eyes, looking at Punlo calmly. The two stared at each other for a long time before Luna walked away like a ball. Ah, I remembered. When looking for clues about magical creatures, Luna once asked me to borrow my history book at middle school. She knew this history. I just thought of it. Hindsight. Punlo didn't say anything. She looked at Luna's back, and keenly discovered that this was the first time she communicated with Luna. She didn't show a trance. No. Now it seems, it should be said for the first time she was not perfunctory. Chapter 324 Prophecy. Compared to the warm atmosphere of the English fans, there was silence in the Irish audience. The little dwarfs all looked downcast and looked sad. I think they played bravely. Simo bulged his cheek. Gang. He felt that Irish chaser and batsman are world class, but Alan is too strong. Ron casually grabbed the gold coins in his pockets and let them scattered. He tried hard to recall the game and wanted to find a place to blame Alan. Thinking about it, Alan has nothing to pick on in this game. But because of this, Ron felt even more uncomfortable. Fortunately there are gold coins. The Hogwarts professors will never cancel the final exam because Alan won the Quidditch World Cup. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the little wizards who are about to take the exam are more and more anxious, especially those senior wizards who are about to graduate. The exam week began, and the silence in the castle was abnormal. When I had lunch on Monday, The third-grade students came out of the exam room of the Metamorphosis class. They were stunned one by one and looked pale. While comparing their grades, they complained that the test questions were too difficult. Hermione made a fuss and said that the turtle she made looked like a turtle and angered others, because in other people's eyes it was no need to worry at all. Before Alan came out, he learned from Professor Flitwick's expression that his score must be O. Unsurprisingly, Hermione, Penlow, and Luna's intelligence and perception have been greatly improved due to the attribute pharmacy. Under the premise of careful review, they can easily cope with the exam. Not only the curse class, the protection of magical creatures class, the potion class, the history of magic, astronomy. In almost every subject, they can ensure that they get the best results. The wizards who participated in the training organized by Alan were almost pleasantly surprised to find that almost all the contents of the inspections by the professors were reviewed in the cram school. Therefore, although their scores are not as easy as those of Hermione who took the attribute potion, they are far better than other little wizards who did not participate in the training. They also got enough O. In fact, even a few very outstanding members of the 5th grade training class 112 in OWLs. Hermione thought she could relax after finishing all the subjects, but she was informed that she would take the divination test. This terrified her. Although she doesn't like divination classes, she hopes that she can do excellent homework, especially after she deliberately asked about the results of others. She learned that Penlow Crivat's all scores in the NEWT's test were 0. Therefore, Hermione could not tolerate that she would have a poor grade or even fail. She doesn't like me. Hermione read angrily through See the Future Through the Mist, carefully remembering the chapter about the crystal ball. I've never seen anything in a crystal ball. Hermione clutched her long hair in distress. When Hermione stepped on the spiral silver ladder, she was full of knowledge about crystal balls. Hermione felt that if she made up a disaster, the worse the better, she might get a high score. But she didn't want to make up for everything, say something against her heart, and be a hypocritical person. Hermione Granger. The familiar, dreamlike voice came from above. Hermione settled her eyes and walked up firmly. The figure in the back was a bit mean to be dead. The room on the top of the tower was hotter than ever, the curtains were closed, the fire was burning in the fireplace, and the usual scent of smoking was so choking that Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and nose. She sensitively bypassed the tables and chairs, and walked towards Professor Trelawney sitting in front of a large crystal ball. "Hello, Granger," she whispered, "please look at this crystal ball. Take a look. And tell me what you saw. Although, I didn't see the halo on your head, but you can try it." Professor Trelawney glanced at Miss Masterstone and suddenly pursed her lips without saying a word. Hermione leaned over and stared at the crystal ball, staring hard at it, and the white mist was spinning and misty. Hermione's eyes widened, and she seemed to really see some patterns and ghost images. She couldn't help but lean down and wanted to see more clearly. Indistinctly, it seems that two people hugged together, spinning and jumping fast. "How is it?" Professor Trelawney asked gently. "What did you see?" "I saw two people." Hermione looked at the crystal ball without blinking and said seriously, "They seem to be dancing." "Dancing? Are you sure?" Professor Trelawney asked. "Are you sure, boy?" "Yes, it's dancing," Hermione replied firmly. She believed her judgment. Professor Trelawney stared at Hermione's head again, and simply stood up to look at Hermione's crystal ball. She reached out her hands, adjusted the direction of the crystal ball, and watched it carefully. For a long time, she looked at Hermione with a complex look. "I want to apologize to you, boy, for my previous arbitrariness. It's nice to be able to see it so quickly." She groaned slightly. She continued, "At this moment, I see your aura. You have the talent for divination. Do not waste." Hermione couldn't believe her ears. What did she just hear? Instead of saying nonsense, Professor Trelawney said she had a halo. She looked up sharply, wanting to see Professor Trelawney's look. Professor Trelawney is scoring behind her name. Hermione saw it sharply. She drew a circle eyes. "Oh." Hermione lowered her mind. Hermione sighed in relief, stood up, saluted respectfully, took the school bag and turned to leave, but heard a loud, harsh voice behind her. Almost. Hermione turned sharply and saw Professor Trelawney sitting upright in the armchair, her eyes missing and her mouth open. A thought turned around. Hermione covered her mouth, fearing to disturb Professor Trelawney. Professor Trelawney's eyes began to roll wildly. You were reading books. www.uukanzu.com. At this time Professor Trelawney spoke again, still the harsh voice, which was very different from her usual voice. The Dark Lord lay there alone, without friends, and was abandoned by his men. His servant has been chained for 12 years. This servant will break free of the chain and set off to meet the master. The Dark Lord will come back with the help of the servant, more powerful and terrifying than before. Professor Trelawney's head dropped to his chest, making a purring sound. Then, very suddenly, her head was raised again. I'm sorry, dear boy, she said in a trance. It's too hot, you know. I took a nap. Hermione looked at her in horror. Is there something wrong, dear? You just said that to me that the Dark Lord is going to make a comeback. His servants are going to come back to him. Professor Trelawney seemed shocked. Dark Lord? That person who can't even mention the name? My dear boy, that's no joke. Come back. Oh my God. But this is what you just said. You said the Dark Lord. I think you must have fallen asleep, dear. Professor Trelawney said, I must not have predicted such outrageous things. Hermione climbed down the ladder and spiral stairs in a trance. She felt that she might have just heard Professor Trelawney say a real prediction. If that is true, Hermione's heart couldn't help but sink. The kind of joy that the divination lesson got had been thrown out of Juxion. If the rise of the Dark Lord is destined, then, as small as her, what can you do? Hermione thought of Alan's training organization. Chapter 325 Dervish. Not to mention Hermione's intentions, Alan received the H94 uniform and equipment from Mr. Harris. The drawings he carefully designed turned into a brand new uniform in reality, which made Alan's eyes and brows smile. Along with the clothes came a letter from Mr. Harris. In the letter, Mr. Harris introduced the completion of the uniform production. He especially loved the magic feather cloak, which was put on a temperament and had practical functions. However, he also pointed out that the design of this uniform changed a design in Alan's drawings. This suit is basically completed according to Alan's design. Only one thing is that the setting of the collar has been changed by Albert to allow the position of others to be perceived by the wearer when allowed or unconscious. At the beginning, Alan was busy training, but also spent all his energy to study the drawings and go to the library to check the banned books. Alan felt that this change was very good. More thoughtful than he thought. Otherwise, once Anna rebelled or was captured by the enemy, it would easily lead to the annihilation of the whole army. Alan looked at the time and had time to contact Penlo and try on the uniform. So he quickly wrote the note and sent Benny to send the letter quickly. Take out the books copied from the library and continue to look. When people do things seriously, time will always rush away, as if blinking. It was the appointed time. Alan deliberately advanced some time in advance and went to the room where there was a request. After all, last time, as a gentleman, it was really degrading to let 3 girls wait for him. However, when he walked to the corner of the stairs, it seemed that there was a confusion of time, and the last picture appeared again. Alan stretched out his hand. He had already advanced so much. The 3 girls came here even earlier than he. Alan was awkward in his heart, but still calm on the face, maintaining decent greetings with the 3 in front of him. After entering the request room, all 3 eyes turned to the uniform in Alan's hands. At least for 2/3 of girls, trying on new clothes always makes people look forward to and happy. What's more, it is such a powerful uniform with a cool enough appearance. When the 3 of them changed their clothes in the dressing room and appeared in front of Alan with vigor, Alan only felt his eyes shine. The temperaments of the 3 people are different. The first button on Penelope's chest has no buttons, and a piece of white and radiant skin is vaguely visible. She tied her belt tightly, her waist slender, and she gripped it, making her look particularly attractive. Unlike Penelope, Hermione put on her uniform meticulously, exactly like the image drawn on Alan's drawings. The serious and delicate clothes and her furry head gave Alan a contrasting feeling. Compared with the previous two, Luna is much more casual, her cape slantingly on her shoulder. Although the top is not completely tucked under the belt, it is a messy beauty. She didn't care if the clothes on her body were neat, but she played with the raven mask carefully and buckled it diagonally on her head. Then, Luna picked it up again in the equipment and took out a super big dung egg. Oh, Merlin's beard. Luna, you have to be careful. I don't want to be like Malfoy and Ron in the next few days. So disgusting that I can't eat for a few days. Seeing Luna's movements, amused to it, Punlo, stopped by the wizard's astonishment, immediately stopped. Hermione and Alan, whose faces were pale as a result of memories, could not help but nod again and again. Alan is the designer. He naturally knows the effect of this super big dung egg. Let's try the functions of these equipments. I just need something to help you. Seeing everyone eager to try, Alan suggested. It was summer vacation soon. As Alan's training became more and more intense, he was able to stay in the restricted area of the library for shorter and shorter times. In the restricted area, there are still some books that Alan didn't copy them. Although Dumbledore acquiesced that he could freely enter and exit the restricted area, and the restricted area was too dangerous or valuable books were collected by Dumbledore in the principal's office decades ago. But Alan still felt now, it is better to copy all the remaining books and move them back to Ravenclaw, so as to avoid long nights. For a while, you must remember to be careful and keep quiet, because Filch is at the gate of the library. Before I could become animagus, I returned because of his caretaker, Alan urged. Hermione nodded obediently. Luna stared at Alan curiously, while Penelope's eyes flickered, his expression uncertain. However, Dumbledore and I have just reached a consensus and secretly allowed me to read the books in the restricted area. Filch appeared at the gate of the library to guard, which is really strange. Alan revealed his inner suspicions. Punlo waved his hand and said decisively, no matter what his purpose is, let's figure it out. Subsequently, Alan instructed the three people to activate the invisible function in the phantom feather cloak, and then turned himself into a phoenix. With the three people, directly Phantom moved to the restricted area of the library. With the help of three people, the speed of copying books is much faster. As Alan sorted out the copied books, Punlo looked up at Alan. www.untitlenovel.com pointed out the door, and Alan nodded in a knowing way. Punlo suddenly got up and strode toward the door. Alan and the three followed quickly. Seeing that the library door opened suddenly, but there was no one, Filch, with a look like this, grasped the lantern in his hand and jumped from the stool. Come out, witch little devil's head. I must catch you, Filch shouted loudly. In the astonishing eyes of Alan, Punlo ignored Filch's sound. His wand pointed at him, and a neat Dementor rushed directly to Filch. The silver-white memory flew out of Filch's temple, and Alan quickly took out a small bottle. He cooperated with Punlo to fit the memory into the bottle without leaking. Without any hesitation, Punlo, who extracted Filch's memory, directly emptied everything, clearing Filch's memory. Alan looked at Punlo. After entering the Ravenclaw Tower and starting to study black magic, her character changed compared with before, and she cares more about results than means. But Alan doesn't think this change is a bad thing. As long as it is within the controllable range, Penelope researches black magic, which is more decisive in character and more conducive to the era job she will be engaged in the future. Just when Alan wanted to take everyone away, Hermione suddenly turned around, pulled out her wand, and pointed at Mrs. Loris hiding under the chair. Even if it's an animal, there are memories. I saw in the book that masters can get the information they want to know by capturing the animals, Hermione said in a glance. She frowned, her lips squeezed, and she was obviously not very comfortable with this behavior and was a little bit resistant. Chapter 326 Memory. After successfully returning to the request room, Alan immediately took out the meditation basin. Several people got together. Everyone was very curious about Filch's stubbornness at the gate of the library. Alan poured Filch's memory into the meditation basin. Memory flows into the meditation basin, and it is impossible to tell whether it is liquid or gas. It was like a piece of bright silver, but it kept flowing, like the surface of the water rippling in the breeze, and spreading like a cloud, spinning softly. Alan pulled out his wand and poked lightly at the memory in the basin, and the memory in the basin spun quickly. My first. Hermione took the lead, and she was eager to know whether Dumbledore really made a small move behind this. No one robs her. Everyone can perceive Hermione's emotions, and let her look at Filch's memory for the first time. Soon, Hermione returned from the meditation basin to the room where she asked. Her face was rather ugly, she looked very angry, and she was relieved. Pimlo gave Hermione a strange look, and then plunged into his memory without hesitation. When Pimlo returned with a sardonic smile, Luna blinked and plunged lightly into the meditation basin. He doesn't want students to be exposed to dangerous knowledge. Luna drilled out of the meditation basin, looked at Hermione and Pimlo, and explained to Dumbledore. Alan nodded. Of course he knew that Dumbledore, the great white wizard, was not malicious to himself. Either way, after reading it, make a final conclusion. Alan was never a person who was easily influenced by others. Alan leaned over and touched the silver-white memory. He fell in a cold and dark substance as if sucked into a black vortex. Filch stood in the corridor on the 4th floor, staring suspiciously at a guard statue. The statue's armor rang, and the red tassel on the hat shuddered. Filch, an old and kind voice suddenly sounded. Alan saw that Dumbledore slowly came down the stairs. Principal Dumbledore. Filch saluted. Ah, it's naughty, Pippi. Come out. Principal Dumbledore said to the guard's statue that suddenly stopped shaking. Pippi suddenly rose into the air, grabbed his hands behind his head. Dumbledore, I'm wrong. After finishing quickly, Pippi escaped quickly, and slipped away quickly. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Pippi, is it hard to get rid of? Indeed, Dumbledore. But compared to the Pippi ghosts, the little ghosts' heads are more difficult and cunning. I suggest that the school's penalties be more detailed and harsher, and you should agree to my application to use the whip. Filch applied seriously. Filch, you know, the whip is absolutely not allowed to be used on students. Dumbledore explained. I know that these little guys are really naughty and have caused a lot of trouble for your work. In fact, Mrs. Pins was also very annoyed recently. She told me that the library's restricted area has been flipped. Traces. Filch, did you see any anomalies during the night of the night? Dumbledore asked, looking at the direction Pippi left, seemingly casually. Mrs. Pins? Which naughty ghost must be? Filch paused. I'll take a closer look at it, and I must pull him out. Alan, who was watching from the side, did not miss the flash of light in Dumbledore's eyes. That was a satisfied look. The following memories are mediocre, but he is fighting with some students. However, the encounter between Filch and the principal was too frequent, and Dumbledore showed unusual interest and enthusiasm for the library. After a while, Filch never met Dumbledore again. Alan noticed that at that time, Filch's The Prophet Daily had published an animagus photos. Alan suddenly realized that he returned from the meditation basin to the room where he asked. For a while, no one said anything. Although Principal Dumbledore should be kind, I do not approve of his method. He is too interfering with the lives of others. Hermione swelled her cheeks and filled her eyes with disappointment. Allow Harry to move to live with Sirius during the summer vacation. Principal Dumbledore did this for a reason. Harry had the ancient protective magic left by his mother. Before he became a man, he had to consider the home of someone with whom he had a blood relationship as his home. Only after a sufficient period of time will the spell continue to work. Alan's explanation made Hermione suddenly realize, it turns out that the principle is to protect Harry. Alan's eyes flashed. Hermione, there is actually a better way. If Harry cannot move to live with Sirius, then why not let Sirius move to live near Harry? Dumbledore is too many years, and he no longer has ripples in his heart. It is too easy for him to ignore the emotions of others when making plans. Hermione slaps happily. Why didn't she think of this? If it's not just me, I can just do it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Before leaving school, I will find Sirius and suggest that he live near Aunt Harry's house, so that the problem can be solved. www.mtlnovel.com. Alan wrote. This is not a violation of his agreement with Dumbledore. He affected Sirius, not Harry. Alan thought in peace. Hermione's eyes shone brightly. Alan, so good. Alan quickly rejected the unexpected good card. Although compared to Dumbledore's decision, my suggestion took care of the feelings of Harry and Sirius, but more importantly, I want to tell Dumbledore that he can't control everyone. This is also Alan's response to Dumbledore's book ban. There is a person, there is no real return. Speaking of return, Alan remembered another person. Who is it? Penlow asked with interest. That, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team that injured Kujang and Cedric, Marcus Flint. Alan narrowed his eyes, covering the fierce light in his eyes. Autumn. Jang and Cedric are blessed by misfortune and are together, Penlow said. And Marcus Flint, he graduated right away, but no one can protect him anymore. Penlow's fingers wrapped around the chain on the wand, his voice dangerous. Marcus Flint. Want to pay him back? Count me. Although he doesn't dare to provoke the people in the training class, he specifically bullies the little wizards who have not participated in the training class and are not pure blood. Hermione was filled with indignation and felt that if she had the opportunity to beat Marcus, she must not miss it. Even if you deduct points for this, you will spare no effort. The training class is very well organized. I like to participate in the activities of the training class the most, Luna said softly, playing with the raven mask. Luna always said something untimely and embarrassing. But Alan felt at this point that Luna's words moved him a little. Chapter 327 Respect Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Great League Phantom Feather, Luna loved to participate in the training organization, held the last event before the holiday. The weather in midsummer was extremely hot, but in the magic classroom, it was exceptionally cool. A large glass of butter beer with ice was placed on the long table. In addition, there are various sweet and delicious snacks and sweets for members to enjoy. The test scores of our group of people are good. I have passed every homework. Michael swallowed a custard biscuit with satisfaction. My grades in the potions class have also passed, Edward said with surprise, holding the transcript just sent today. It's not surprising. Hermione drew so many points for you, and even lent you notes. Michael glanced at Edward, and he also borrowed it from Miss Everything, but Granger lent it to Edward. It would be nice if he was Alan's roommate. Michael looked at Alan, who was on the rostrum. Quiet everyone. Alan's voice spread throughout the classroom. First of all, congratulations to everyone who has achieved good results in the final exam, Alan said with a smile. Everyone's efforts are not in vain. From this, our training activities are very necessary for everyone. Helpful. Heard the words, the little wizards below nodded again and again. In order to further enhance the communication between everyone and the senior students can help each other after graduation, we will prepare a party during the summer to explain the specific matters. Everyone should pay attention to the communication goal in their hands and notify each other. As soon as Alan said it, the little wizards below could not help cheering. The training activities not only allow the little wizards to gain knowledge and skills, but also a platform for enhancing friendship and exchanges between students. Organizing activities during the summer must be more free and fun, which is really exciting. Unlike the pleasant atmosphere of the training organization, Harry Potter's mood was very low, because Professor Lupin wanted to help Sirius run the Black family business. He submitted a resignation letter to President Dumbledore. It wasn't just Professor Lupin's resignation that made Harry sad, but also the fact that he wanted to live with Sirius. He did not understand why President Dumbledore would oppose them living together, and why his godfather was so easily persuaded. For a period of time, he thought he could live with Sirius in the future. His parents' best friend. This matter was only after his father came back. When he thought of returning to Dursley's life, Harry couldn't help feeling depressed. The next morning, when the Hogwarts Express train left the station, the little wizards of Ravenclaw appeared particularly energetic. Ravenclaw Academy won the Academy Cup for the third year with its outstanding performance in the Quidditch Cup. In a high atmosphere, a secret revenge operation is in full swing. Alan, Hermione, Penlow, and Luna followed the previously discussed countermeasures, looking for the traces of Marcus Flint in different sections of the carriage. Damn, I lost again. I'm going to buy some cold drinks. A box door creaked open, and Marcus came out scolding from inside. The expression on Marcus' face suddenly panicked as he passed an empty box. He felt someone grabbing his arm and squeezed him in pain. What happened? Before he had finished speaking, he felt a huge force strike him, and he was not allowed to struggle to pull him into the empty carriage beside him. As soon as he entered, the car door snapped shut. Marcus struggled hard, but to his surprise, even if he used all the strength of his milk, he still could not get rid of control. Not only that, the other party is constantly increasing their strength. Marcus struggled as hard as he could, until he knelt down on the ground. A petite figure appeared in front of him. Hermione Granger, Miss Everything. It turned out to be you. Marcus was angry, and Hermione looked at him like he saw a puddle of mud on the road. She looked down at him like a bug. Are you a monster? Why is it so powerful? Let go. However, Hermione ignored him and activated the Omniscience Mark on his arm. The next second, a figure appeared in the box. It was Alan. Penlow then moved into the box. Marcus looked at them in surprise, with a sudden expression on his face. Alan, what do you want to do? We are all students, don't mess up, Marcus said sharply. Student? Marcus, you have been relegating for 2 years, and now you have finally graduated. Do you still consider yourself a student? Alan smiled disdainfully. Penlow, Hermione, against such a person, there is a very interesting spell. Drown technique. When it was said that sooner or later, Alan pointed Marcus with his wand, and Marcus immediately froze. His complexion slowly turned red, and he turned purple again. Like a slow motion, he raised his neck and pushed his neck with both hands, as if trying to push away the obstacles. www.mentalnovel.com. Marcus' expression was extremely painful. His body couldn't help. He crooked beside him, and fell to Alan's feet with great pain. Twitching, he grabbed his throat and coughed violently, and a stream of water came out of his mouth. People who have been hit by this drowning spell will be filled with fluid in their lungs. He wants to avoid drowning unless he is of high physical stamina until he coughs up most of the fluid before he is killed or the spellcaster lifts the spell. Alan looked at Marcus coldly and explained to the two softly, and when his lungs are filled with liquid, he will be unable to speak, and he will not be able to control the movement of the magic wand accurately when he casts the spell, and he will basically lose his ability to fight back. Nod. At the same time, Marcus struggled less and less, and his coughing became softer and weaker, gradually becoming inaudible. Alan, he's almost done. Hermione saw Marcus' eyes scattered and empty, and quickly reminded Alan. Alan went down and released the drowning curse. Marcus collapsed to the ground and gasped violently. Penlow and Hermione, this drowning mantra is very dangerous and not easy to control. I have absolute certainty before daring to show it to you here. Don't try it lightly without mastering it. Alan saw Penlow's eager expression and quickly warned. Seeing Hermione on the side, Alan's words changed. We can use it against black wizards, criminals, and bad guys, and never against ordinary people. Whether it is black magic or white magic, for wizards, it is a means. As long as it is not used for evil, it is harmless. Alan clearly saw Hermione's slightly frowned brow relax, and seemed relieved. Chapter 328 Threats Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Great League Phantom Feather U, this is, committing a crime. Marcus Flint gasped violently while accusing Alan. This feeling of dying is painful and desperate. Crime? Penlow looked at Marcus with a smile. How do you want to accuse me? Do you think, if you say it, do you want to believe us or Marcus, who has always behaved badly and annoyingly? Even if you know, What can you do? The dispute between the students. Punalo's mouth scornfully raised, and there was a different charm in his eyes. I heard that the Flint family has a lot of business dealings, and you can't see it, Marcus. Are you really not afraid of the family business being investigated? Alan looked at Marcus' eyes meaningfully. Marcus' expression was sluggish, and he thought of the background behind Alan. His eyes closed, and when he opened it again, he had changed to a pleasing look. Alan, I am willing to assist you like Clark and Gower to assist Malfoy. Obey your command and be your most loyal people. Sorry, Marcus, I'm not Draco. I didn't collect it by anyone to clean you up today, just to vent Ku Jang and Cedric, to calm myself. As for you, see you later. Remember to hide away. Also, don't let me hear you bullying moles again. Alan narrowed his eyes, threatening with a dangerous look. At this moment, Luna with a wand on her ear pushed open the door of the carriage and walked in, holding in her arms 3 icy raw gill juices with a strange smell. I think you may need this. Luna distributed the raw mastic juice to others. Although it tastes a bit weird, after all, after a busy day, all you need is a cold drink, so you can't accept it except for some. Apart from the strange smell, Hermione, who forced her to drink, didn't have much repulsion. None of the 3 people looked at Marcus on the ground and walked out of the carriage. Luna walked at the end. Suddenly, she showed an expression that suddenly realized that she remembered something important, and then took out one of the equipment that Alan had sent to her, the super big egg, and threw it in. In an instant, she simply pulled the compartment door close. There was a huge noise inside the carriage, and then Marcus vomited. A strange smell permeated from the carriage. The 4 looked at each other and ran quickly in the aisle. It looks the most harmless and often the most dangerous, Punlo whispered as he watched the light running ahead. The doors of the carriages opened one after another, and the little wizards came out and looked at them with a probe. I'm sorry, let Jean. I'm the president of the student union. Percy turned his head away from the crowd, and stepped forward to investigate the situation. Puff, Percy, aren't you the chairman of the student union now? Draco Malfoy dragged his tone and pointed out unkindly. Everyone around him laughed. Suddenly, Malfoy's nose twitched a few times, and his face paled instantly. He immediately turned around, turned away from the crowd, and ran away. The people next to him were stunned by the sudden movement of Malfoy. Percy snorted in his nose, stepped forward proudly, and opened the door. He froze in place, and suddenly turned around and supported the door frame, retching. A strong odor came out, and the little wizards around him covered their noses, and after seeing the situation inside the car, they chuckled, and the birds were scattered. George, Fred, you must be the 2 of you. I'm going to ask you to settle the bill. Percy clutched his nose and mouth and quickly left here. The train entered King's Cross Station. After saying goodbye to Alan and Punlo, they walked across the partition wall of Platform 9 and saw the gloomy man, Sirius Black, at a glance. Alan hurried off in the meteor. Sirius also saw Alan. His hands in his pockets, walked in the direction of Alan. Alan looked at his eyes and turned sideways wisely. Sirius nodded at Alan and passed by Alan, spread his arms and embraced Harry with his big suitcase behind. He told Harry a few words, and Harry left the room obediently, pushing the suitcase and Hedwig's cage with a trolley toward Uncle Vernon. Alan smiled and waited patiently. Alan? Sirius stood in front of Harry and looked at Alan wonderingly. I just want to give you a suggestion. Alan glanced at the suspicious Sirius, who made him feel uncomfortable. Sirius' unbelief in his face, but did not interrupt Alan. After all, in his heart, although Alan asked for a return, he did indeed help him. I know, Dumbledore doesn't allow Harry to move in and live with you. I think he only cares about his plans and ignores your feelings. But Alan paused. Sirius' eyes brightened, got up. Alan couldn't help but chuckling and didn't sell any more. He said the suggestion directly. Sirius, you can move to live near Harry. During the day, Harry can stay with you at all. Just go back at night. Just live. Just show your identity and believe that Harry's Uncle Vernon will not refuse it. The haze in Sirius' eyes disappeared, and the smile was bright. Thank you. Alan, you helped us solve the big trouble. With such a simple method, why no one can think of us? Maybe you should be accustomed to blindly obeying whose opinion. You should learn to use your own brain to think about whether there is a more optimal way. I am not talking about who is not, but he obviously can't bear to think about these things. In his view, here comes the trivial matter. Alan smiled freely and pulled up the luggage without saying more. Sirius was uncomfortable with Alan's criticism of Dumbledore. He shrugged and turned towards Harry. Uncle Vernon was scolding Harry in the usual way. Wait still. He glared at Harry and shouted, "Do you know how precious my day is?" "Who is he?" "My godfather," Harry said cheerfully. "Godfather?" Uncle Vernon asked doubtfully. www.mtlnovel.com. You don't have a godfather. I'm Harry's godfather, Vernon. Sirius' eyes glowed fiercely. "I was convicted of homicide. I was just released from prison recently. I plan to buy a house on Privet Drive this holiday. I often meeting with Harry. I hope you will be convenient." Seeing the expression of fear on Uncle Vernon's face, Harry felt that this summer vacation would not be as difficult as usual. Harry couldn't help but look in the direction of Alan's departure, silently thanking the friend he had made before entering Hogwarts. Then, happily accompanied by Sirius, he walked towards the exit, and Hedwig made a gurgling noise in front. "Alan!" A familiar voice stopped Alan, but compared with the prolonged tone in the past, it seemed extraordinarily neat. It's Malfoy's father and son. Lucius' well-dressed blonde hair was neatly groomed, and took Malfoy to Alan. "Hello, Mr. Alan Harris." Lucius Malfoy reached out first, and Alan immediately shook back. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." Alan smiled politely. "This summer vacation, Malfoy Manor will host a banquet. This is an invitation. Please help pass it on to your father, Mr. Irving Harris. My son often mentioned you in the letter to me this year. Lucius Malfoy gave Alan an invitation letter with peacocks printed in gilt. Alan took it in his hands. "Thank you. I will definitely pass it on. I think my father will be happy to be invited to bring our family to visit." Lucius nodded at Alan again, and left the station with his son, who was embarrassed by his privacy. Chapter 329 Banquet Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Great League Fantasy Feather, Alan, who left the station directly, operated and returned home. Mrs. Morgan Le Fay Harris took leave early to return home, and prepared a table of extremely rich food according to the taste of his youngest son Alan. Perhaps it is the reason that we often meet in the tower, but there is no such excitement and rejoicing after a long-time reunion, more like a ritual. Alan said at the dining table that he wanted to hold a training party to organize a party. This proposal was strongly supported by his father Owen. "We can use your Aunt Josephine's manor, which is large, has enough space, and has a beautiful scenery, suitable for holding banquets." Irving helped the younger son to make suggestions. "Will you participate?" Alan invited. "From the beginning to the end, you will be constrained. I can appear briefly. Albert and Ren can also participate. See if there is any material that can be made and absorb the Ministry of Magic. Yes, your organization can choose to conduct the rally in the future." Irving's proposal coincided with Alan's plan. Alan and his father Owen Ercolin studied the details of the banquet for a long time, and then they acted decisively and quickly, and they immediately set out to make an invitation. The owls in the dispatching family sent these letters one by one, and Alan also started the newsletter to express the time and place of the meeting clearly. Alan's holiday life is not as comfortable as other little wizards. He not only needs to continue to study the collection in the library, but also participate in high-intensity Quidditch training. In this regard, Albert often used this to make fun of his younger brothers. Alan is busier than the Minister of Magic Fudge. He is now like a copy of the old man's Ren. Daisy nodded while holding Emily. "I'm not like Ren." Alan was also anxious. Renan's seriousness at home was not a pleasure, and he often made fun of his second brother. Ren heard that his sister was still nodding in front of him, and then suddenly found that the fire was burned by his elder brother. He was anxious to refute. "What's wrong with me? I just nodded." The busy days with family members are always fast. On the day when the training party was organized, Alan came to Aunt Josephine's manor early. The manor has been completely renovated. In the garden, the long tables were placed in an orderly manner, and Aunt Josephine also ordered a lot of sweets and desserts that the little wizards liked. Although Clark didn't like the influx of strangers in his manor, under the persuasion of Aunt Josephine, with the comfort of Alan, she agreed, but she hid on the portrait of her parents' bedroom and refused to show up again. The time of the rally was getting closer and closer, and the little wizards arrived as scheduled. They looked at this beautifully renovated manor, and their hearts' evaluation of the Harris family has been raised. When the sumptuous banquet was about to begin, Alan stepped onto the platform that he purposely set up. The voice is loud. Alan's voice spread to every corner of the garden. Welcome everyone. This will be our meeting place in the future. We will actively build a communication platform for everyone in the spirit of mutual assistance and mutual benefit. Even if we leave Hogwarts and enter the society, we must watch for mutual assistance and make progress together. To a greater benefit. Toast. Alan raised his glass and paid tribute to the people below. Everyone picked up the wine glasses and couldn't help but sit upright. In the following banquet, Mr. Harris appeared at the banquet, and Albert and Ren followed behind, introducing some little wizards close to the Harris family to Mr. Harris. He behaved very amiably, carrying a wine glass, and interacting cordially with the little wizards. When he left the banquet, the little wizards were full of goodwill and praise for Mr. Harris. The best part of these people will either become the fresh blood of Aurora or will become a new force in other functions of the Ministry of Magic. Punlo was sitting on a white swing under the shade of a tree. Tulle dresses were rippling around in the summer breeze. White calves and beautiful ankles were swaying with the swing. She looked at Alan, who smiled, and Yan in the crowd, thoughtfully. Her beautiful brows slightly wrinkled, and there was a flash of light in her eyes. The banquet had reached its climax, and the warm air was filled with laughter, conversation, and the clanking of tableware and cups. However, the excitement was theirs, and Punlo's heart was empty, and she felt that she had nothing at the moment. Finally, the banquet was over, and all the little wizards stood up and politely said goodbye to the host of the banquet, Alan. When the last little wizard was sent away, Alan saw a beautiful girl who was sitting on a swing stand and looked smaller than usual. The blue gauze skirt is equipped with silver ribbons, fluttering gently in the breeze. The skirt is rippling and shimmering. The crystal clear blue long crystal earrings hung from her scattered curly hair and swayed beside her shiny cheeks. Alan, would you like to walk around the manor? Punlo Cravat asked softly. Alan looked into the girl's eyes, reached out his hand, and lifted the girl off the swing. The moon is as bright as water, and the manor is quiet. Tomorrow I will go to Aura's training, Punlo said suddenly. Okay, I'll send you. Alan looked up slightly at Punlo's eyes sincerely. Punlo smiled a little charmingly, and then walked lightly in front of Alan. She talked about her future plans briskly, and Alan always smiled in the corner of her mouth, listening carefully to each other's various complaints. Finally, it was time to separate. Can't you stay? Alan held the girl's hand. Sorry, Alan. It's summer vacation. My stern parents will never allow me to spend the night outside. They know that training will start tomorrow, Punlo said regretfully. So, see you tomorrow, Alan said with restraint and enthusiasm. His heart was nostalgic for the girl in front of him. It's already today. Punlo leaned forward slightly, correcting mischievously. Really? Alan sighed. Yeah? Punlo laughed. So, see you later. Alan's voice was particularly moving in the night. Don't oversleep. Punlo screamed softly. I will adjust the alarm clock. Alan said. Put your pajamas on, Punlo urged. Brush your teeth. Alan nodded with a smile. Cover the quilt. Punlo looked at the corner of Alan's eyes. Have a good dream. Alan looked back at Punlo. Alan and Penelope went on with each other in a tacit agreement, and their eyes were full of friendship. Will Alan come to my dream? Punlo asked with his arms around his chest, mischievously. I will come. Alan agreed with a smile and a deep voice. Goodbye. Punlo waved goodbye to Alan. Goodbye. Alan also stretched out his hand in the same position as Punlo. Bye. Neither of them was willing to turn around and waved while retreating. Good night, Punlo said with a smile. Don't oversleep, Alan reminded loudly. This was just said. Punlo's face was full of smiles. Really? Alan's voice was slightly embarrassed. That's a good dream. This has also been said. Punlo flicked his long hair. Quite naughty. Is that so? Alan covered his embarrassment with a smile. He just couldn't bear Punlo to leave. If I go on like this, I will never be able to return home. Punlo smirked with a raised eyebrow. It's possible. Alan could not help but endure. Punlo nodded, flashing. So, that's fine. www.mtlnovel.com. We call for preparations and turn back together. Okay, Alan agreed. Ready, the two men shouted at the same time. Alan turned around in an instant, then walked forward a few steps. Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head to see, but Punlo was still unmoved. When Alan looked back, Punlo's face burst out with a brilliant smile. Alan, Punlo said softly. What are you doing? Alan's tone was helpless to spoil Punlo. Alan. Punlo looked at Alan's eyes, screaming again, reluctant to move away. What are you doing? Inexplicably, Alan was a little bit happy when she saw such a Punlo. Alan. Punlo's tone became softer, but his expression was firmer. What's the matter? Punlo called repeatedly, making Alan unable to laugh. Alan. Punlo called Alan's name and ran quickly into Alan's arms. Alan grabbed Punlo, who was leaping gently, and hugged the tall girl who bent her knees to avoid rubbing the ground. I love you, Punlo shouted, hugging Alan. Alan smiled immediately on his face, tenderly embracing Punlo. Good night. Punlo reached out suddenly, hugged Alan's head, leaned over and kissed quickly. This soft and gentle kiss instantly occupied Alan's mind. However, Punlo immediately let go, like a brisk fawn, running to the distance with a smile on his face. Wait a minute. Alan was still trying to stay behind, but the beauty had already moved in the moonlight, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 330. Training and Gifts for Punlo. Her life is no longer calm, and there are thrilling training contents waiting for her every day. Although Albert knew she had a great relationship with Alan, she would never let her go, but would be more strict. If you can train hard work in peacetime, then when you encounter danger in actual combat, you will be too late to regret it. Ara's work is very dangerous and cannot be tolerated half-heartedly. Not only need to complete training at work, in his free time, Punlo will also go to Alan's Ravenclaw Tower, or Harris Family Tower for practical training. Albert and Punlo moved the foreign language, psychology, fighting, stealth and camouflage included in the Ara training to the training room of the tower to guide others in training. The subjects of Ara training are so complicated, the pressure of training is heavy, and the task is heavy. It is no wonder that in the past 2 years, no Ara has passed the training except Albert. Mr. Irving Harris read the training organized by his elder son Albert Manuel, sighed. This year, Nifedora Tunks is likely to pass. I don't know if you know, she is also the daughter of our mother's unconnected cousin Andromeda. Nifedora's mother is marrying Ted Tunks. Amal was removed from the Black family. Albert, who was a distant relative, crossed his arms and looked at Penn, who had dyed his hair to a black that was not conspicuous in the night. Lo, 3 years later, with Penlo's current talents and abilities, it would be no problem to pass. Penlo's temperament is getting more and more, well, smart. Owen also looked over and hesitated and admired. Owen felt that Alan had a very good vision. The 3 girls who were seriously training in the training room in front of them were all excellent. In Penlo's eyes, training in the Harris family's tower is much more interesting and practical than training in Ara's. This training room uses illusion to simulate various scenes to assist everyone in practicing. Deserts, snowy mountains, deep seas, high mountains. As long as you want, you can practice in any situation. In addition, Alan also used a dead enemy split mirror to record the trainer's influence, which is not only convenient for the trainer to view, but also can use these images to fight. Even they have already begun to come into contact with some black magic. Obviously the potential enemies of the 4th grade are proficient in this. Alan cannot let the girls have no concept of the time. Therefore, Everyone's life is particularly fulfilling and busy. Hermione and Luna also have more important tasks, that is, to learn phantom shift and brain occlusion. Although Hermione is looking forward to Alan moving into her home every day, and then holding her hand to take her into the Harris family tower, but she does not want to rely on others and become someone else, especially the trouble of Alan. To this, Miss Everything New inexplicably looked at the mad girl. This Luna, who was absent most of the time, could easily maintain her own progress every time. This actually made Hermione feel that she had put all her efforts into it. There was a sense of powerlessness, and she began to doubt her talents again, even if she had mastered much more than other wizards of the same grade should have. Although Albert has already completed Aura's training, he is now keen to study super magic skills with Alan. As the Patriarch of Harris, Owen looked at everyone's life status for a period of time. Apart from rejoicing, he was particularly worried about his young son. Alan was really too hard, because he was busy like a spinning top every day because of his own affairs and those of others. So after one night of training, Irving called everyone together. I think our recent life is really too tense and too busy. Especially Alan. I can hardly find any leisure time. Over time, people can't bear it. Owen looked at his youngest son Alan, worried. So next week, when we go to Germany for a holiday, everyone needs to arrange a time in advance. Seeing everyone's surprised eyes, Mr. Harris continued to explain. We have a holiday house in the Black Forest. Albert had been there when he was a kid. Albert nodded with a smile. Yes, I heard my dad say, although I don't remember anymore. But Dad, Alan needs to prepare for Quidditch. Len looked at his father in surprise. Why didn't he have any signs? He suddenly said he was going on vacation. This sudden accident was particularly uncomfortable for Ren, who had been accustomed to the plan form he had prepared in advance. I have greeted Geraldine. He agreed with Alan to go out and relax for a while. Ren said no more. He saw his father's determination. While Alan was preparing for the trip and packing up, the house elf Maggie brought Dobby to him. What's the situation? Alan asked strangely as he looked at Dobby, who was downcast and sloppy. Dobby was rejected by Hogwarts' other house elves and had to resign to Professor Dumbledore. Maggie was clever and spoke clearly to Alan about the cause and effect. Dobby, don't be sad. If you want, I can hire you. Alan said gently. Dobby raised his head in an instant, and his big, tearful eyes looked at Alan expectantly, burping loudly, clasping his hands tightly, and putting it on his chest. Thank you. You are really a good person, more than Dobby knew. Great. Alan couldn't help but smile, seeing Dobby in front of him. He couldn't help but think of someone. So, Dobby, you see Maggie beside me. Before Alan said, Dobby lowered his head. I hope to hire you to help me take care of Hermione Granger's. Alan said. Dobby's head lifted in an instant, and a thick gossip fire was burning in his eyes. In the past few days, I went to Hermione's house to pick her up for training and saw her parents. They were a family member. I can see their longing and fear for the magic world. Someone in the wizarding world should leave them before. Bad impression. Dobby, your most important task is to help them improve this situation. Alan paid Dobby a one-time salary of 70 years, which allowed Maggie to settle down with the rejuvenated elf. Alan shook his head and smiled, suddenly thinking of Penlow. After the relationship happened, www.mentalnovel.com. I have never sent a gift to Penlow, but what should I do? He remembers hearing Penlow say that she likes a Mole World movie Roman holiday. When he thinks about the career she will become afterwards, Alan flashes, and he knows what to send. The motorcycle of hero and heroine of Roman holiday ridden together transformed into a wizard suitably flying motorcycle. After looking at the time, Alan immediately apparated to the motorcycle store in Mole World. After searching, Alan found that the motorcycle version in the Roman holiday had been discontinued, and exhausted his energy. He finally bought a Vespa 50S launched in 1985. Alan returned home happily. The first thing was to start to study this little motorcycle. Men seem to have a strong interest in refitting vehicles, even Alan, who is a wizard. is no exception. When the motorcycle was finally modified, Alan thought of something. Sirius also has a flying motorcycle and can fly everywhere. Mr. Weasley owns a flying car, but he is not allowed to drive out. Why is this? Alan found Ren and asked him. That's because registering the magically transformed mal items as legitimate wizard items requires a lot of troublesome procedures and paying a lot of gold gallons, Lund said with a smile. Alan understood what he meant, and Sirius Black, who was born of pure blood, was naturally not bad, but Mr. Weasley, who was also a pure blood family, could not support such a large fee. After handing over the registration to the second elder brother who still wanted to explain more, Alan returned to the bedroom easily. Chapter 331 set off the news that Irving Harris announced that the whole family is going on vacation has made his wife Morgan Le Fay busy. She has been preparing for vacation this week. Clothing, food, housing and transportation are all complete. Morgan Le Fay wanted to prepare these things, store them in the tower, and then take them out directly while on vacation. If it is a mole, such a big bag before going out, just like moving, will certainly be scolded by his family. But in the wizard family, everyone is happy to participate in it, helping Morgan Le Fay to make suggestions. In their eyes, preparing to travel is also a pleasure. The day before the trip, Alan moved to Hermione's house. Hermione and her parents were already waiting at the door early. Seeing the figure of Alan who had visited many times, Granger's family smiled. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, brought his daughter's luggage to Alan. In fact, the Grangers' first impression of Alan was very good, both academic and well-mannered, polite, and more importantly, Alan had a clean white tooth. And although Alan is a pure blood wizard, Alan gives them a comfortable and natural feeling when they get along with him. There is no obstacle in communicating with each other, and they are no different from ordinary teenagers. When Hermione had just entered second grade, in Diagon Alley, they had contacted a group of pure blood wizards, which made them feel very cramped. As light-haired blonde, it seemed to be a pure blood wizard called Malfoy, who looked at them with contempt and malice. The Weasley family with red hair, although very friendly, was too enthusiastic, too curious, and even a little fuss, so that they could clearly feel that the other party did not treat themselves as the same kind of people, and there were some insurmountable barriers. Suddenly, well-dressed Dobby appeared in front of the Grangers. This is Dobby. It was originally a house elf of the Malfoy family. After leaving the Malfoy family, it is not suitable to continue working in the pure blood wizard's house. So he was hired by Hogwarts, but recently, for some reasons, it quit the job. It is currently employed by me, but you know, I already have Maggie in my house and I am doing very well. Dobby doesn't want to be paid only and doesn't do anything. I think you will be willing to accept it. It can help you understand the magic world, meanwhile, can take better care of your parents. Seeing Hermione's hesitant look, Alan immediately added, you know, the house elves' treatment is really not very good. If no one hires Dobby or Dobby has nothing to do, then this is alive for a small life. It is a kind of strangulation. If you agree, you are helping Dobby. Dobby tilted his head aside, with tears in his big eyes, looking at Hermione expectantly. The Grangers on the side were a little unbearable. Did they have a bad time? Hermione asked suspiciously. She had seen Maggie, a very lively and cute little elf, and Maggie's face was always filled with a happy smile. There are many house elves in Hogwarts. After school, I can show you, Alan said. After consulting with her parents, Hermione agreed to accept Dobby to work at her home. When Alan returned home with Hermione, it was found that Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, who had been charged by some daughters, had personally delivered it. However, Penlo is still missing, and she clearly said she was coming. Let's go. No need to wait for Penlo. Irving came out of the study. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Alastair Moody, the most qualified juror in the ministry, retired gloriously, but I wrote him a letter inviting him as a consultant to train these newcomers. No, this morning, this is full of energy. The guy will take Penlo to assault training. Everyone suddenly. The family quickly took the longer-ranged clothing and embarked on a journey. Alan is very used to flying. Others, no matter what they think, are very calm. Only the younger sister Emily was excited and curious about everything. But for a child, such an expression is too normal. When they reached the Black Forest in Baden-Württemberg, Germany's largest forest mountain range in southwestern Germany, even the lively sweet bear Emily quietly nestled in her mother's place because of the boat ride. In my arms. Are we going in? Daisy looked at the path with some melancholy. She was wearing a white gauze skirt today. If she walked in, she might be caught and scratched by bushes of thorns. Of course not. Owen smiled slightly at his eldest daughter. He pulled out his wand and stretched it out. The wand glowed faintly blue. It didn't take long for Dada's horseshoes to move from far to near. An extremely tough carriage appeared in front of them. This carriage is not gorgeous, but it will make you think that it is quite strong. Excuse me, where are you going? The car door snapped open, and a little wizard with two moustache plucked out and asked, Oaktown. Mr. Harris withdrew his wand. The little wizard pushed the door a little further and smiled broadly. Please go to www.mtlnovel.com. No one will worry about not being able to pretend. Everyone will enter. Sure enough, the little carriage was expanded with at least 20 rows of seats. Alan walked straight to the end and sat down. Seeing Irving grabbed a small hand and handed the gold coin to the conductor. After everyone sat down, the carriage continued on. Alan, who had been on a magic bus, couldn't help but hold the armrest beside him. To his surprise, though, the carriage traveled at a fast speed, but it was far less crazy than the British magic bus, and it was very smooth. The little salesman flexibly carried a tray. The dark beer and milk on the tray were neatly arranged. The grilled, oily and fragrant sausage was firmly placed on the small plate. There were 2 jars of colored honey gingerbread. He distributed dark beer and grilled sausages to adults, then smiled and handed milk and honey gingerbread to Emily. Emily was clearly satisfied with the treatment of sweets, and she refused to let go of the honey gingerbread jar. She thought her mother Morgan Le Fay would relax her supervision at this time. Alan felt very happy, and Harris' sons were divided into dark beer and sausage. Just when Morgan Le Fay finally couldn't stop Emily from eating honey gingerbread from the jar, the little wizard heard a happy voice. Oaktown is here. After getting off the carriage, everyone saw the letter on the huge brown wooden gate. The small town of Oak. However, to Alan's surprise, Mr. Harris did not walk into the town, but took everyone along the dirt road and walked in the other direction. Oaktown is like our Hogsmeade village, but we will go back to the wooden house to settle and go again tomorrow morning, Owen explained. Chapter 332 Forest Villa. The grassy hillside was bathed in sunlight. Luna covered her eyes and looked at a black and gold monarch butterfly flying towards a cluster of pink geraniums. Suddenly, a small, cute, almost slap-sized camera appeared in front of Luna. Luna looked up. Alan was looking at her with a smile, and the camera lay quietly on his hand. Luna stared at Alan with light silver eyes, smiled suddenly, took the camera, and played in her hands. This camera is made of plastic except the back cover, but it is heavy and solid in the hand. The overall workmanship is very fine, and there is no loose and exaggerated sense of plastic. This is the Olympus XA2 film camera. The shutter button has almost no keystroke. It can be triggered by a light touch. It has a very low sound and is quite suitable for snapshots and sneak shots of magical creatures. I have transformed it. Now, unlike our wizard cameras, we can take dynamic photos, but the performance is much better. Alan walked over and introduced the camera's functions to Luna. In the next trip, Luna is like a little fairy in the forest who did paparazzi work. Holding this small camera, he shuttled through the forest, capturing the whereabouts of various animals and birds in the forest. Her posture will also secretly take photos of the shaking of Hermione's shaggy hair at different angles from time to time. This makes Miss Masterstone a little crazy. Under the leadership of Mr. Harris, everyone walked through a large area of virgin forest composed of pine and cedar trees, many unknown animals howling around, insects singing around. However, these sounds seem to be wonderful music for everyone in a happy mood. Except for only one person, That is Daisy. She carefully lifted the skirt and bowed her head to avoid the low branches and the thick vines sticking out between the trees. It can be seen that sometimes, when you care too much about one thing, you miss the more meaningful and valuable scenery. When Irving announced her arrival, Daisy finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her white skirt kept her. The house presented in front of everyone is extremely weird, with a tall, pointed roof rushing into the sky, overlooking the surrounding trees and lawns. This wooden house is very grand and slightly old. The weirdest thing is that the whole house was painted pink, bright pink. The windows are decorated with colorful shutters, but there is no matching color. The house is shabby, and the boards on the front porch are falling off. There is even a hole in the porch. Alan walked over, pulled out his wand, and repaired them easily. "Dad, are you sure this is our house?" Looking blankly at this extremely chic house, Ren was so shocked that he felt his throat seemed to be stuffed into a huge ostrich egg, choking badly, thinking it might be from his father's handwriting. He likes it. He is even more uncomfortable. Actually, if you look closely, it's still very artistic. "Who asked your grandmother Layla to build this villa?" "Harris. She was unmarried all her life and had an unusual temperament." "Oh, no, it's the pursuit of art and the pursuit of ultimate beauty." Owen's expression was a bit trance, but he noticed that his son's eyes immediately began to explain. "What kind of eyes are you?" "This is not how I painted it like this." "Why not change it, even if it just changes its color?" Ren also looked disgusted. He prefers a more stable style. In fact, he should be regarded as the oldest one in his family. "Her last wish is to keep this building in the world for a long time, and no changes can be made. Because this is the pinnacle of her artistic creation, it can never be changed." Irving was also helpless. "Whoever changes this building, the inheritance rights will be deprivation." Knowing that it had nothing to do with his father, Alan had the leisure to look at the various artistic sculptures left by the grandmother on the lawn. He felt that his grandmother was not only a person pursuing art, but also perhaps a superpower. Wizard. Because it has been so many years, these sculptures on the lawn still have magical fluctuations. Emily really likes these lifelike sculptures: squirrels with huge tails, kissing angels, pink rabbits with long beards, green bugs wearing little black hats, a large group of red eyes and white geese. Hundreds of decorations were scattered in the yard, placed all the way to the porch steps, and then placed into the house again, filling the ground floor of the house. "It seems that we have a lot to do." Morgan Le Fay's gaze swept over a dusty, worn wooden cabinet, and his gaze focused on the heavy curtains again. She could imagine what kind of creature would be hidden behind the curtain. For example, Humezi or Boggart. Alan called Maggie out, and the house elves who could cast spells without a wand were very good at dealing with housework magic. Of course, other people were not idle. They were not the kind of people who would be too particular about their identity at home. The family that let the house elves work together, with the concerted efforts of everyone, this old villa soon renewed. After a satisfying meal, all the tired people on the road went to sleep. Perhaps it was due to the dense forest and the fresh air. Everyone had a good rest, and they got up early the next day. Early in the morning, Alan pushed open the window and looked far away. There were thick woods, layered, and merged into a dark green ocean. Take a deep breath and the air is fresh and pleasant. It's not just Alan who got up early. When he went downstairs, Morgan Le Fay had prepared breakfast for his family. www.untilnovel.com. Soon, everyone came to the restaurant one after another. "Dad, Oaktown, when are we going to leave?" Emily looked forward to the most. "After you drink this glass of milk." Owen looked lovingly at the youngest daughter. When they entered the Oaktown, Emily particularly regretted that she had happily ran out of milk at that time. Without him, there was too much food in Oaktown. "This shop was opened when I was a kid. I want to eat the most authentic food. This is the best choice." Irving can't wait to enter a weird pub. "Bubble Pub," Alan said aloud. In addition to these large characters on the plaque, there is also a fun-looking cartoon image next to it, which looks like a big bunch of purple grape bubble gum. It had a golden crown on its head and a smile on its face. "What is that?" Emily asked Alan. Alan couldn't understand either, and shook his head. "This is King Bubble, our mascot in the tavern." A yellow-haired shop assistant suddenly appeared in front of them with blue eyes shining in the sunlight. "It's funny." Emily shook her head in praise. This seemed to make the clerk very happy and greeted them enthusiastically. "Mr. Harris has expertly ordered a lot of food: Black Forest cherry cakes, soup dumplings, sour giblets, fried meat with fried mashed potato balls, and babrichon cooked with curd and other condiments. The clerk smiled. "A lot of food on the round table. This noodle cooked in boiling water seems to be very simple. But when it is eaten with onion barbecue, lentils and long sausage, it is very fragrant." Irving took the lead in serving a small bowl of noodles for Emily. Chapter 333 Oaktown Modified. "Thank you for sharing with my friends who are in trouble." Another steamed noodle, served with potato soup. "But, I want applesauce," Daisy said regretfully. "I want to drink apple juice." Emily raised her small face, looked at her father with her sweetest smile and rubbed Owen with her head as long as she would do it. Owen would try to satisfy her. The yellow-haired shop assistant on the side flashed an uncomfortable look, then smiled and said, "If you can wait a few days, you can buy the best apple." The clerk's expression was captured by Alan, and he secretly paid attention. The whole Oaktown and Hogsmeade are extremely imaginative, but there are also differences. Oaktown has far more food than Hogsmeade. In addition to the Oaktown, Alan and they are visiting the different scenery of the Black Forest every day. In addition to the original forest scenery in the magical fairy tale world, it has borders with Switzerland and France. Therefore, the beautiful landscape of the Rhine Plain, the fresh and beautiful scenery of western Switzerland, and the magnificent French Strasbourg Cathedral, the combination of various views, can make you worry all over, and simply forget where you are. In this way, everyone has completely immersed in such a beautiful life. Until a week later, Irving called everyone together in the yard. "Today, we have already visited most of the scenery around the Black Forest. Everyone is quite familiar with this area. I think that next, we can move freely, we can go where we want, but we must pay attention to safety. My mother and I have also discussed it. Go out and play alone, but no one of you will bother us. Daisy, you are responsible for taking care of Emily." Daisy thought she could go to France to buy clothes and accessories. Although she had to take care of her little sister, it was not a burden for her. She could even make Emily makeup without worrying about her parents scolding, so she was happy. Nodded again and again. Soon, the area where the villa was located was left with Alan, Hermione and Luna. "Although I am very satisfied with the free activities of the girls, my parents and brothers are also very concerned. Just let our 3 children stay alone. This cannot let the Grangers and Mr. Lovegood know." Without understanding the meaning of his father's blinking before leaving, Alan forcibly maintained a serious thought of pretending to be prettier. "Alan, where are we going?" Hermione interrupted Alan's thoughts. Inexplicably, Alan's mind suddenly flashed the look of the clerk in the bubble pub. "Let's go to Oaktown to eat something before we talk." So, Alan suggested to the girls. In the bubble pub, Alan generously arranged a lot of food, and the yellow-haired clerk smiled extremely brightly, helping them prepare food diligently. "You said you can buy a good apple before, but do you have one now?" Alan asked casually. The clerk's eyes flickered slightly, and he felt a small packet of gold gallon stuffed in his hand. "Every summer, a tall man comes to our tavern to sell a magic apple, which costs about 50 gold gallons. This bright red apple can treat almost all diseases, and it is only an apple. I think it is worth the price." The clerk smiled. "People who buy magic apples usually take out the seeds, hoping to grow magic apple trees. The seeds can indeed germinate and grow twisted seedlings, but when they reach about 2 feet high, they will mysteriously disappear. People think it was the apple seller who sent thieves and stole the saplings in order to monopolize the benefits of the magic apple." "How can I get an apple?" Alan asked. "Wait patiently, you will see him today." The clerk smiled. and then left with the empty tray. "This waiter has a good attitude," Hermione praised. In fact, as a mole, she rarely saw wizards of this attitude in the wizarding world. Alan smiled and didn't speak. "That's because he has observed that we have enough ginger along these days." Luna inserted a sour giblet and put it in her mouth, slightly frowning her brows. When Luna ate up a plate of sour offal, a burly bearded witch came in. He walked straight to the hotel's only small stage and stood up. He did not use loud voices, but his voice could still be heard clearly in a noisy room. "Old rules, here are 6 apples, each selling 50 gold coins. You need to find me." The man asked the clerk for a large glass of dark beer and sat down next to the bar to drink. Alan got up quickly, and when it was his turn to buy, there were only 3 left in the basket. Alan stuffed a heavy pack of gold coins into the other party, and then carried the basket upside down. "This apple is indeed delicious." The 3 people who took a bite of the apple praised at the same time. "As for the role of treating diseases, it is not irreplaceable for wizards. Most diseases can be cured by magic potions." Just then, Hermione yelled suddenly and covered her face. Her head and face gradually grew grey hair. She made a terrible roar. Her head was elongated, and her body became longer. Her shoulders arched, her fingers bent into pointed claws. "Hermione!" Alan exclaimed, and he quickly poured the unicorn powder and detoxification agent into Hermione's grim mouth. "Don't worry, it's just a prank. When you get an apple, you have to cut it and recognize it carefully, whether it's a white or red apple. It's healing. Just eat a pale apple. It turns people into werewolves. But don't worry, the duration is very short." The clerk looked at the hairy girl and couldn't help laughing. After listening to the clerk, Luna suddenly took out the camera Alan gave her, seized the opportunity, took several photos, and retained Hermione's embarrassment at the moment. It took a while for some crazy Miss Master's tone to recover, and Alan dropped her heart to stop comforting her, and read www.uukanzu.com and then looked up to find the trail of the man selling apples. "But that person has disappeared without a trace. Do you know where they are?" Alan asked. "Who?" "Actually, half a month ago, some wizards who were recruited tried to find them." The clerk suddenly laughed, as if thinking of something interesting. "It seems to be called Tarragon, Savin, and angrily it's fun to chase it out." Hermione was ugly in public, her face flushed. This reminded her of the experience of taking compound decoction but accidentally becoming a cat. But that time, after all, she saw her embarrassment very little. This time, it was exposed to the public in an unexpected manner. Hermione would rather stay in the hospital for 1 semester without being discovered, rather than be ridiculed for 10 minutes. Upon seeing it, Alan quickly rushed out of the door, trying to find someone selling apples. Not only did he want to be angry with Hermione, but more importantly, he was also very curious about the source of the magic apple. There were many people coming and going out of the door, but there was no trace of that person. "What should I do?" Hermione was not reconciled. Tower. Alan immediately thought of a solution. "Let's go back and try the prophecy spell." Alan immediately took Hermione and Luna Phantom to the tower, went straight to the prophecy on the top to detect the room, and detect the whereabouts of the apple sellers. Alan is going to try the detective spell that he got before. The requirements of this spell are somewhat high, but it is very useful in terms of detection and detection. It was originally used by ancient wizards, that is, using some magic materials and equipment to achieve a long-distance detection of the movement of the detected object by completing a specific ritual spell. Chapter 334 Trace. Although the curse is demanding, it is not too difficult for this perception, because Alan saw this person in person, and also owns the apple that the other party has touched. It is not difficult to detect. As long as all the materials are ready, Alan has a great chance of success. Unless the opponent's strength is high and he can perceive the magical fluctuations brought by this curse, the information he returns is likely to be a false performance. Alan didn't think that the person he saw today would have such strength. Hermione and Luna stood in the corner, and Miss Masterstone looked at Alan's actions with a serious expression. "Alan will take the Falcon's eyes," Add some herbs and nitric acid, copper, and zinc from the material cabinet, and put it into Xingu water to cook. Along with Alan's spells and movements, the image of the witch selling apples appeared on a highly forged and highly polished silver mirror covered with boiled potions. The man's nearby grass was overgrown. Swiftly walking through a lush oak forest, vaguely visible, there were many broken stone pillars standing nearby. With Alan's control, everyone saw the man's face. Hermione could not help but exclaimed, "What appears on the silver mirror is not a human face at all." Werewolf. Alan was surprised and thought of the apple that can turn people into werewolves. As sharp as he immediately realized that there must be an inside story. The effect on the mirror disappeared. "Hermione, I think it's necessary to check it for you again," Alan said to Hermione seriously. Hermione nodded pale. Alan unfolded the detection methods he knew, and even took out a crystal ball for divination in the future. Fortunately, Hermione was normal and was not affected in any way, which made everyone relieved. Let's go back to Oaktown. After the three replaced the H94 uniform, Alan decided decisively. The three left the tower and returned to the town. The three of Alan used the detective skills learned from Albert to inquire about the news in the town. Hermione was the most serious. She actually took out her notebook and wrote down the information collected after the detection. 1. People who buy magic apples usually take out the seeds, hoping to cultivate magic apple trees. The seeds can germinate and grow twisted saplings, but they will mysteriously disappear when they reach about 2 feet in height. The villagers in Oak Village believe that it is the apple seller who sent thieves to steal the saplings in order to monopolize the benefits of magic apples. 2. Outside the Oak Village, there is an old road that has been abandoned. The old road passes near the underground castle, but was abandoned because of dark biological activities. No one knows exactly the past of the underground castle. 3. The ancient road crosses the grassy plain of ashes. This barren situation is related to an ancient giant dragon with 5 heads that returns to nothing. 4. It is said that there are terrible monster activities in the night, so the herdsmen dare not live in the outskirts of Oaktown. No one has ever witnessed these monsters, but occasionally there are human and animal corpses that have not returned overnight. The wounds are very strange, like being pierced by a large number of steel needles. 5th, no one saw the traces of Tarragon, Savin, Brave Dossier after chasing out the apple sellers. Lord Bravado is a foreigner, with a wand made of thornwood in his hand, all covered with thorns, which is impressive. 6. Cannon, the owner of Bubble Pub, remembered that 13 years ago, there was a missing person who raised a big tree frog as a pet. After summarizing the information, Alan's curiosity was completely mobilized, and he was determined to find the werewolf. On the one hand, they are always equipped with anti-wolf medicine, which can effectively prevent infection in a short time. On the other hand, Hermione and Luna need to exercise. The most important thing is that Alan is sure to turn into a phoenix at the moment of crisis and take Luna and Hermione to escape. After drinking the potion poison, according to the villagers' guidance, the three of them embarked on the legendary ancient road. The ancient roads are overgrown with weeds, and nearby is a lush oak forest. The three of them walked along the ancient road and crossed a rocky highland. In the west of the ancient road, a narrow rift appeared. "It's here," Hermione judged by comparing a few references that she had just seen in the mirror. Here, it was the spot where the werewolf that Alan had detected by sensing the spell had appeared. There are many broken stone pillars standing nearby. Most of the stone pillars sank obliquely in the mud, and some have even fallen into the deep valley. 2 of the pillars stood on the edge of the rift valley. At the same time, Alan noticed the same gravel pillars across the rift. They stepped forward to check. Most of the stone pillars are broken, and many stone pillars are engraved with ancient rune. If anyone disturbs this tranquility, death will come to his head. Hermione stood in front of a pillar and translated, "Stop, and death is staring at you." Alan also read the text on the pillar in front of him. "There is a rope here." Luna's voice was heard by the wind. She was already standing on the edge of the rift. pointing at something in the rift and calling. Alan and Hermione hurried over and fastened a rope tightly to a stone column. The other end of the rope was vertical to the rift. There are claw marks on this rope, probably for the werewolf. Alan picked up the rope and came to a conclusion. Then, Alan threw the rope down and carefully observed the surrounding environment of the rift. On the rock wall, Alan discovered artificially dug holes. His eyes went down the sequence of potholes and saw a small platform. "How do we go down?" Hermione asked. "Of course it's a phantom." Alan looked at the foothold and took Hermione and Luna directly and flew down. Appearing in front of the three people is a narrow platform. www.mentalnovel.com. The ground is covered with gravel and bones of small animals. At the edge of the platform, a rough spiral staircase spiraled down and disappeared into the darkness deep in the rift. "It's very dark underneath." Hermione pulled out her wand and wanted to cast fluorescent sparkle as lighting. "Don't, Hermione." Alan stopped her immediately. "According to what we just saw, someone should have been here half a month ago. If they don't have good intentions, then we cast a fluorescent spell in the dark. It is tantamount to sending them a signal to become a live target." Alan explained to Hermione patiently. "So how do we do it?" Hermione put away her wand, but looked a little uneasy about the black patch around it. Alan pointed to the raven masks hanging around their waists. "Don't forget them. In the dark, you can see clearly. But even if you wear a mask that can see in the dark, you can't see the entire platform and the bottom of the rift valley. Look, there are footprints." Attentive Hermione noticed that in addition to the footprints of the three of them, the footprints of other people remained on the platform all the way down the spiral staircase. The three men increased their vigilance and continued to move forward. Suddenly, three figures were thrown in the dark, moving extremely quickly. They went straight to Hermione, who had just made a sound. Hermione, who had never experienced this before, screamed and ran back, stumbled. Alan was shocked first, and when he judged that the three animals were just scared rats, he stood by and was ready to rescue him at any time. In the eyes of Alan, these three big dog-shaped horror rats are not difficult opponents to deal with, except that the bite may be infected. Hermione glanced back and saw that they were closer to her, running rhythmically, with agile and flexible movements. Chapter 335 Underground Castle. Hermione stepped back and forth and back up the stairs. This is a spiral staircase built according to the mountain. There are three sections of the spiral ladder, and there is a small platform interval between each section. The spiral ladder is about 5 feet wide, and the manufacturing process is rough. Although it is narrow, there should be no danger in general walking. Hermione retreated to the platform, turned around, and confronted the horror rat. These horrors look very fierce, about 3 feet in length. They gritted their teeth and raised their heads high, ready to attack Hermione. Hermione pulled out her wand and tried to block their attack with obstacles. However, one of them jumped violently, rushing towards Hermione like an Austrian arrow. "All rounds!" Hermione shouted. The gravel and bones of those small animals on the platform instantly attacked the horrified rat like a shell. The horror rat howled loudly, was beaten into a sieve, and fell from the air, bleeding into the ground. At the same time, the other two cyborgs stared at Luna, as if ready to attack. Luna tentatively took a step back. It was like a signal that the mouths of the two horrible rats were sullied, showing a brutal expression and rushing up. Alan's hand holding his wand couldn't help but tighten. He controlled his desire to step forward to help solve it. Luna and Hermione even need to exercise their actual combat skills, and the power of the Terror Mouse is just for her two opponents. And with the ability of these scary rats, even if they hurt them, the injuries will not be too serious. Not to mention the presence of Alan, as long as it was not fatally injured, it should be cured in an instant. All petrochemicals. The horror rat on the left still retained the posture, froze in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. The horror rat on the right still fangs, without any loss, and rushed to Luna fiercely. Hermione hurried to Luna and wanted to support her. Hermione was too anxious to notice that the steps in front of her were stained with horrible rat blood and became very smooth. Unexpectedly, she fell down the stairs, and Alan, who had been watching the battle, directly phantom shifted past. "Prepare to pick people up with a magic wand." "Iron armor," Luna shouted, and another horror rat that rushed to Luna seemed to hit an invisible wall, flew out, and fell down the stairs. Luna hurried to the edge of the stairs and looked at the probe. I saw that the hapless horror rattled his limbs in the air desperately, but to no avail. It fell to the platform on the second floor and twitched weakly on the ground. Obviously the injury was not bad. And Hermione. Her phantom feather cloak spread out in the air, and she took her along the spiral stairs to glide to the platform below. Hermione landed safely. Luna quickly rushed from the spiral stairs to the platform where Alan and Hermione were. "Hermione, are you okay?" Alan, who hadn't shot in the end, looked at Hermione's pale face and asked worriedly. "I'm fine, Alan. This cloak prevented me from being injured." Hermione's face was shocked. She was very glad to hold the corner of her cloak by her hand. "The reason why I didn't shoot is because I think this is a good opportunity for actual combat, and I believe you can solve it." "And you did." Alan patted her shoulder comfortably, and the three went on. They followed the spiral ladder to a small open space. This open space extends to the north and south sides, and there are a lot of broken stone pillars scattered around. The castle that appeared in front of them was obviously the legendary City of Darkness, and the wooden gate of the castle tower stood in the west not far away. Around the castle was full of ruins formed by the collapse of stone pillars, but Alan stopped after only a little temptation, because with his movements, the rocks in the ruins will continue to shake, and Alan's exploration is hindered and can only be stopped. However, Alan noticed that small creatures can still crawl in the gaps under the rocks. For example, mice or smaller creatures can move freely through the gaps, but can only advance at a quarter of their normal speed. Alan withdrew carefully, trying to avoid the collapse of the pillar. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed the wand in his hand backwards, devastating the internal organs. A horrible rat who wanted to attack from behind him suddenly fell to the ground and kept rolling. A creature that has been hit by this spell will start to churn its internal organs, and its body will be exceptionally strong, or it can endure pain in a short period of time and successfully cast an anti-curse like a curse to stop it. Otherwise, multiple internal organs of the target creature will be stirred in the body under the effect of the spell, and then ejected from the abdominal cavity, causing death. If Alan continues to cast spells, the internal organs of this horror rat will fly directly to Alan and merge into his body, and the vitality contained in it will provide a certain healing effect. But for Alan, who has a cleansing habit, he didn't want to touch the internal organs of the horrible rat at all. Moreover, the internal organs of the horror rat are scattered on the ground, which can attract other horror rats, so that they no longer track Alan and others. "Stop." Alan suddenly stopped Hermione and Luna. The two stopped submissively, watching Alan crouching down curiously, observing the ground in front. "You see, the color of that piece of soil is a bit different from the surroundings. Their humidity is slightly different, and it looks like they have just been renovated." Alan pointed to an area in front of www.mentalnovel.com and said. He drew out his wand and used a floating charm to control a stone column in the ruins towards the area. As the stone pillar fell, a trap appeared in front of the three. Inside the trap, two dead corpses of horror rats that had turned into skeletons, a dead corpse of dead rats about a week ago, and a living horror mouse were lying. The horror rodent survived with its dead counterparts, but was trapped by the restoration of the organization. "We can follow the road over there," Hermione said. Alan nodded. "At the same time, I suggest that you wear the soft shoe covers in the H94 uniform first, to avoid walking and making noises, which alarmed the people inside." Around the trap, there was about a foot-wide edge for advancement, and the three silently bypassed the trap. After a long walk, he finally walked safely to the door. The wooden door in front of it looks no different from a normal door. But none of the three men acted rashly. Alan first probed whether there was a mechanism on the door. After getting a negative answer, he leaned forward, listening to the movement behind the door. Then he stepped back a few steps, holding his wand, ready to attack at any time. He glanced at Luna lightly, and Luna understood. Araho cave opened, and the wooden door opened a gap quietly. After waiting for a while, there was no abnormal situation, and the three pushed in. Appearing in front of you is a round hall with broken stones scattered in it. In addition, they also found 4 torn corpses of horror rats, and there were black bloodstains on the wall behind them. Alan stepped forward, carefully observed, and came to the conclusion, from these scars, the werewolf should have done it. Chapter 336 Explore. Suddenly, Alan's eyes stayed somewhere on the wall, and it seemed it was a letter. Clean it up. Alan cleaned the black bloodstains from the walls, revealing the walls that had previously covered them. There are several mysterious runes engraved on the wall, which are uni. Alan distinguished the pronunciation of the word. All colors return to air. The ancient dragon, according to the legend of Oak Village, is related to the barrenness of the ash plain. Hermione thought of the information she had recorded in her notebook. Alan nodded solemnly and continued to observe. The circular tower extends upwards to about 30 feet, but the spiral staircase leading to the height of the tower has been completely broken. In addition to the entrance, there is a wooden door on the left and right of the hall. Alan looked around and raised his wand. Detect the secret door. In my experience, in this environment, using this spell, there will always be gains. He turned around and said to Hermione and Luna with a smile. Following the instructions of Detect Secret Door, in the hall, a dark stone door that appeared to be integrated with the stone wall appeared in front of the three. Alan once again inspected the door for the presence of dangerous objects such as enchantments and organs, and found a needle stick device similar to the one that hurt Maggie. This stinger mechanism is set on the switch, but the poison attached to it has been out of use for a long time. Of course, even if the mechanism is triggered, it will not cause damage to Alan. Wearing protective gloves, the three entered the secret room. The chamber was damp and cold, with 3 skeletons sitting quietly on the ground, with empty eyes looking at the opposite wall. They seem to have been dead for a long time, and their quiver has basically become fragments. I remember one of the ruins on the periphery that looked like an ancient arrow tower. Maybe they were archers, Hermione speculated. And it may be a very good life. Luna's eyes swept the bows and arrows hanging on them. Huh? Hermione's eyes widened in amazement. 3 skulls on the opposite side flashed red light in their orbits. They stood up slowly from the ground, and the skeleton creaked. They extended their arms, bent their finger bones, and rushed towards the 3. Obviously, although they were archers, they now prefer to use claws to fight. Broken apart. Alan's curse met the skull in the middle. In an instant, the bones of the skull scattered all over the place. Its skull rolled into the corner, its mouth helplessly merged, and gradually, the red light in his eyes disappeared. Alan wanted to continue the shot and resolve the 2 remaining skeletons, but Hermione stopped him. Alan, leave these 2 skeletons to us. After all, this kind of actual combat opportunity is rare. Hermione pulled out her wand and her eyes were firm. Before Luna defeated the 2 horrors, then this time, she will be in Lunaki and solved them. Alan nodded in agreement. He originally thought that this thing was a bit dangerous, and wanted to solve them in one go. However, after hearing Hermione's words, he felt very reasonable. Anyway, he suffered a skin trauma at most. I just experimented with super magic skills, magical efficiency. Alan reminded that before he finished, he had already started. Broken apart. Hermione also used the spell to hit the skull on the left. However, the bones of the skull were only cracked, and one arm flew to the wall. It continued to pounce steadily, and Hermione was caught off guard by the skull's finger bones on her shoulder. Fortunately, Hermione was wearing a uniform, and her finger bones were not inserted. But Hermione still felt the pain there. It seems at least bruised. Hermione once again used 4 torn apart and finally turned the skull in front of her into a piece of bone. On the other side, Luna used the flaming fire, and the skull pounced on her, instantly burned. Hermione, are you okay? Alan asked, stepping forward. Hermione rubbed her shoulders and shook her head in frustration. The split and split I used was to test the super magic skill spells to increase efficiency, which probably consumed 4 times the magic power. only to double the power of this spell. Alan explained. Actually, you can find magic according to the characteristics of undead creatures, such as the flaming fire used by Luna. According to my research, because human bones contain phosphorus, phosphorus will produce phosphorus oxide when it interacts with water or alkali. The stored heat will burn when it reaches the burning point. Another example is the undead zombie, which basically has no water, but the combustible substances like fat are still preserved, so it has just a bit. With some more undead creatures, such as vampires, you can learn almost all undead creatures in the future. Nemesis Spellianian burst to deal with it. Hermione lowered her head. Her heart was very frustrated. Alan said this, she also read it in the book, but when she was fighting, she didn't think about it and used it. Luna went to where the skeletons were sitting before, and picked up 3 crossbows. The quality of this crossbow is good. It seems that they had a beautiful time before the castle sank to the ground. The sinking of the castle caused them to die immediately, and also turned them into undead creatures. www.untitlenovel.com. A island side. Hey, there are some ancient gold and silver coins here, which can be reserved for commemoration. Alan distributed these unique gold coins to Luna and Hermione. It seems that this secret room has not been discovered by werewolves. The stone gate was closed again, and the 3 of them continued on. Back in the round hall, they chose the left-hand direction and walked to the front hall of the castle. This is a house about 20 feet wide, and the surrounding stone walls have not been repaired for many years. The wall to the south has completely collapsed, almost blending with the dirt and gravel outside the wall. The west wall looks the best, and there is a beautiful stone door on the wall. A giant dragon with its head standing is carved on the stone door. Alan also found a keyhole near the dragon's mouth. The relief on the stone gate depicts a fighting dragon. The door was tightly locked. Alan first checked whether there were enchantments and mechanisms attached to the door, and then stepped forward to listen carefully to the movement inside the door. Hermione and Luna saw his movements in their eyes and remembered them. For Alan, doing this every time before opening the door can better ensure safety. Araho caves open. Luna cooperated with Alan again, casting a spell, and the door opened. The stone door was easily opened by Alan. This is a showroom. A thick layer of dust accumulated in the showroom. There are 3 recessed closets on the north wall and the same closet on the south wall. A small crystal ball was placed in the closet. The 3 crystal in the north are dim and dull, while the crystal in the south emit a soft light. The mysterious rune on the surface of the crystal ball reflects the shadow on the wall, and slowly moves with the change of light. Chapter 337 Trap. It should have been a long time since no creature opened the door of the showroom. Alan looked at the showroom and came to a conclusion. A few inches of dust accumulating in the room, and the rotten smell in the air, all show this. The trio's eyes focused on the only crystal ball emitting blue light. The shadows of those mysterious runes are unpredictable and strongly attract their attention. Alan didn't rush in. He probed carefully at the door. This room is the same as Hogwarts, and there is a layout prohibiting phantom shifting enchantment. Alan couldn't help wondering. After repeatedly confirming that there were no traps on the ground, he stepped forward. You wait outside the door first. He'll explore the way first. Hermione and Luna wanted to follow behind him, and Alan stopped him. However, when he was about 5 feet away from the glowing crystal ball, the crystal ball suddenly made a loud noise. The ancient and heavy sound vibrated and filled the entire room instantly, driving the air beside him, and the colorless wave rolled violently, as if swallowing the dust in desperation. However, after taking the attribute potion, Alan's spirit has been significantly improved. After a will confrontation with this magic, he exempted this magic trap that can affect the spirit and thinking. His mind is clear and no longer influenced by this voice. However, the voice reached outside the door and affected Hermione and Luna. They took the medicine for a short time, so now they are in a trance and can't help but turn around and run. Alan hurriedly followed behind them, but neither cursed or closed earplugs were of any use. Whether they encountered stone pillars, large wooden barrels, or any decorative objects during their running, they would be destroyed by them without hesitation if they blocked their progress. They didn't cover their ears in a trance until they ran to the vestibule. Alan concluded that the two people's minds were no longer affected, and first sent them into the tower to hide and rest, and to avoid accidents while he was acting. Then, immediately transformed into a phoenix, the phantom appeared, and entered the showroom. Although he could feel the vibration of the airflow, Alan, who was not affected, came straight to the crystal ball and put it in the storage grid. After a few echoes, the sound came to an abrupt halt. Alan once again apparated and returned to Hermione and Luna. "What's the use of this crystal ball? After leaving the showroom, it no longer makes a sound. It's strange." Hermione was very curious, and since last time she saw the prediction of Professor Drawlini in divination class, especially when Professor Drawlini admitted that she also had a halo, she became interested in this aspect. Perhaps, as we get more information, we will figure it out. Alan felt that he should continue to explore, get more information, and then decide. The three of them continued on, and a passage of about 20 feet appeared in front of them. The passage is full of corrupt odor, and there is another stone door at the end of the passage. The three of them walked carefully and came directly to the stone door. Alan listened to the movement behind the door again and pushed the stone door open. A dusty room appeared in front of them, and the dust covered the whole room like snow. On the north wall, a slightly reddish-white marble was carved into a five-headed dragon, about 10 feet tall, looking at Alan quietly. "It's shocking," Hermione exclaimed. All colors returned to the air. Lunagia's voice came. "Hello, please answer the question. No need to summon, no need to drive. We show up at night and dissipate during the day." A powerful voice suddenly exploded in the back room. "It can talk," Hermione shouted. "Magic mouth," Alan said. "It makes it look as if it really speaks." After being surprised, Hermione also remembered the material of the curse. "Stars," Luna said. "What?" Alan and Hermione looked at Luna, and Luna looked to the dragon's right side, and a stone door suddenly appeared in front of them. Alan and Hermione reacted. It turned out that Luna was talking about the answer to the dragon riddle. Hearing the sound behind the door again, Alan pushed open the door. This process almost became his instinct. The house, about 20 feet wide, is also covered with dust. There are 3 walls in the south and north, respectively, which are recessed toward the inside, 5 of which are placed with reddish-white marble statues, and nothing in the recess in the southwest. The statue looks like a tall warrior wearing steel armor. Through the arches on the west wall of the hall, a wider hall can be seen, and the turquoise fire flashes in the hall. On the ground not far from the west arch, a deep pit was found across the entire house, blocking their progress. "Huh? Look!" Hermione suddenly pointed to a dusty ground. "There are claw marks. This paw print was left many years ago, and the mark is very deep, even if it is covered with dust again. The previous traces can be seen. The creature that left these marks should be bare feet. The shape of the feet is similar to humans, and the toes have sharp claws." Hermione touched her chin and speculated based on the marks on the ground. www.mentalnovel.com. The trace starts from the depression of the wall and finally disappears into the deep pit. Blocking the deep pit in front of them, about 10 feet high, with spikes at the bottom. The pit wall is rough, but there is a narrow bridge on the deep pit, which is just wide enough to accommodate one person. Alan took the lead on the bridge. Luna and Hermione followed. As Alan walked to the middle of the bridge, he was pushed down the bridge by a pair of sharp claws. Immediately, Alan heard a nervous laughter from the bridge and the sound of flapping wings of the membrane quasar. Luna immediately recognized the culprit who pushed him down the bridge, and Hermione immediately thought of the material seen in the book. Quasar's appearance looks like a shrinking human, but with a small horn on his forehead, with bat-like wings dragged behind. The skin is green and uneven. Quasar had slender hands and feet and pointed claws. It was these claws that pushed Alan under the bridge. Not only that, it also launched a panic spell, which made Hermione, who was preparing to cast a spell, palpitate, and he flinched under the spell. There was a wave of panic in her heart, as if the waves were constantly pounding the rock. phoenix. Hermione was pale, looking at the suddenly appearing monster, motionless, but soon, she woke up from the panic. Her closed brain operation, successfully resisting the panic. She may be learning faster than Luna, because Luna has passed for a while, as if she has gotten rid of the panic attack. Without hesitation, Miss Petite hit a quasar with a petrified spell, but the quasar was small and extremely flexible, successfully avoiding Hermione's attack. Hermione seized the opportunity and asked aloud, "Alan, how are you doing?" Chapter 338 Sarcophagus Monster Modified, thanks to Super Silver Diamond Gaze. The response to Hermione was the clear and loud singing of Phoenix, which was full of magical power, and suddenly seemed to have infinite courage injected into the hearts of Hermione and Luna. It turned out that after being pushed, Alan did not fall into a pit full of spikes, but turned into a phoenix in the air and flew up. However, Quasar didn't want to fight against them. It spread its wings, quickly climbed into 10 feet of air, and began to retreat at full speed. It also laughed. "Thank you for opening the door for me. I don't want Joe to stay. This ghost place." Alan once again turned into a humanoid, fell on the bridge, pulled out his wand, and pointed at Quasar. But it didn't happen that it would flee without a fight. Alan and Hermione's spells hit an empty space, and the Quasar had already followed Alan's route into the room, flying away at an extremely fast speed. "It is a demon from the bottomless abyss." The chaotic evil nature made it must have used the phantom body technique to hide aside. While we were not prepared, it suddenly attacked. Alan whispered to the two companions around him and decided to again check the indoor environment. He whispered a few words, and the three of them simultaneously used flash dust in different directions. A cloud of golden particles quickly enveloped everyone and objects in the area. Behind the arch, the invisible Quasar was outlined. He was rubbing his eyes vigorously, and then his whole body was shining because of the sticky powder. He had no time to restore his eyesight. He could only rely on memory. At a very fast speed, rushed out of the room. At the same time, there is a secret door hidden in the southern depression. Regardless of this little monster that was not actually very lethal, the three people were directly attracted to the secret room. After listening to the test, they walked in. The room was also dusty, with faint writing on the south wall. After Hermione cleaned up the dust, she recognized the obscure handwriting as Niven, and she read, "Dragon Priest was buried alive here because of his sins, but his previous merits and glory are still intact." Suspicious. Hermione had just finished reading, and on the floor, a hidden entrance of 3 feet appeared. The three walked over, and after careful detection, they entered the room. The walls and floor of the room were carved with runes, emitting a lavender magical glow. "We seem to have broken into a grave." Hermione sighed, looking at the scene in front of her. A huge sarcophagus was placed in the center of the house to attract the attention of the three. A huge dragon head was carved on the surface of the sarcophagus, and the base was also shaped as a dragon. The lid of the sarcophagus was nailed tightly with rusty iron nails. Looking around again, all 4 corners of the room were built with ledges for installing torches. Alan's eyes were fixed on the ledge in the southeast direction, and only the ledge was inserted with torches. "That's the Gobbler fairy fire that will never go out." Alan knew that this torch was extremely precious. If there were no accidents, Dumbledore would send Hagrid to the Giants during the summer vacation next year. This kind of eternal fire is one of the gifts to their leaders. Except that the flame is green. The appearance of the torch is exactly the same as the ordinary torch. 6 nails are rusty. Hermione searched the sarcophagus seriously. It should be too old. Alan's attention was drawn back to the coffin. The lighting on the wall was actually a Goblin fairy fire, so the things in the sarcophagus should be more valuable. "You stand back 1 stop," Alan said, and the greedy raven aimed the sarcophagus. "Alan, be careful. It may be dangerous." Hermione whispered uncomfortably, and squeezed the wand in her hand. "For muggles, you must use tools to pull out such rusty nails. For wizards, it is impossible to pull out these nails with the help of magic, because they are protected by magic." Alan, by virtue of his tremendous strength, used his hands to pull out all 6 nails one by one. After all the nails had been removed, Alan forcibly removed the sarcophagus lid. With a dazzling green light, a claw suddenly emerged from the sarcophagus and grabbed Alan. Alan stepped back immediately, avoiding the fatal blow. When the attacker stood up from the coffin, the 3 of Alan took a breath. This monster is so ugly. Its body seemed to be stretched rigidly, and its muscles were rotten grey. Its hair is long and thick, and it is now sticky. Despite its ugly appearance, it is gorgeously dressed. Although those gorgeous clothes have long been rotten, the jewelry on it is still shining. Alan saw at a glance the silver ring on his elongated finger with the dragon emblem carved on it. Its claws are very sharp, and once the claws go down, the sarcophagus lid is overturned to the ground. It screamed and jumped out of the sarcophagus, rushing towards Alan in the green light, but his action was slow. He shook his bulky body, and every step he took was accompanied by a low growl. This gap, Alan saw, had only 3 toes left. It seems that his spirit is completely confused. Hermione said. There was a heavy growl in the monster's throat, and it opened its sharp claws and reached out to Alan in them. He first photographed Alan. Alan swayed slightly and hid. The monster missed, shouted angrily, and shot again. Strong and powerful claws reached Hermione's arms, trying to tear her apart. Powder broken bones. Hermione's curse hit the monster, flesh and blood flew, and the monster roared in pain. Alan guarding Hermione and Luna back again and again. www.mentalnovel.com. However, surprisingly, soon, the monster seemed to be enchanted, and the wound was beginning to heal at an alarming rate. Otherwise, it will reply as before. Awadas Uoming. Alan used the unforgivable spell directly, and wanted to solve it directly. As Alan flashed a green light, but the result was beyond their expectation. The monster was completely harmless when it was hit by a life spell. It must be an undead creature, so it can invalidate the death spell. If so, then I am afraid that the drowning spell has no effect on him. Undead creature does not need to call, and the effect of visceral devastation is also very limited. It doesn't need viscera to maintain life. Even if the viscera is destroyed, it can grow back quickly. Alan speculated secretly and quickly reached a conclusion, but now the narrow environment is not suitable for him to use the previous curse against the vampire. Powder crushed bones. At this moment, Luna also shot decisively. Although in the past, Luna and Hermione's energies were mainly focused on brain occlusion and phantom migration, and they did not use too many attack methods. But they have to say that these 2 meat-crushing bones are still very fierce. The monster's dangling arm was blown off and flew to the ground. The monster roared, rushed forward, picked up his arm, and pressed it against the wound. It's no longer a living creature. We noticed that it wouldn't hurt us if we pulled away from it. But this room is too small. I dare not use Yamian Burst. It will hurt us. We use fire-like spells. Try it and find a chance to lead it out and fight again. Alan seized the opportunity and immediately spoke his guess. Just in this moment, an incredible situation happened. Chapter 339 Dragon Sorcerer Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. The monster's arm grew back, as if it had never been injured. The fire is raging. 3 spells hit the monster at the same time, and the fire instantly swallowed it. The monster made a terrible cry, flapping his hands on his body. The flames were gradually extinguished, and the gorgeous clothes on the monster's body had been burned out, and its original grey skin had turned into large patches of burnt black. Alan was keenly aware that the burnt area of the monster did not appear to heal, that is to say fire, effective. Suddenly, the monster made another surprising movement, screaming and digging the dark skin of his body with his hand. After they saw him dig out the burnt skin, Alan started to heal himself again. I see. It's a troll. Hermione clapped her hands excitedly. If a troll loses a limb or part of a body, it can grow back. If the broken limb is placed on the stump, it can be connected immediately. Moreover, fire and strong acid can cause normal damage to the troll and inhibit regeneration. Hermione said quickly. Hermione was right, but it requires a more powerful flame. Alan also thought of the origin of the monster, and he was already thinking about countermeasures. The troll recovered almost, so he rushed to Alan without hesitation, and frantically grabbed Alan, who was closest to it. Alan exploded a curse, slightly blocking the troll's speed, and he signaled Hermione and Luna to evacuate quickly. Hermione and Luna ran out quickly as Alan meant. Alan covered the two away while waving his wand quickly, blocking the troll with an iron armor curse. At the corner about to leave, the troll stretched his claws violently, flung over, and waved desperately. While Alan kept defending, he also had to cover the two of them to retreat, not paying attention, and even let the troll's claws extend. In order to protect Hermione and Luna from being hurt behind, Alan bit his scalp slightly and turned sideways, avoiding most of the power of this violent blow. The troll's claws circumvented the cuffs of the robe and landed on Alan's naked forearm, scratching Alan's flesh, leaving several scars on his arm. Blood flowed out of Alan's arm in an instant, staining the sleeve near the wound. "Alan!" Hermione exclaimed, looking at the blood. Luna's light silver eyes looked at Alan's wound a little unexpectedly, and she clutched her wand as if to curse the troll. Fine, skin trauma. You leave quickly." Alan gritted his teeth, ignoring the injury on his arm, and urged the two to leave quickly. Leaving the room, Hermione and Luna hid away as quickly as Alan asked. Alan attracted all the attention of the troll, who was chasing him behind him. In front is the deep pit where Alan once fell. Alan did not lose his momentum, went straight to the deep pit, and jumped without hesitation. The troll, who had lost his sanity, also jumped down with a sway. However, before Alan jumped down, he quickly looked at where he landed. As soon as he landed on the ground, he quickly transformed into a phantom of the phoenix, disengaged from the deep pit trap and returned to the ground. The troll, because of his burly figure and huge body, fell and was pierced by those sharp points. When the troll was struggling, the sound of rolling and rushing suddenly came from above, and the blazing flames came straight to the troll, instantly swallowing him, and the fire tongue turned into ashes. In the deafening roar of flames, Alan used the healing spells he learned from the mother and sister of the therapist to heal the wounds, and then the three no longer ignored the silent pits, but in the heat move on. Before leaving, Alan returned to the secret room with the sarcophagus, collected the minced meat scattered on the ground by the trolls in the secret room, and put it into the storage grid. "Alan, why are you?" Hermione looked at Alan collecting those disgusting grey and black minced meat and found it difficult to understand. "Now, the troll is almost extinct. Don't you think its self-healing ability is worth studying? Although he is an undead creature, it is definitely different from the living troll, but it still has great reference value." Alan considered for himself. In addition to the blood of the troll, in the sarcophagus, Alan found a refined dagger, perhaps used by the troll during his lifetime. Obviously, the troll that turned into an undead creature prefers to use claws to attack. The jewelry in the sarcophagus is also quite valuable. It includes a beautifully shaped silver ring, a hollowed-out gold necklace and 2 silver armbands carved with dragons. The sarcophagus also contains 300 ancient silver coins and 70 ancient gold coins, as well as a dark brown sheepskin notebook. Alan picked up the notebook directly and flipped through it quickly. It turned out that this troll was originally a human wizard who belonged to the dragon worship, and was buried alive here for committing an unforgivable fault. However, he was not willing to end his life. So, using the taboo spell of the dragon worshipping, he captured a large number of trolls and restored them by studying them. You reading books. www.yuukanzu.com wants to transform himself from a human wizard to a troll wizard, imprisoned alive in the grave. Perhaps something went wrong during the casting process. Compared with ordinary trolls, the trolls he turned into appeared weaker and moved more slowly. At the same time, he still retains the customary fighting style of the dragon sacrifice. But in fact, because of his weak strength, he cannot tear his opponent into pieces as easily as ordinary trolls. With the passage of time, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he became mad. He closed himself in a sarcophagus and let himself fall asleep. Until someone opens the sarcophagus, he will wake up again. His thoughts were beautiful, But when Alan opened the sarcophagus again, he had lost all his intellect and the ability to cast spells during the long years, and he became a troll. Closed the notebook and packed up the belongings in the sarcophagus. Before leaving, Alan also put the eternal fire on the wall into the storage grid. Next, they returned to the rotunda at the entrance of the castle and walked in another direction. The room I explored was basically empty except for some gravel on the ground. In this small house away from outside interference, the three of Alan took out some water and food to replenish their strength and take a short rest. Just that way, none of us werewolves encountered. It seems that they had entered this way before. Next, it may be very dangerous. We must be vigilant, Alan solemnly reminded. The expressions of Hermione and Luna also became serious, and put away some thoughts that despised the place before. The previous experience all revealed the mystery and danger of this underground castle, plus the werewolf who did not know where to hide. It was a crisis. Many must be vigilant. Chapter 340 Empty Cage Modified. Starting again, they were cautious along the way and came to a stone door carved with a huge fire dragon with 5 heads. Entering the stone gate, this is a 10-foot square room made of stone. A huge sealed iron bucket is placed in the center of the room, and many water pipes extend from the bucket. This should be the site of the underground castle's magical water supply system. It should have been idle for a long time, at least 100 years. Alan speculated, looking at the rusty iron bucket. Passing through the water supply system, they came to a very special room. The walls of this room are painted with simple and scribbled nivens, and the paint is faintly green. The dragon rules the earth. Hermione translated the rune on the wall. A legendary dragon again. Alan looked at the room with interest. In the big pit in the middle of the house there are traces of recent bonfires. There are some charred in this pit monster bones, and some blackened deformed pieces of armor. Luna speculated in front of the pit. The most striking of the whole room is a metal cage in the south. It broke a big hole, and now it is empty, and it has been twisted into a shape, and it has been unable to imprison any creature without repair. Alan walked into the cage and squatted down to observe the situation inside the cage. This is dragon dung, which is very similar to noble's dung. According to the number of dung and the size of this hole, the dragon's body is already huge. Alan stood frowning because of the smell of frown. Take a look. A wooden table was placed in front of the cage door. On the green tablecloth there are many odds and ends. Suddenly, intermittent sobbing came from the direction of the roll beside the wooden platform. The three of Alan circumvented the wooden table in a pretentious manner. An old gigantic monster curled up on the dirty, messy drape, and seemed to be asleep. He looked very sad and couldn't help choke even in his sleep. But as the three approached, he opened his eyes alertly, watching Alan and them cautiously, while moving his body toward the corner of the wooden platform, as if he could hide his huge body. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Hermione tried to communicate with the other party. Although she didn't want the other party to understand what she meant, she tried to make her tone softer and more friendly. The old monster's expression relaxed, and he twisted uncomfortably. "Mybo is here to raise the holy dragon, and the evil werewolves have stolen the holy dragon, Kashix." Mybo's eyes showed fear and he couldn't help sobbing. But to the surprise of the three, this name, the old monster's intelligence is obviously much higher than that of his class because he speaks fluently. "Kashix, is it the holy dragon you raised?" Alan asked when he could communicate. However, Mybo was not willing to answer him. Alan took some snacks as dry food and put them in front of him. Mybo glanced at the food and became restless, slowly reaching out from the shadows in the corner. The large, crumpled palm grabbed the food provided by Alan and quickly retracted. "Kashkes, is it the holy dragon you raised?" Alan studied Hermione, lowered his voice as much as possible, appeared kind, and asked the question again. Mybo nodded while swallowing food. Alan found many scars on Mybo. Some of them hadn't even healed. It was probably a commemoration left by him for raising the dragon. "Where are the werewolves? Why did they steal the holy dragon?" Alan asked. "If you tell us, maybe we can help you find the holy dragon," Hermione persuaded softly. Maibo tried to swallow the food in his mouth. Maibo doesn't know. The chieftain knows. Maibo takes you to meet the chieftain, Yasdale. You are nice to Maibo. Help the monster find the holy dragon, big leader, it's good for you. Although the three of Alan should be regarded as invaders in the eyes of Maibo, when Maibo saw the hope of retrieving the holy dragon, he still voluntarily requested to lead Alan to see the giant leader Yasdale of the monster. Maibo knew how to avoid triggering his own organs and led Alan through the heavy bound arrow traps under the trolls to the frontline outposts with troll patrols. Said to be an outpost, it is actually a small room. The room was littered with gravel, and a bonfire was burning in the middle of the house. A few inferior woolen fabrics were thrown around the bonfire. Three fierce monsters stared at Alan with vigilance. The small space and the bonfire smoke made their already strong odor more unbearable. Meba stepped forward. I need to bring them to see the chieftain Yasdale. They can help him find the holy dragon. The monsters looked at the three of Alan suspiciously. On the basis of these three little humans, do you want to take back the holy dragon from the werewolf? Alan suddenly stepped forward and said, perhaps, let you judge whether we have the strength to regain the holy dragon from the werewolf. Alan looked at the empty room on the right, stretched out his wand, and in a moment, a picture of flame rushed out to the room and turned into a torrent of flames. www.mentalnovel.com, burning everything in the room. Several giant monsters stared at the room in astonishment. Alan stretched out his wand and the stone door closed instantly, blocking the blazing fire inside. Okay, you do have strength. Chief Yasdale is near the throne. However, don't provoke the chief and her 6 elite guards, or you will be inseparable from this underground castle. The trolls pointed out the general direction of the chieftain to Alan, and at the same time issued a warning. The monsters gave way and let Alan pass them by. Alan was secretly strange. The IQ of the monster here was much higher than what he knew. At the beginning, he was confident. With the spells he now masters, these things are not his opponents at all. So he dared to take Hermione and Luna so deep. Although Alan now believes that the three of them will leave the underground castle without any problems, he cannot help but raise his vigilance against the creatures in the castle. This is the feed room of Shenlong. There are many rats in them. They are all Kashqua's food, but now, no one should ignore them. Meba said sadly and couldn't help choking again. Hermione glanced at it sympathetically, and seemed to want to comfort her in the past. But Luna caught her. Maibo opened the door, and instantly a crowd of mice came out and attacked Alan. The air was full of the smell of rat droppings. I think, Alan, a fiery fire curse is needed at this time, Hermione said, and began to freeze the mice in place with a frozen curse. In such a narrow room, such densely packed mice, of course, it is impossible to use a fiery spell unless you want to burn yourself to death. Alan also began to use the frost mantra extensively until he rushed out of the breeding room. Chapter 341, Dragon Throne modified. After 2 locked gates, they came to a hall. The hall was filled with decay and decay. However, the 2 rows of huge marble columns on the left and right of the hall made people feel somewhat magnificent, with dragon-shaped reliefs carved on each column. However, as the years passed, most of these reliefs were somewhat broken and bleak. 3 burly and tall monsters patrolling the hall. It seemed that they regarded the task of patrolling as an honor and did not relax. Maibo stepped forward and talked to them. The 3 patrol monsters did not walk them directly like the previous sentry, but took Alan on alert and continued on. Password. An urging voice sounded behind an extremely thick wooden door. Thousands of colors returned to the air. A patrol monster approached the wooden door and said in a low voice. As the monsters walked in, Alan looked at the surrounding environment without any traces, and determined that this must be the main living area of the monsters. Several smoky bonfires shone faintly in this tall and wide hall. Through these lights, we can see that many monsters are busy with or other kinds of work, and even some young monsters are playing in the hall. Led by several patrolling monsters, the adult monsters watched him cautiously, restraining their curious little monsters and letting them go. Alan, They crossed the living area smoothly. Entering an extra spacious hall again, Alan looked at the west side of the hall at a glance. There is a simple throne made of gravel, backed by an ancient altar. A small monster was sitting on the throne in a red robe, and beside him stood 6 guards with similar dressing. On the altar were many fragmented objects, and behind the throne was a giant dragon statue with flying claws, and a key was firmly inserted into the dragon's mouth. Maibo walked up respectfully and whispered in front of the little monster, "Intruder, why are you here?" The monster turned out to be a female. It seems that the monsters here still retain the cultural style of ancient monsters, and females are the leaders, and the smell of the monsters here is not as smelly as those of the monsters outside. "We came here to find the werewolf, and the apples they sold dull my companion. Do you know what the werewolf sells apples?" Alan asked politely. My family's shame and exile Blick was caught by the werewolves and lived on the ground floor. He cultivated magic apples and were sold by the werewolves. He became the servant of the werewolves who stole the holy dragon. Yustaya replied, "Dear leader, besides us, has anyone come to find the werewolf?" Alan asked about the missing man. "Several wizards went to fight against the werewolf, but never returned." Yusdale replied carelessly. Alan knew in his heart that they must have been captured by the werewolf. "Can you give us any information about Holy Dragon?" Alan asked the monsters most concerned about it. On the side, Maibo's eyes widened, but Yustaya did not directly say the whereabouts of the Holy Dragon. "As everyone knows, I led the bravest elites to guard this holy place where the ancient dragon returned to the sky." Pride appeared on Yustale's face. "It's been safe all the time, until those abominable werewolves have stolen my clan's holy dragon. Adventurer, if you can return the holy dragon to my clan, I will give you the appropriate reward. Maibo will help you." Alan agreed without hesitation. Anyway, sooner or later, he would meet the werewolf and agree to the request of the monster. For him, there was no loss. Instead, he might get help from the monster. Sure enough, Yustaya not only pointed out the short way to the area where the werewolf was located, but also sent Meba as a representative of the giant monster to follow Alan. Next, they passed through the giant's storage room. Hermione and Luna covered their noses and could not bear the sight in front of them. There was a smell in the room. There are many iron hooks hanging from the ceiling. Most of the iron structure is empty, and there are a few fresh animal carcasses, and even the blood is still ticking on the carcasses. Cave rats, cave bats, crickets, beetles, spiders, and large pieces of mushrooms and fungi are either hung or stacked randomly. These are the food of the monsters. A broken wooden table was placed on the south wall of the house, and rusty tableware and slaughter utensils were placed on the table. "Maibo, where did all of your food come from?" Alan asked curiously. "These reserves were collected from nearby dark tunnels." Mebo didn't hide it. When he walked to a room, he showed the tunnel to Alan. www.untilnovel.com. The wall to the east of the room had completely collapsed, revealing the entrance of a tunnel. The tunnel is obviously not marked by artificial axe chiseling, and looks just like an ordinary underground tunnel. Hunting equipment was hanging on the wall of the room, and a few mats were scattered on the floor. 3 monster guards are stationed in this area as hunters. "We are the underground castle that came through this tunnel. Now, hunting and picking can be done through this tunnel. But the dark tunnel is so big that we haven't fully explored it." Although Maibo did not plan to bring AI, they went in, but they explained it to them. "This channel is still under our control, but there are agency traps, hoping to delay the goblins' attack. Be extra careful. After the werewolf triggers the trap, we usually drag the body out and reset the trap." Meba reminded. The wooden doors on both sides of the aisle were tightly locked, and Maibo took Alan out of the trap. Next, they passed 2 empty rooms. The 2 rooms were dim and empty. The room was empty except for rat shit, broken stones and stains. A long time ago, living creatures lived here, but apparently this house has been abandoned recently. Hermione judged. In addition to the traces of rats passing by on the same day, It can also be inferred that humans once wore boots to go north through this place. Alan added, further on, they came to a room with gravel scattered all over its floor. An ornate fountain stands in front of the east wall. Although the fountain has dried up, collapsed, and stained, the dragon statue on the fountain still makes people feel a proud beauty. A beautifully carved stone door is embedded in the west wall. Chapter 342. After the mouse modified, thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG, Alan, they came to the fountain. It used to be beautiful here, Hermione sighed. But now, there is a layer of dirt on the bottom of the fountain, but there is nothing else. Hey, what's this? Hermione found a row of Niven on the edge of the pool and couldn't help reading it. Nina, call flames for the world. Carved flames for the world carved on the fountain? Alan couldn't understand. At this time, the giant dragon statue on the fountain suddenly turned up, and after a circle, the red liquid gurgled out of the dragon's mouth. A bottle appeared in Alan's hands. Alan used his wand to direct the red liquid into the bottle. What is this? Hermione asked curiously. Alan sniffed these liquids and shook them. I understand that these liquids are equivalent to fire-breathing potions, so the spell to open this potion fountain is to call flames for the world. They observed the fountain again, but the fountain was no longer magically fluctuating. The stone door on the west side of the room attracted their attention. The reliefs on the stone gates depict skeleton-shaped dragons, and when they approached, they felt a cold rush. The door is engraved with rune, meaning to summon the power of goodness and open the door to happiness. Araho caves open. Alan cast a spell after listening to the test. A huge sickle suddenly fell from the sky and waved to Alan. Alan quickly retreated, and the sickle stopped when he was about to touch Alan. Its attack range was only 5 feet. This is a trigger mechanism. As long as you cast a spell to open the door, the sickle mechanism will be touched. Alan stretched out his wand and pointed at the stone door. All the spells will end. The stone door emits a strange blue light and opens automatically too. Ordinary mantras have no effect at all, and you must use super magic skills. After the effect, all mantras will eventually break the magic on the stone gate. Alan explained. He hopes that Hermione and Luna can also master super magic skills. There are 5 sarcophagi standing quietly in this room behind the stone door. The sarcophagus is covered with dust, 3 of which are close to the wall on the north side, and the other 2 are placed on the south side of the room. The sarcophagus is engraved with a human wizard wearing a robe. There is also an obsidian altar in front of the west wall, and the candles on the altar are still shining. There were 2 items beside the candle, a whistle and a bottle of potion. Alan picked up the whistle, which was a magic glass whistle. The whistle is engraved with Nightcaller, and the bottle of potion has been unable to withstand the invasion of time and has completely dried up. Not only the potions, but the skeletons in the sarcophagus also turned into debris. Alan put the indelible candle and the whistle in his pocket and moved on. Although they had seen many gloomy, dark, decaying rooms before, they were shocked by this house. In the center of the room stood a large nest of junk, bones and hair, scattered with various incomplete corpses. Rats, poisonous insects, and humanoids have been bitten badly, and the air is full of carrion. The north wall has completely collapsed, leading to a rubble ruin. Look there. Alan suddenly pointed to a corner of the garbage dump and whispered. There were a group of horrible rats gathered together, rustling and rumbling, picking up the bodies. We will be at the end of the corridor for a while. Remember, you can only solve them with the Avidus Life curse. If you can't avoid the battle with the werewolf later, only then can you quickly solve the opponent and don't give them a chance to get close. Alan lowered his voice. He wanted to use this group of horrible rats to exercise Hermione and Luna. Alan took a spell and grabbed the dread mouse's attention. Terror rats ran out one after another. Hermione and Luna used a killing spell at the same time, hit the 2 horrible rats that rushed to the front without any errors, and suddenly there was blood at the corner of their mouths. They seemed to be more irritable, and their teeth rushed over with a grin. Hermione and Luna followed Alan's advice and only used the killing curse to deal with these horror rats. When the horror rat is about to break through the safety distance, Alan will shoot and simply solve them, while Hermione and Luna continue to use the killing spell to attack the horror rat behind. This curse requires that you really want to kill each other in order to really have the effect it should have. The main purpose of this exercise is to let you know enough about this black magic. In the end, I think you all understand that we can only use these things for practice. Once we accidentally use the wizard, we will be imprisoned for life in Azkaban. So be careful not to indulge in the pleasure it produces. I'll verbosely warned about matters. If it wasn't for the start of the World Cup and after the Goblet of Fire, Voldemort might return, and it's becoming more and more dangerous. Alan doesn't want the girls to be exposed to this curse now, but with their own supervision it's better than catching ducks on the shelf temporarily a few years later. In this way, the effect of the killing curse they used became better and better after a lot of practice. Gradually, the horror rat only shed some nosebleeds from the curse, and it became so that they could not be seriously injured and dying. Finally, when there were only a few horror rats out, under their hands, 2 horror rats fell to the ground and died silently. Upon seeing this, Alan let Luna and Hermione kill the last few rats. Seeing that the practice paid off, they entered the other room, and a huge horror rat that was twice the size of a typical horror rat and about 6 feet long appeared in front of them. They confronted each other. The horrified rat's face was fierce, and its teeth were dancing. It looked very angry. Hermione and Luna still wanted to use the killing spell, but Alan stopped it. Alan didn't drag the mud with water. A clean viscera ravaged the internal organs of the terror rat, spewed out of its mouth and scattered to the ground. The smell filled instantly, and the rustling sound rang, and gradually the horror rats gathered. Hermione and Luna clenched their wands, but the horrible rats ran completely to the internal organs, ignoring the 3. Looking at the horrible rats who were eating happily, Luna, who had always been relaxed, looked a little ugly. I will never eat sour internal organs again. Hermione recalled the light blonde girl's appearance when she ate this before, and her face was a little pale. She didn't want to stay here any longer, and the horrible front teeth made her feel uncomfortable. So, a group of people quickly traversed a channel covered with Tribulus terrestris, and came to the outpost of the werewolf. This was originally a room. www.untilnovel.com. The floor of this room is full of garbage, and the walls are full of dirty stains. Rough skins and humble fires make it clear that the owner of the room is not a clean creature. The wooden door to the southeast of the room has been demolished and replaced by a low wall with arrow stacks. With his high perception, Alan carefully listened to the movements inside. At least 2 werewolves should be stationed in this room, and they still have weapons in their hands. Alan said affirmatively. How do you know they have weapons in their hands? Hermione asked curiously. Because when they turned around, I heard the sound of metal hitting the wall. Alan replied softly. You used the phantom body spell of the phantom feather cloak to hide your body first. I'll try it out. Alan asked softly. Luna and Hermione nodded gently, hiding their bodies. Alan no longer concealed his figure, and appeared generously in front of the outpost. The sound of the Tribulus terrestris kicked as he walked, alarmed the werewolf stationed. They walked behind the low wall and raised their javelins vigilantly. Hello, I want to ask. Alan waved. But the other party didn't say anything, and hadn't waited for Alan to finish. Under the cover of the low wall, he projected a javelin at Alan. Alan saw their skillful movements and immediately understood that there was no way to negotiate with them peacefully. Alan used an iron armor curse to block one of the flying javelins while directing another javelin to reflect back. The reflected javelin directly penetrated a werewolf's throat. It clutched its neck and fell to the ground. The other werewolf was solved with a killing curse by Luna and Hermione, who had hidden their bodies. Chapter 343 Ancient Black Dragon Modified, thanks to Super Silver Damon Gaze. After passing through a werewolf javelin training room, a locked wooden door appeared in front of them. Hermione opened the wooden door with Araho Cave open. The iron cage in the corner of the room holds a human wizard. Relative to his size, the iron cage was so narrow that he had to curl up pitifully. There were also some handcuffs nailed on the wall, one of which was tied with a broken skull, and the rest were empty. Alan hurried forward and, with his great strength, broke the cage. He has an unforgettable big mouth, seeing someone rescued, his original grey eyes showing life. He looked very weak. Alan untied his rope and took out some food and potions to help him heal the wound. "Who are you? Why is it here?" Hermione asked softly. "Thank you. My name is Tarragon. About half a month ago, we tracked the werewolves here and ended up being captured. My companions were also imprisoned here, and their werewolves sent them to the hazy bush. Please rescue them." Tarragon did not dare to underestimate the young wizards in front of him. Seeing them not only unharmed, but also appeared here neatly, it can be seen that their strength is by no means comparable to ordinary wizards. Dim bushes, where is this and where? Alan caught the keyword "I." Some werewolves used to show off and whispered about the dark trees at the bottom of the castle. The evil werewolves caught a giant monster, where they were cultivating magic plants. They also called the Guzias from a tree harvest magic apples on the big tree. Thanks to Alan, Tarragon was very happy to answer their questions and poured out what he knew. After taking a short break, Alan moved on. As Tarragon's body was too weak, Alan cast a phantom spell on him and let him rest here. On the way, Alan and they can continue to encounter some extremely messy rooms. Stinky smells, garbage everywhere, rotten meat and half-eaten carcasses, until they passed two tightly locked wooden doors. They opened the wooden door as usual. This is a very spacious loot room. Various rough beast heads hang on the wall of the room. Although there are many creatures such as livestock or mice, there are still some creatures that look gruesome, especially the first level of a few monsters, especially attract attention. Fragments of wooden frames were everywhere in the house, silently accusing the atrocities that had just happened here. Walls, floors and pillars are covered with dark, burnt marks. A huge iron nail was nailed in the middle of the room, but the chain attached to the nail was already torn. "Look there," Hermione said quietly. A dark dragon was sleeping under the table. It dragged all valuable things in the showroom under the table and built a nest. At this moment it was lying in it and sleeping soundly. "You see the huge ears and the horns on the nose, this is an ancient purebred black dragon." Hermione recognized the dragon's type, and his tone was a little excited. "And the biped flying dragons in the general dragon farm, the fire dragons, are different. They have 4 legs. They are the best breed among all dragons. They are extremely conceited and have a strong sense of territory. There are not many pure fire dragons in the world. Only a few long-term farms still have them. I didn't expect to find one here." Alan looked at the black dragon fascinated, and then Hermione said, "These purebred black dragons built their nests in large underground caves. Their favorite is gems, especially obsidian. The black dragon's favorite food is elk. They will spit black-red flames to roast these creatures, and then big eat a meal." Hermione and Alan sang one by one and introduced the purebred black dragon. Luna looked at the black dragon. "Alan, his current life is more comfortable, and it is much more comfortable than being worshipped by a monster in a cage." "Cash kicks, I have found you." Maibo made a loud choke and rubbed his eyes. The black dragon slowly opened his eyes, saw Maibo at a glance, and took a breath of the dragon to breathe out, so that Maibo suddenly hid behind Alan. Alan blocked the scorching dragon breath for him with an iron armor spell. But the black dragon didn't stop there. Instead, it seemed to be irritated, and then another breath of dragon blew towards Alan. Immediately afterwards, he turned and swept towards Hermione on his right. It continuously spit the dragon breath and shot Alan and Hermione. The 3 of Alan waved their wands in succession, dissolving the blazing dragon breath. Black Dragon seemed to be a little angry. He burrowed from under the table, fluttered his wings gently, stretched out his wings, flew up all at once, hovered around, and rushed towards Alan. Fallen, all petrified. Alan thought of the things he had promised before, and he couldn't bear to let such a creature die, so he didn't hurt the killer. However, even though Alan used the enhanced coma and petrified spells, the purebred black dragon, which is particularly good at resisting magic because of dragon scales, only lasted a few seconds and lost its effect. The black dragon's skin made a crackling sound, which was due to a strong electrostatic effect. And this effect will be greatly enhanced when it is angry. www.mentalnovel.com makes the air full of ozone and sand odor. It opened its big mouth violently, and a blacked flame spewed out of its mouth, rushing to Alan and Hermione. Alan immediately turned a huge current to extinguish the flames. Black Dragon flicked the tail immediately, trying to beat Alan. A dragon-shaped stone statue was accidentally swept down by it, and it just hit Luna below. Alan was about to break it up with a split, but he didn't expect that the Black Dragon interrupted his tail attack, and then flicked his tail backwards to draw the statue falling in the air towards Alan. It pounced on Alan again, opened his mouth wide, trying to bite him, and the other sharp claw caught Hermione. Alan felt that he could resist himself in close combat, but for a long time, Hermione was inevitably hurt. He wanted to solve the Black Dragon with an effective killing spell. However, Alan's spell was stopped by Luna before she finished it. He looked at Luna suspiciously. Luna didn't fear the fierce Black Dragon, but instead stepped forward. Hailong opened his huge mouth and yelled at Luna extremely fiercely. The airflow shocked Luna's blonde hair. Luna stared at Black Dragon's eyes without moving back, and continued to move forward. The Black Dragon's expression gradually eased. With Hermione and Alan's worried and surprised eyes, Luna reached out her right hand and slowly stroked the Black Dragon's right face. Hailong turned his head slightly, looking puzzled, but it didn't attack Luna, and then seemed to enjoy Luna's caress. This reminded Alan of the previous battle. Instead of attacking Luna once, the Black Dragon helped Luna block the stone sculpture flying towards her. Chapter 344 Zuo Gang Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG, Hailong was obviously very intimate with Luna, and Maibo was very hot. Since Kachx was born on a day with a huge storm, Maibo has never seen it so good-tempered. The monster Maibo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Luna heard Maibo's words. Her hand paused slightly, stared at the Black Dragon, and said softly, "I was also born on the day of a big storm. Don't you like the name Kachx?" Luna whispered, stroking the Black Dragon's face. "Then call it Zuo Gang." Zuo Gang rubbed Luna's hand gently with its huge head. Alan and Hermione heard Luna's words, and the two looked at each other. What is the difference between having a dog and calling it dog? Under normal circumstances, the dragon will not have such an intimate relationship with any creature. Perhaps, Luna makes it feel the mother's love. It seems to regard her as a mother. Alan looked at Zuo Gang, who was especially intimate with Luna. Forbearing can't help thinking, "Luna, we should move on." Zuo Gang. Alan looked at the Black Dragon, who was very close to Luna, and stopped talking. "It should be free." Luna stroked Zuo Gang gently, then turned to leave. "Hey, you." Maibo looked at Alan and Luna, who had left, and looked at the fierce Black Dragon again, blankly. "We promised that you have done it and found Zuo Gang." Alan shrugged and continued on. Maibo flinched to get close to Zuo Gang, who was no longer in a cage. However, Zuo Gang had just looked at him, and he immediately ran away in vain. Zuo Gang ignored him, but strode forward and followed behind Luna. Seeing the majestic Zuo Gang, Hermione couldn't help but want to get closer, but Zuo Gang's unfriendly eyes stopped her. Zuo Gang stared at Alan and Hermione alertly, and then followed Luna behind as a protector. "Luna, after all, this is a purebred Black Dragon, cruel temperament. You have to be more careful." Alan was also envious, but reminded the crazy girl, fearing that she would anger the dragon on a whim. Zuo Gang suddenly looked at Alan, his eyes dangerous. Luna turned around and patted Zuo Gang's body tenderly. Zuo Gang turned his head and attached it intimately behind her, looking intimate. "It's obviously only cruel to others," Hermione whispered aside. The three of them continued to walk forward, and several torches gleamed dimly in a dim hall with dragon reliefs wrapped around the 2 rows of stone pillars. 6 majestic werewolves poured out from the other end of the hall, brandishing a javelin and running towards Alan. Alan reappeared with their old skills and continued to use the killing spell to deal with these werewolves. After these 6 werewolves, sporadic werewolves constantly poured out. Alan, Hermione, and Luna waved their wands continuously, and the green light flew out one by one, taking away the lives of the werewolves. Suddenly a hot breath came from behind, and Alan ignored the werewolf in front of him, grabbed Hermione, and hurriedly jumped aside. A blackened flame spewed out of Zhao-Geng's mouth like magma. Several gruesome werewolves were sprayed straight ahead, roaring in the fiery flame, covered with black carbonation, and then fell into ash. Everyone was shocked and immediately realized that Zhao-Geng was to help Luna sweep away the enemy. In order not to hurt Alan and Hermione by mistake, Luna simply walked ahead. Zhao-Geng followed in a big stride, and it deliberately avoided Luna in front of the fire. Seeing this, Luna walked to Zhao-Geng's side and patted his body. Zhao-Geng tilted his head, grasping Luna's meaning, hesitated for a moment, and did not resist, allowing Luna to fall over and climb up. Zhao-Geng, on the left. Luna rode on Zhao-Geng's back and assigned the black dragon an attacking position in a trance. Dragon breath. Hermione looked at Luna definitely, a little hairy in her heart, but in such a relaxed and irrelevant tone. She was doing murderous things. Zhao-Geng turned his head, a piece of long queue. Hot flames rushed to the werewolf on the left. In this way, Zhao-Geng carried Luna, cooperating with Luna's command, spraying a fiery flame, and with the destructive power of Larak, burned all the werewolves and their obstacles encountered along the way. Alan and Hermione followed behind them easily, and came to a collapsed room smoothly. There are some gorgeous reliefs on the walls of this room, but most of them have collapsed and shattered. A rusty dragon-shaped track stands in the middle of the house, and the iron tray in the dragon's mouth is empty. In front of the north and east walls, there are two large rows of simple wooden bookshelves, which are full of books and scrolls. A rough wooden table was placed in the middle of the house, and some transparent glass jars were placed on the table. The roots of the plants inside were either curled up into or stretched exaggeratedly. There were several crucibles beside the wooden table, but there was nothing inside. The south wall has completely collapsed, revealing a huge underground cave. The fungus glows faintly on the walls and ceiling. www.mentalnovel.com makes the surrounding pale plants more morbid. The collapsed walls were completely buried by underground plants, and the occasional exposed gravel was like an island in a mossy ocean. Several people walked along the cave, and a huge ancient tree appeared in front of them. A circle of half-8 stones surrounds the big tree, and various plants and some pale saplings of suspicious shape grow in the surrounding wall. On the trunk of the big tree in the middle of the fence, the fungus exudes a fascinating light. The two shadowy branches twisted upwards, as if a skeleton struggled to raise their arms from the dirt. A male human and a female human are standing under the tree, and one of them is beside a 3-foot-long tree frog. The werewolf leader sat on a throne, and his 6 werewolves stood around. Zhao-Geng rushed in with Luna swaggering, and the 6 werewolves stood up alertly immediately. Zhao-Geng didn't stay at all. When he saw the werewolf killed by him, he spit out the black flame without hesitation. The 5 werewolves rushing to the front wailed in pain. Their hands slapped the flames weakly, and the whole body was blackened in the flames, and then turned to ashes. The werewolf that left behind was grateful. "Catchks, do you remember that I am your breeder, do you?" He began to tentatively approach Zhao-Geng, and Zhao-Geng did not attack him, which made his face irritated with joy. "Kashkes, good boy, Kashiks." He reached out and leaned towards Zhao-Geng, who also leaned his head towards him. At this moment, Zhao-Geng opened his huge mouth and swallowed him from head to toe. "Its name is Zhao-Geng." Luna sat high on the dragon's back and patted Zhao-Geng. Chapter 345 Guzia's Tree Modified, thanks to Super Silver Diamond Gaze. The werewolf leader Deng stared at his round grey eyes and rushed up angrily. His eyes shone like hard marble. Alan felt his sharp eyes seemed to pierce Zhao-Geng. Deng suddenly withdrew a wand from the robe sleeve and pointed at Zhao-Geng. "Awada Suo Ming." Green light is in the middle of Zhao-Geng. Zhao-Geng's eyes dimmed a little, he shook his head, his body shook slightly, and he regained his spirit. Deng saw this, desperately issued a life spell, and shot at Zhuogeng. Luna pressed her body close to Zhuogeng, avoiding the life-threatening spell he shot. When Alan saw this, he quickly moved past, took over the battle, and struck back again with a life spell. Den jumped up dexterously, pulled away and hid behind the tree, then continued to look out, gasping for breath and attacking Alan. Because Alan had enough time to pull up a wall of soil with the deformed distance, and then he returned at an unimaginable speed, and finally one of the green lights accurately hit Dun, who could not retract. Deng's eyes widened in disbelief. His head fell to the ground. It's really useless. A giant monster stepped out of the shadow of the ancient tree, dragging his voice long, and said in disgust, "Who are you?" Hermione asked. "I am Belik, and people call me the Exile. Yusteya thinks I betrayed from the road just because I dared to strengthen the power of nature in a way that a fool can never imagine. But I don't care. Even if they what about driving me out? The Guzia's tree has enabled me to realize my long-cherished dream." Belik looked at the ancient tree with eagerness and admiration. "It seems a little crazy." Hermione looked at Alan in surprise. Alan nodded and continued to ask, "Can Guzia's tree fulfill your dream?" "Of course, it's beautiful." "This kind of beauty makes it difficult to extricate yourself, doesn't it?" "Although it looks like it is dead, it is actually alive. A long time ago, this was a temple, and let the roots germinate and grow into this tree. The big tree brings the darkest power of nature to the brave who dare to try." Belik seemed to be immersed in a certain kind of fantasy and could not extricate himself. Perhaps he had absolute confidence in himself or the ancient tree. He almost had to answer questions. "What happened to those two people?" Alan pointed to a man and a woman standing under the tree. "They are the beginning of the extension of the Guzia's tree, and the Guzia's tree accepted them. Now they only obey my orders, just like the withered young trees. You can't save them." Belik's tone was extremely proud. "What is the withered young tree?" Alan asked. "The seeds of the Guzia's tree will grow into withered young trees. The useless werewolf sows the seeds of the Guzia's tree on the ground. These vulgar creatures want to spread their wolf poison through those apples. But it doesn't matter, although the Guzia's tree cannot assimilate the werewolf, but the wolf poison will eventually be resisted by the effectiveness of apple. This will be no different from my plan. Soon, the descendants of the Guzia's tree will spread throughout the surface world." Having finished speaking, Belik looked at a man and a woman standing under the tree. Alan also looked in his eyes and found clues. The two standing under the tree had lost consciousness, and their skin had hardened like bark. Belik looked at Alan again. "Although maybe you will eventually become a part of the fertilizer pile because of the withered young tree, it is better to be an extension of the Guzia's tree. Anyway, if you don't plan to leave, then face the cruelest ending." Suddenly, some tree-shaped creatures appeared in the field. They are about 3.5 feet tall, and the branches look like human limbs, with no leaves growing on them. The face of the withered young tree looked like a werewolf head carved from the trunk. They opened their long mouths, extended their claws, and rushed to Alan quickly. "Zhuogeng, dragon's breath." Luna patted Zhuogeng lightly. Zhuogeng roared, opened his mouth wide, and the dark red flames of the sky sprayed on these withered young trees. These saplings, which were still attacking frantically, turned into ashes much faster than the werewolves. Soon, the ground was grey and black. "I advise you to leave as soon as possible." "You wouldn't think that my means are just these withered young trees," Belik screamed wildly. However, Alan's eyes remained firm, and he was not shaken by his words. The two men standing like wood carvings under the old tree suddenly came to life and drew their wands and attacked Alan. Tangle of thorns. The witch holding the thorn wand mechanically made a sound. The weeds, shrubs, and branches in the cave began to kink and entangle, turning into a cage of thorns, and buckled Alan from the head. "The fire is raging." Without waiting for it to buckle on Alan's head, it was instantly burned by the fire cast by Hermione beside him. However, the wizard was very calm, still casting spells one by one. Alan and the three immediately shot the life mantra. However, The mantra hit them and made the sound of striking Jinshai. Avidaso's life curse is ineffective for them. Hermione looked at the two who continued to attack like no one, and said in surprise, "That's because they have been assimilated by ancient trees and can no longer be counted as human beings, or even as individual beings." Alan changed his strategy. The two who cast the spell mechanically, the two of them were silent in the blaze. As if there was no pain, they raised their arms with fire and applied clear springs like water to each other. However, without waiting for the fire on them to be extinguished, Alan's attack came again, a blasting spell. The two people exploded in the middle like a bomb, and split apart. At the same time, Balik continued to summon the withered young tree to attack Zhaogeng. Zhaogeng didn't care about the provocation of these young trees. He breathed out the dragon's breath and burned them out. Balikmin knows that sending these young trees out is to die. Why does it still have to send them one after another? Hermione asked strangely. Alan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the ancient tree Guzias. "Hermione, Luna, leave here first!" Alan shouted suddenly. Hermione immediately turned and ran. After Luna directed Zhaogeng to breathe out the dragon breath, she turned around and left. Alan retreated, and then fierce fire spewed out of his wand and went straight to the Guzjia's tree. Flames that cannot be manipulated delicately begin to deform automatically and become a large group of fire beasts, fire lizards, chimera and fire dragons. They rise up, fall down and rise up again. The trees and branches of ancient trees that had not been known for many years had fallen into their fangs' mouths, fell on their clawed feet, and were finally engulfed in hellish fire. Balik screamed in despair, and he recognized Alan's spell, Li Huo curse. He threw away what was in his hand in frustration, and rushed towards Alan outside the door with a gesture of determination. However, he had just stepped outside the door, and he fell to the ground with unwillingness and despair, turning into powder. Chapter 346 Leave Modified. Thanks to Super Silver Damon KSG. How could he do this? Hermione watched as a living monster suddenly turned into dust in front of herself, feeling a little incomprehensible. I think he is controlled by the Guzia's tree. Therefore, once the Guzia's tree inside is burned, he can't continue to live in this world. If the two treemen were not killed by us, it should be like this monster in the end, Alan speculated. After waiting for a long time outside the cave, the crackling sound of flames gradually stopped. After waiting for a while, Alan listened carefully, and there was silence. "I'll go in and see." Alan walked in first. It was dark and scorched everywhere. Looking around, empty. Only the scorching heat remaining in the air announced what had just happened here. Huh? Alan walked to where Guzjia's was. Under a scorched a black hole was exposed. After Alan detected no abnormal sound was heard, he slowly slid down the hole, and finally reached the edge of the hole with only 10 fingers. He glanced at the situation below, let go of his hand, and the cold, humid air rushed past him. He fell down, fell, and then, an exceptionally bright room appeared in front of him. The originally gorgeous granite reliefs on the walls of this house have been basically broken, and large and small stones are scattered on the ground. A huge woman's statue stands on the west side of the room. The deep eye socket of the statue exudes a brown light, and a dark shadow is cast on the ground. Goddess of Dumeris. Alan looked at the nameplate engraved under the statue and knew the identity of the statue. Alan looked at the statue's face more and more familiarly, and couldn't help murmuring, "Unlike what I saw before. This statue is obviously older and the crown on her head makes her look a bit like Royna Ravenclaw." Alan's eyes fixed on the crown above the statue's head. The brown gemstone in the center of the crown faintly flashed with light, and Alan captured it sharply. Alan stretched out his wand, aimed at the gem, carefully controlled the force, and dug it from the crown. There are not many treasures that Alan has seen, but he still can't help being obsessed with this gem. The brown streamer flashed over the gem from time to time, indicating its unusualness. It is pure and immaculate with earthy tones. "This is the 4th gem I have," I don't know what you do. Alan puts the gem into the storage grid and uses the system to identify it. Eris gem has a wonderful effect on the growth of plants. Alan thought of the garden in the tower and looked forward. Putting the gems away, Alan looked around, and there was nothing worth noting about it. This line is true. Alan feels that his nickname can be added to a gem collector in addition to the point control. After meeting with Hermione and Luna, the three returned. The speed of the return trip is much faster than when it came. In the prison, they brought the still weak Tarragon. Seeing Alan and them, Tarragon breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to stay here at all. It reminds him of those repressive and desperate memories. My companions, are they okay? Tarragon asked hopefully. Alan shook his head without saying a word. Tarragon lowered his head without crying, but it made people feel the unspeakable deep sadness in him. As he passed the territories of the monsters, Alan thought he was still entangled. After all, Zhao followed Luna now, unwilling to go back to the cage to be a holy dragon. But what I did not expect was that the entire territory of the monster was empty. The group did not relax their vigilance until they came to the dark area pointed out by the original amoeba that could lead to the outside world. The passage to the dark area is messy, with huge footprints staggered and chaotic, some living materials overturned, and traces of things dragging past. It seems that the monsters have temporarily evacuated, Alan said. It should be my bow. He must have told us about our strength and Zhao. Hermione speculated. We don't mean to be liquidated. Alan shook his head. They avoided it. They would have less trouble. Naturally, it was the best. After leaving the underground castle smoothly, they came to the Great Rift Valley. On a narrow platform full of gravel and small animal corpses, a young tree was torn apart. Its branches and leaves are the same as the Gusio's tree. Compared to the withered young trees, it is like a carefully nurtured child with lush foliage and green color. Even if it loses its life today, it is still full of color. Hermione leaned over and observed the sapling that had fallen. This may be the reason why Blick desperately dragged us on. He wanted to fight for the young tree to escape. Alan sighed. But it is still dead here. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, Hermione said. This mark? Alan looked at the scratch on the sapling. It turned out to be it. Alan laughed. Hermione and Luna looked at him puzzled. That quasar? The trace is what it caught. Alan explained. You look at the scratches on the rock, and then look at the scattered stones around it. This young tree must have been pushed down by quasar. Alan speculated. Cut. Quasar appeared on the cliff above their heads, dragging their bat-like wings. Afterwards, it escaped with a quick laugh. Hermione, Luna, let's go too. Alan shrugged, ignoring the quasar who had done a good job. Zhao. Luna has stepped out of the platform, but Zhao still stays in the dark and refuses to move forward. Luna opened her pale silver eyes without urging. Zhao tentatively extended his head, and the sun shone on its head, and shot into its eyes, and it shrank back again in an instant. Zhao, it's safe. Luna stood in the sun and took a few steps back. Zhao watched Luna go away, growled with dissatisfaction, and then moved slowly, gradually approaching her. The moment he stepped on the platform, he couldn't help but wince, but he approached Luna bravely. Good boy, Zhao. Luna showed rare enthusiasm and joy, gently stroking Zhao head. Zhao, flying. Luna opened her arms and light silver eyes stared at Zhao eyes and made several flying movements. Then, she climbed up to Zhao back neatly and patted its wings with her hands. Zhao roared, flapped his wings, carried Luna, galloped forward, and hovered quietly in the sky. Chapter 347 Back to China Modified, thanks to KSG. Super Silver League. Seeing Luna riding on Zhao back and soaring under the blue sky, Hermione couldn't help but envy. She hasn't even ridden eagles, winged beasts, but Luna can ride dragons. I really don't understand why Zhao is so intimate with Luna more than me. Hermione muttered to herself. Alan on the side listened, smiled bitterly, and couldn't help vomiting in his heart. I really don't understand why Luna is so intimate with Zhuogang than to me. Alan took Hermione and Tarragon directly to the top of the cliff. Thank you, Alan. Next, I can go back to Oaktown by myself. Tarragon looked up at Zhuogang, who was flying freely, knowing that they still had a dragon to deal with, and said goodbye to Alan. Alan nodded and said goodbye to him politely. Luna and Zhuogang also flew down from the sky. Luna, we're afraid we can't let Zhuogang just go back to Oaktown with such a big swing. That will cause panic. Alan when persuaded. Luna nodded. She looked at Alan. You have a way. If Zhuogang is willing, it can enter my pet space to survive. There is very suitable for it. Alan said. Zhuogang, come to me. Alan tried to make his tone and expression sincere. He looked at Zhuogang gently. But Zhuogang didn't pay attention to Alan at all. Without its cooperation, it is impossible to enter the pet space. Alan looked at Zhuogang, a little embarrassed. Training room in the tower. Hermione slapped suddenly and thought of a good place for Zhuogang. Alan brought Hermione, Luna and Zhuogang into a training room in a phantom. The three arranged the training room to make it more suitable for Zhuogang, and then prepared to leave. Seeing Luna and Zhuogang look reluctant and inseparable, Alan thought of something. If ready, Luna can see Zhuogang at any time. After secretly recording this matter, after closing the entrance to the upper and lower floors of the training room, Alan temporarily closed the permission to enter the training room from the outside phantom. Alan put a piece of parchment paper in the closed place, stating the reason for the close, so as to prevent the family from intruding without knowing it, disturbing Zhuogang and getting hurt. The three left the tower and quickly returned to the forest villa. To his surprise, everyone except Daisy and Emily had returned to the villa. Seeing the three of Alan, Morgan Le Fay lovingly gave everyone a big hug. Hermione and Luna couldn't wait to go to the bathroom to wash, and came back in such a place, and muddy. The long adventure also made them both physically and mentally exhausted, so they decided to take a bath and relax. Alan, why are you so embarrassed? You don't seem to be rolling on the grass. In the hall, Owen asked the younger son with some direction. Alan heard the words, and looked at him. Helplessly glanced at Mr. Harris. Alan told his father the adventure of the underground castle. Alan, I used to think you were mature enough. Unexpectedly, we ran so far each other to create a chance for you to be alone. You even took two girls to kill mice and fight werewolves. Owen raised his eyebrows. Ridiculed. What did he hear? Alan doubted his ears. Alan, you have grown up. Owen frowned at the younger son, looking very funny. This made Alan cry and laugh a little. However, Luna has tamed an ancient dragon. It's amazing. You don't have to run in vain. Irving nodded and looked serious. Alan, your Aunt Josephine's manor is going to live in a group of people. They are the helpers I brought in from my hometown. After all, for the Harris family to grow and develop, we need to invest in some industries and cultivate power. There must be reliable people to help. However, this will not affect your assembly. Mr. Harris paused. It seems that in the industry we want to invest in, we need to add an additional farm. For the Harris family and others, this vacation was rewarding. Therefore, on the return trip, everyone had a satisfied smile. After Alan sent Hermione and Luna home, he found that Mr. Harris was talking to Albert about the major incidents in their absence, and he sensitively captured a name. Punlo and Moody couldn't get along peacefully. Moody always worried that Punlo was too addicted to black magic, and Punlo didn't buy Moody's set, and he was too conservative. Albert said Moody was famous in the 1970s because he did not use the unforgivable spell banned by the Ministry of Magic, and successfully led all others who became Death Eaters to the right path. Most of the injuries he suffered were in this attitude. It directly reflects that he could have protected himself at all. Irving Harris felt that there was a spirit in the old-fashioned like Alastair Moody. Punlo, the report said that the gentle and generous girl, after training, is now more like a leopard who eats people, full of danger. She is decisive and doesn't care about the means when encountering resistance. More effective and deadly spells will be used. Albert said what he learned. Alan sat next to his father and brother, without interrupting, just listening carefully. The young Arrows all support Penlow. I also think that Penlow's approach is correct. Under the circumstances of protecting myself, using more effective means, there is nothing to blame. However, I am not much better what to say about Moody. After all, the olderers who have long enough experience, such as Kingsley and others, all support Moody. Albert shrugged and expressed helplessness. But you don't need to worry about Alan. Moody is only a short-term training consultant. When you start school, he will go back to Hogwarts as a professor of black magic defense. Then, he and Penlow will not. There will be conflicts and contradictions. Although Moody is scarred, he is actually a very powerful wizard, seizing the opportunity to study hard. Irving saw Alan's concerns and quickly comforted. I will. Albert, this World Cup may be a good opportunity for your young to make contributions. Alan looked at Albert seriously. Albert immediately turned his attention to Alan, and Mr. Harris was also very interested in Alan's words. When I was practicing prophecy in the perception room, I was very fortunate to see that the Dark Mark will appear again in this World Cup final, and there will be a turmoil. Albert prepares in advance and will definitely make a contribution. Alan positive color road. Okay, I will arrange it and make sufficient preparations to make this matter beautiful. Albert has no doubt that Alan's words, and now his ambitions have been inspired, determined to take this opportunity. It's better to find some more reporters. He'll arrange it. Owen planned for his eldest son. Chapter 348. Before the game modified, thanks to the Super Silver League KSG Fantasy. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, like the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. All the wizards are talking enthusiastically about this event. No one would think that the England team could even reach the final. Albert laughed heartily. This season, Alan is like a dark horse born out of nowhere. Even the Irish team with the highest number of championship calls has been overturned by Alan. Irving Harris was proud. It's really rare. The 7 Irish players are all good players. The Bulgarian team can beat Peru in the finals and all rely on Victor Krum. Albert took a large piece of Mother Morgan Le Fay, the homemade cake, stuffed into his mouth and muttered disdainfully, "You should go." Mr. Harris looked at the clock and urged. Albert glanced outside at the dark paint. "Okay, dear father, future minister, wait for our good news." With that said, he took the beak mask and went out. Owen smiled and shook his head, drinking the black tea in front of him. Morgan Le Fay sat at the table and checked a large ticket made of a parchment. "Mom, why don't you see Alan, Hermione, and Luna?" Daisy said, yawning again. "Don't they learn about Phantom Shift a few days ago?" Morgan Le Fay said, tucking the ball into the shoulder bag, "so they can sleep for a while." Ren on the side put his shirt into his trousers and looked at himself carefully in the mirror. "Daddy's energy is getting bigger and bigger." He greeted him in advance and let the unsatisfied Hermione and Luna participate in advance like Alan the Phantom Shift exam. But they were very contented and all passed. Footsteps were heard in the aisle. Hermione and Luna entered the restaurant. Both of them looked very pale, as if not awake. "Now, it's Alan." Morgan Le Fay commanded 2 bowls of oatmeal to fly to them lovingly. "Good morning." Alan appeared neatly on the dining chair, smiling and saying hello to everyone. "Why don't you sleep longer? Anyway, as long as we rush past before noon?" Mrs. Harris asked. "I also need to meet the team a little bit in advance," Alan said as he nodded to Hermione and Luna. After a full meal, everyone carried a bulging backpack and met in the living room. Owen distributed the parchment with the address to everyone, and took the youngest daughter Emily to take the lead in illusion. After him, everyone also set off. In a blink of an eye, they appeared in a dense forest, and a stone path appeared in front of them. "I'm looking for where our camp is." Owen took out a piece of parchment paper with a flat map of the camp. "Walk a quarter of a mile to see the camp. We are at Camp 3. Everyone walked along the stone path and walked for about 10 minutes. They came to the top of a gentle slope. Looking down the gentle slope, hundreds of strange tents appeared in front of us. And by the woods in front of them, there was an open space, with a small sign on the ground that read, "Wesley R. Deputy Director Harris, hello." A rather formal and flattering voice sounded, "Percy Weasley." Percy leaned over and bowed. which made him look like a hunchback. "Do you want a cup of tea?" "Okay," Owen said, narrowing his eyes and looking at Percy without trace. "Thank you, Weasley." "Hi, Irving." Mr. Arthur Weasley patted the dust on his hand and smiled. "Arthur, are you setting up your own tent?" Owen asked, seemingly interested. Arthur immediately showed Owen his results. At this moment, Harry and Ron came out of the crooked tent. Seeing Hermione, Ron's eyes lit up and pulled Harry over. "Alan, Hermione, Luna." Harry was very happy to see Hogwarts classmates. Alan also smiled and nodded. "It seems that you and your godfather had a good holiday." "Hello kids, Alan and Hermione. Why didn't you come to the Burrow as a guest this year?" "Molly hopes you will come," Mr. Arthur Weasley kindly said to them. Ron on one side tilted his head uncomfortably. Hermione's eyes flickered. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. We have activities in our training class during the summer vacation, so we did not accept the invitation." Alan was a little surprised. Ron hadn't invited him, and when he saw Ron's evasive look, Alan instantly understood. With a shrug, Alan didn't take it out and didn't respond. Anyway, when he went to their house, it was just a way to check in at the attractions. Since he had seen it, it was all right. Although he actually felt that the Weasleys had nothing but Percy and Ron, the external character is pretty good. It's better to let Ron walk around with them and play for a while. Owen also noticed the mystery and was busy changing the topic to ease the embarrassment. Such an event never lacks business opportunities. Every few steps, a phantom hawker descended from the sky, carrying a pallet and pushing a cart filled with weird things. There are tall red and white hats decorated with roses that dance with the wind. There are ribbons in Bulgaria, and the lions printed on it will really roar. There are the national flags of the two countries, and they will play their national anthems when they are waving. A small model of a flying crossbow arrow. There are statues of famous players for collection. www.mtlnovel.com. Those small statues can walk around on your palm, a triumphant figure. Every time Alan went through a stall, she would buy some for her family and Hermione, Luna and Harry, which made the younger sister Emily smile. Although Harry is also rich, he still has to use the money to graduate, so it is impossible to shop like Ellen, which will make Dumbledore unhappy. And Ron, he couldn't get a penny out, staring at the piers. Everyone except him carried a few souvenirs. Last time, the little dwarf for violence spilled a lot of gold coins. He thought that the gold coins were real, and he squandered a lot of money in order to block his debts. Mr. Weasley's family tightened their food for 2 weeks. Mrs. Molly Weasley was furious, and Ron had no pocket money for this summer vacation. In the end, it was Harry who gave him a panoramic telescope that eased his embarrassment with his hands empty. "This is Krum. I like him very much." Ron looked excitedly at a small statue of Bulgarian golfer Victor Krum. The small Krum walked back and forth in Ron's hands, frowning at the world. "Thank you." A gloomy voice came. "Krum." Ron looked so excited he couldn't breathe. He found that Krum's gloomy eyes were looking at Hermione, who was still paying attention to small goods, and immediately introduced Hermione. "Hermione, this is Krum, the world's #1 looking player. He is the best." Hermione raised her head when she heard the news. She nodded a little vigorously. "Ron, Alan is the best-looking player in the world." Chapter 349. Old friend Krum heard this and looked at Hermione in surprise. For him, the praises he heard were too much, and he had never met him in such a naked way to praise another looking player. Hermione looked back coldly. Alan stepped forward and smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I'm Alan Harris, the England ball seeker." "Hello, I'm Vikal Krum from Bulgaria." Krum also extended his hand. The strength of the two handshake is just right, neither light nor heavy, fully in line with social etiquette standards. Krum looked at Hermione again. "This is..." He turned to look at Alan and asked him. "Hermione Granger, Hogwarts best witch." Alan's words made Hermione's ears red. "Hermy. Thank you." Krum apparently couldn't pronounce Hermione's name because of the accent. He glanced at Hermione again, nodded to Alan, and turned away. "Now, Alan's money bag is empty and heavier. They said goodbye to Harry and Ron, preparing to find their own tent. The Harris tent is particularly easy to find, just beside a luxurious palace-like tent. There are 2 peacocks tied to the tent door. Alan got into his tent. Although it was comfortable and luxurious, it was no exaggeration. Where have they all gone? Alan said wonderingly. Alan, I want to see the gang. I have lunch with it. You don't have to wait for me. Luna finished and turned to the kitchen. Afterwards, she brought the raw meat and her food for the gang. Luna pressed the mark of omniscience on her body, and the phantom moved, disappearing from the kitchen. I have to sort out what's in my hand. Hermione also returned to the bedroom with a large bag of magical craft souvenirs. When Hermione came out of the room, she was surprised to find that Alan was sitting at the dining table, digging with a spoon to eat, with a contented look. Alan's eyes lit up when she saw Hermione. Hermione, you have to try this cheesecake. Hermione refused. You know, I don't like sweets so much. Alan stood up and couldn't help but say that he dug a piece of cake with a spoon and stuffed it into Hermione's mouth. Hermione's senses were instantly surrounded by rich sweetness. She was still anxious. This spoon was used by Alan, but at this time, she was completely attracted by the deliciousness. Hermione spread her hands and sighed vaguely, woo. So fragrant. Alan immediately sat back in his chair again, wanting to continue tasting the cake. This is the best cheesecake I have ever eaten. Where did you get it from? Hermione couldn't help but came forward and leaned over to ask. I just found it at the door. My father left a message. They were invited to lunch at the Malfoy house next door. This should be ordered by my mother for us, Alan said while eating. This must be giving me the opportunity to be alone again, Alan muttered. Hermione picked up the box that was set aside and pointed to the address in surprise. But it wasn't sent to us. It was sent to Chandler Bin. Hermione threw the box onto the table all at once and took a breath. Oh my God, we're thieves. She looked at Alan with an incredulous expression. Alan was also embarrassed, and he quickly defended himself. I opened the box without looking at the name of the recipient, and I ate it after using the poison test magic, Alan said while gesturing. And the box is already open. It cannot be returned. Why? Hermione asked inexplicably with her hands on her waist. Because it's so delicious. Alan was full of nostalgia, picking up the spoon and continuing to eat. Hermione reluctantly slid her hair through her hands, akimbo, and pointed at the cake on the table with a very serious look. We stole the cake from others, which is wrong. No, it doesn't matter, because Mr. Bin will receive another one for free. That's a win-win situation. The only loser is a large cheesecake shop. They have to send another piece for Chandler who hasn't received the cake. Alan stood up hurriedly and explained plausibly. With that, Alan looked at the address of the box again. Little Mom's Bakery. Alan was stunned himself. He realized at once that this was just a cake from a small workshop, and he pointed to this piece. The cheesecake obviously made with heart. I'm guilty. Hermione was obviously immersed in the deliciousness when Alan was acting. She took a spoonful of cake and stuffed it into her mouth to remember what Alan seemed to say just now. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Alan immediately stepped forward to clean up the cakes he had eaten and carefully put the remaining cakes back into the box. You know, we are just hungry. We have not eaten lunch. So we are dizzy. Let's go for lunch. We have to return it to apologize so that we won't be tempted. Hermione said quickly. Good idea. Where do you want to eat? Alan asked. Little Mom Bakery in Cheddar, Somerset. Hermione picked up the box and quickly walked over. Alan quickly opened the door for her. The two tried to visit the neighbor's tent, but found the name. The strange neighbor who had read it was already out. They had to put the compensation in front of each other's tent and pressed it on top with a cheesecake box. Obviously, the distance and the tight time in Somerset prevented the two from teleporting, but instead found a nearby snack shop that only sells fish and chips. The two who had appetite by the previous cheesecake ate a lot. Walking out of the shop, Alan said to Hermione easily, Thank you for inviting me for lunch. Wait a minute, I didn't pay. I thought you paid. Hermione frowned and said in surprise, I just watched you go to the front desk. Obviously, we don't have to pay for food anymore, Alan said to Hermione in a serious manner, and then in Miss Granger's thought she became a serial steal before the rice prisoner. He turned back into the store and paid for the meal, and apparently the owner did not notice that they had nearly escaped the bill until then. But when the two returned to the Harris tent, I'm not mistaken, Alan held Hermione's hand, and the two immediately leaned together. It's still there. Hermione tried to control herself, not looking at the box, and whispered. The two were stunned. After a pause, Alan said, Mr. Bean must not be back. The two men looked at each other strangely and stepped closer to the box. The weather is too hot. Hermione raised her chin and raised her voice. After a while the cake must be broken. How can he be allowed to eat the bad cake? Alan looked very serious. He may be ill. Hermione looked at Alan with a very solemn tone. I don't want that to happen, Alan said, staring at Hermione. We are protecting him. Hermione spread her hand and tried to convince herself. We take it away, Alan suggested. But faster. Hermione immediately agreed. Why? Alan asked wonderingly. Because I heard him walking inside. Hermione immediately picked up the cake box and got into Mr. Harris' tent. Alan found that the usual serious Hermione was very decisive in breaking the rules at this time. It was Gryffindor. Well, the tousled hair in the running was very cute. Alan didn't run away immediately, but turned back to approach Chandler Bin's tent again, grabbed a handful of ginger along from his purse, opened the other party's tent door and threw it in, then shouted, Mr. Bin, your cake. I accepted it. After talking, and not waiting for the reaction, Alan used the phantom shift to teleport away to the door of his tent not far away, and then opened the door of his tent pretending to be calm. When he walked into his tent again, he found that Hermione was eating the delicious cheesecake with a dreamy expression. You are secretly eating cheesecake with me on your back. Alan couldn't believe it. Hermione's mouth was filled with cake, and she froze, shaking her head to deny it. As long as you can blow the whistle now, I'll give you 100 gold gallons. Alan raised his eyebrows, his hands around his chest, ridiculed. Hermione pursed her mouth helplessly, but couldn't open her mouth to whistle. She snorted a little, and some cake froth spouted out of her mouth. Alan chuckled and said, How can you eat me the cake first? Hermione tried to swallow the cake, and became angrily. What are you going to tell Professor McGonagall? We can't deduct my score during our summer vacation. We are all sweet thieves and we are not controlled by the law. Okay, the rest of the cake belongs to me. Alan stepped forward and put away the cake. Even equally, you are half, and I am half. Hermione hurried up and proposed. That's not fair. You've eaten half of it. Alan looked at Hermione like a cat with frying hair and couldn't help but continue to tease her. Hermione threw the spoon on the table and bulged her cheek deliberately. I think Mrs. Harris must want to know. Alan said that the cheesecake she made was dry and thick. What are we going to use to cut the cake? Alan grinned, compromising. Hermione ran quickly to the kitchen and took out a cake-cutting knife to divide the cake into 2 parts. This cake is bigger, but there are more biscuits, or I should measure it. Alan pretended. Oh, Alan, hurry up and pick one together. Hermione stomped. Okay, I'll pick that one. Alan pointed at him. That's relatively small. Hermione looked very happy. Okay, that's it. Hermione divided the cake. Enjoy your half, my friend, because the general situation is already set. www.untilnovel.com. Don't change. Don't cry to find me. Hermione picked up her half of the cake and walked out of the door. While walking, she turned her head and said, If you eat your half too soon. Suddenly, she tripped over the door frame and the cake fell all over the floor. She looked helplessly at the cake on the floor, and Alan came out carrying her own cake. Alan deliberately approached Hermione and screamed, Will you divide me up? Hermione looked at Alan firmly. No, Alan answered without hesitation. Don't change. Don't cry to find me. Alan learned Hermione's tone just now. I'm going to sit here and eat my cake. Delicious. Alan's words weren't finished yet. Hermione snapped the plate on his hand and the cake fell to the ground. At this time, Crumb in the tent in the distance noticed the noise of the two people here, and when he approached, he found that the two were already lying on the ground. "Look, there is still a small piece of mud not stained," Hermione said. "Don't cross the border, hurry up," Alan warned Hermione. "It's easy to be with an old and free girl like an old friend." Krum looked at Alan enviously. Alan was actually sighing in the heart. Before being with Hermione, she always couldn't let go, and didn't feel close. After this time, the relationship seemed to be much closer. Alan and Hermione suddenly froze in place. Footsteps came out of the tent. It was Luna's phantom shift back. When the two were embarrassed and didn't know how to explain the situation in front of them, Luna, who opened the tent door, widened her light silver eyes and squatted in front of them, suddenly pulled out a spoon. "Okay, we what to eat." Chapter 350 Mobilization before the game modified, thanks to Super Silver Dame and KSG. As the afternoon passed, a feeling of excitement filled the camp with clouds that could be touched. At dusk, even the silent summer air seemed to tremble with anticipation. At this time, somewhere deep in the woods came a low and thick gong, and immediately, thousands of red, green, and green lanterns bloomed on the trees, illuminating the road to the stadium. "Time is up," said Mr. Irving Harris, and everyone looked as excited as possible. "Come on, let's go." Irving and Lucius Malfoy led the way ahead. After lunch, they had been communicating, and they seemed to be satisfied with each other. Draco Malfoy held the rose flag of the England team in one hand and the magic statue of Alan Harris in one hand, and followed behind with a smile on his face. They walked quickly into the woods along the passage illuminated by lanterns. They can hear thousands of people walking around, hear shouts, laughter, and intermittent singing. This fanatical excitement was very contagious, and Alan's emotions were also mobilized and laughed. Successfully passed the ticket inspection and entered the magnificent stadium. The stairs leading to the stadium are covered with fuchsia carpet. They stepped up with the crowd, and slowly those people entered the stands on the left and right. The pedestrian led by Owen kept walking up, and finally reached the top of the stairs. They found themselves in a small box, located at the highest point of the stadium, and facing the golden goal. Here are dozens of purple and gold-plated seats divided into two rows. This is the exclusive box that Owen has specially ordered at a high price. Irving didn't stay here, but after letting his family and son's friends put his hands down, he continued with his three sons and walked to another top box. Lucius also took Draco with him. "Mr. Harris, good luck." "Alan, nice to meet you." Sirius Black politely shook hands with Irving, which was a bit inconsistent with his usual feeling. "Alan, your idea is very good. Harry and I had a great time this holiday." Sirius' face glanced past the gloomy days and happily said to Alan, "Vernon's face must be pretty." Alan also smiled. As they stepped into the box, Percy Weasley hurriedly stood up and saluted Owen, looking as if they had just sat on the back of a thorny porcupine. Ron saw Alan and Malfoy, who entered with Harry, squinted, and pulled Harry over. Draco glared contemptuously at Harry and Ron, and stood behind Alan and said nothing. At this moment, Owen suddenly laughed. "Bagman, how are you collecting money from children?" Bagman turned back in surprise, immediately collected Genji Arlong in his hand, and came over to shake hands with Mr. Harris. "Ludo, are you ready?" Owen asked. "Of course, my passion is ready." Bagman smiled and waved his face, as if to say it was nothing. "Are you gambling?" Alan asked politely after saying hello to Bagman. Bagman glanced at Owen and saw that he was still smiling, relieved. "Add a little excitement to the game," Bagman said lightly. "Want to make a bet on the game, Lucius?" Owen asked with interest. "Of course," Lucius smiled. For him, it was like buying some fish, chips and beer while watching the game. "Let me think. I bet 1,000 gallons on England to win, and Alan grabs the golden snitch," Irving said. His temperament looked a bit like an upstart, and the people of the Ning Weasley family were a little shocked. Alan knew that Bagman couldn't get the money at all. He wanted to stop his father, but then he understood what his father meant. Most of his father knew about Bagman's financial situation. This is probably to better control him. At the same time, for Owen, This is also a way to cheer for his son in disguise. 1,000 gold gallons? Ludo Bagman looked a little bit at a loss, but soon recovered his calm. The odds I give you will not be too high, because I also believe that Alan will catch Liv the golden snitch. He blinked at Alan. Lucius glanced at him, and his tone did not fluctuate. I made the same amount, betting on England to win, and Alan caught the golden snitch. Bagman looked like he was about to cry. With such a big bet, then I still have to lower the odds. Are you sure you want to bet? Lucius glanced at him lightly, which made Bagman instantly understand that things had reached an unchangeable point. Ludo Bagman slowly took out his notebook and quill pen, and reluctantly wrote the names of Mr. Harris and Mr. Lucius on it. At this moment, the sound of glass breaking suddenly sounded behind them. It turned out that when the Minister of Magic Conley Fudge himself drove, Percy bowed too low. His glasses fell to the ground and shattered. He was so embarrassed that he fixed the lens with his wand, and then sat in the seat blankly. Irving immediately stepped forward, and Fudge greeted him like an old friend, and then greeted Alan cordially. Fudge held Alan's hand kindly like his father, asked him coldly and warmly, and introduced him to the wizard sitting next to him, as if their previous relationship was too familiar. Alan Harris, you know, he loudly told the Minister of Magic of Bulgaria. The man was wearing a gorgeous black velvet gown with gold trim, which seemed to be incomprehensible in English. The Quidditch World Cup young golfer. You must know who he is. The Bulgarian wizard carefully looked at Alan, and immediately looked excited, and grunted in his mouth. Thank you for your compliment. My animagus is indeed a phoenix. Alan suddenly grumbled. It's really good, and you can speak our Bulgarian language. You and Crumb are young talents. The wizard from Bulgaria looked at Alan admiringly. Although Alan was not very young, he was neither humble nor adventurous, which won the favor of almost everyone present. Great, Alan. You speak Bulgarian language. Communicating with him is really hard. God knows how I lived this day. Crouch knows Bulgarian, but Fudge wrinkled frowning. He smiled extremely kindly in an instant. Unfortunately, you have to participate in the competition. This is Mr. Oblonsk. Mr. Oblonsk is the Minister of Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. It does not matter, anyway. He cannot understand what I am talking about. Fudge Xiang. Alan introduced. Alan saluted the other party again, and the Bulgarian minister had an excellent impression of Alan and talked to Alan about the customs and Quidditch match between the two countries. On one side, Ludo Bagman seemed to figure it out and regained his spirit. Are everyone ready? He said, his round face shining like a huge spherical cheese. Minister, can I start? You say start right now, Ludo. Fudge said kindly. Alan saw this and hurried off. He needed to join the team. The atmosphere in the stadium outside was extremely hot, and Alan moved to the dressing room, changed his team uniform, and stayed with his teammates to prepare for the highly anticipated final game of the season. They have changed their team uniforms and are sitting in the locker room collectively. Head coach Geraldine is going to make a mobilization speech for them. His eyes, like hawks, glanced sharply at the players sitting below. I really don't know what to say. 3 minutes later, it was the biggest fight in our career. All the people, whether they gaze at the coach vigorously or hold their heads with both hands, are listening carefully. Everything has come today. We can go to glory as a team, or we will collapse, one by one, until we are finished. Geraldine's tone was very solemn. The entire dressing room is in a low air pressure. Now I can't fight for you anymore. In fact, obviously, I'm too old. Geraldine said with emotion. Everyone looked at him in disbelief, and it was hard to imagine that such weak words came from the coach who was famous for his means. I looked around and I saw these young faces, and I was thinking. He paused and continued. I mean, did I make a mistake that a middle-aged man might make? His words attracted the attention of all players, and even Banks, who was buried in the head, looked up at him. I squandered all my money, believe it or not. He patted the information in his hand. I also drove away the people who loved me. His tone became more and more heavy. Recently, I can't even face my face in the mirror, you know. When your life gets older, many things will leave you. This is a part of life. However, you only realize when you start to lose again. Life is actually a scoring game, like Quidditch. The players began to think according to his thinking. Because no matter whether it's game life or Quidditch, there is very little room for you to make mistakes. He started to step backwards, sideways. I mean, you can't achieve your goal half an hour or a half step, or half a second later. You can't catch the ball. Every minute we need is by our side. Every minute, every second. The players clamored, and some even slapped. Geraldine raised his hand, stopped them, and continued, "Our whole team is fighting for this point. www.mentalnovel.com. The whole team is ready to crush the bones for this point and fight for it." He raised his right hand as if to seize the victory. The players' eyes followed Geraldine closely, and they sighed and cheered loudly. Geraldine's tone became firmer, because we know that adding up each point is the watershed between victory and defeat. The watershed between life and death. The team members were blushing and looked excitedly at Geraldine. In any game, those who are not afraid of death will always win that point. I also know that I can live a meaningful life because I am still willing to fight for that point to the last moment. Geraldine's voice was heated. "I can't let you do it now. You have to look at the comrades beside you and look into their eyes." The players looked at each other. "I think you will see that you are willing to fight with you to fight for your comrades who score every point." Cohen, who was careless at first, couldn't help but stepped forward, wanting to listen more carefully. "You will see a comrade who is willing to sacrifice for you and the team, because he knows that you will do the same for him when necessary. This is teamwork, gentlemen. Also, whether we are fighting in unity or one by one, this is Quidditch." Geraldine spread his hands, and there was silence in the room. "This is all." He looked at all the players enthusiastically. "Now, tell me, what should you do?" The team members stood up, clamored, full of fighting spirit, with a firm expression on their faces, following Geraldine, preparing to set foot on their arena, their stage.